I buy and trade. Light bless you.
Hi there. inventory is full. I need to get closer. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I need to get closer. I'm out of range. I can't carry anymore. inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Can I help you?
What are you looking for? Have a good one.
Light be with you.
I supply only the finest goods. See you around. Open for business. Safe travels. there. Have a good one. See you later.
Hello. Safe travels.
Hello.
Interest you on a pint? Talk to me! Is it real?
Well met.
It is Monday, March 16th, 2020. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. I, of course, am hoping you're having a fantastic day, though given the circumstances, I'll take you just not having a horrible day as a win. Now, before we get started, I do want to make a big announcement. If you do not follow me on social media, or we're not on texting terms right now, which, by the way, you can text me at 813-213-4423. You may not be aware, but last Friday I advised my whole company to start working from home for at least the next 2 weeks. Now, as far as what this changes for you, if you watch videos on the YouTube channel for Rogue Rocket, or the social videos on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram for Rogue Rocket, we are currently suspending all of that. Additionally, for the time being, we're going to have to suspend my podcast, A Conversation With. We don't want people flying in. We don't want to just, But do not worry. On this channel, right, the Philip DeFranco Show, where you're coming every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the videos will still keep coming. Actually, because we're pivoting a number of people back to the PDS, and I'm really the only one that can film on camera right now. We will definitely be bringing back the Friday Philip DeFranco Show at least, and there is the possibility of also weekend videos on this channel. And also, a thing I want to mention around this, there is no better time for me to promote this. One, if you are currently subscribed to this YouTube channel, I want you to check your little bell. Make sure it's filled in. It has those 2 lines. It says all. If you don't have it set to all and you have it only set to occasional, if you start missing some of those weekend videos, or, just life happens, you happen to miss a few, you might stop just getting notifications in general. And or, more importantly too, if you are in the United States or Canada, please text me at 813-213-4423. It's the one place I know that a social media platform or an algorithm cannot suppress my connection to you. I promise you, I will not send you stupid stuff. I will let you know when the show is out. I'll also send things to the group, but also to people individually. I always try to carve out one-on-one time after the shows go up. But yeah, that's how we're starting today out. That is the big announcement. That said, welcome to the Philip DeFranco Show. Buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. And the first thing we're going to talk about today are stories and issues around panic buying and hoarding and price gouging. So while that famous statement, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, does not fully embrace this current situation, it still hits pretty heavy. And the reason I say that is as the COVID-19 pandemic worsens in many places across the globe, so has public fear surrounding the virus. And this has resulted in alarming and exploitative behavior. Regarding alarmists, we're seeing masses of people panic buying, right? Purchasing unusually large amounts of supplies in anticipation or in the wake of some kind of disaster. And we're seeing images and footage of stores across social media reminiscent of Black Friday rampages, but with a more sinister feel here. Everyone witnessed to shelves completely cleared. Crowds can be seen flooding aisles and checkout lines. We're also seeing reports that some of these panic buying sprees are resulting in violence. And worries about the well-being of store employees have surfaced as these situations escalate. And around this, we've even seen Britain's leading supermarkets issuing a statement pleading with customers to stop their panic buying. Others have also expressed concerns about high-need populations that can't access supplies that they usually need because of the shortages. And actually, around that, we've seen some supermarket chains saying that they have an hour specifically for older people. They're higher need, they can get some supplies. Also try to do it before there's an even larger crowd, which of course you don't want there to be a spread of the virus. Also, to combat panic buying, many chain stores have started limiting the amount of certain items that a customer can purchase. And here's the thing, I don't want to completely villainize people that are panic buying. It is damaging to others, it does need to be reined in, but I understand it. For many people, this probably feels like the only thing that they can control. Right? This is probably the only way for them to manage and cope with their fears over this pandemic. And the issue with fear-based panic buying is that as you see it happening, others who are not taking part all of a sudden jump in as well, and you just see everyone spiraling, right? Once some do it, then others see it, they follow suit. Right, as a clinical psychologist, Stephen Taylor told CNN, people being social creatures, we look to each other for cues for what is safe and what is dangerous. And when you see someone in the store panic buying, that can cause a fear contagion effect. And I also think that we're in a time where people are looking to what others are doing right now more than ever because the messaging from the top has been conflicted, right? Messaging from people like Donald Trump initially downplaying the virus, the spread, the actual concern for the United States, and then all of a sudden, once again, just a few days after essentially tweeting again, it's just the flu, bro, declaring a national emergency in the United States, completely changing his tone, and all the while essentially trying to gaslight people like he's been on top of this issue from the beginning, even though it's shown that we wasted the time advantage we had. But I'm gonna put a pin on that point for now. We're gonna come back to it at a different time. Because while people are panic buying, I wanna talk about the people trying to exploit this situation, right? Some people have tried to make a profit off the panic buying craze, buying and then reselling highly desired items at a spiked price. One case in particular here really stood out, and that was 2 Tennessee brothers who reportedly stockpiled over 17,000 bottles of hand sanitizer. This is Matt Colvin, and he makes his living as a seller on Amazon. And he managed to sell several hundred bottles of hand sanitizer at a marked up price before the company removed his post and warned him that he could face consequences for price gouging. And in addition to that, the Tennessee Attorney General's office opened an investigation into the legality of his selling after Governor Bill Lee declared a state of emergency on March 12th. Now, the New York Times published an article about Colvin's latest endeavors. And while as of right now we don't know the number of actual page views this got. According to some insiders, this may be one of the most viewed articles in New York Times history. And I think in large part it's because for a lot of people it is rage-inducing. Reportedly, he has received an influx of hate and even some threats. Colvin saying that he and his brother Noah were unaware of the extent of the shortages, saying, "I've been buying and selling things for 10 years now. There's been hot product after hot product. The thing is, there's always another one on the shelf. When we did this trip, I had no idea that these stores wouldn't be able to get replenished. It was never my intention to keep necessary medical supplies out of the hands of people who needed them." This, with the Times reporting that he said this while crying. That's not who I am as a person. Now, I personally do not believe Colvin. Reportedly, he cleared out multiple stores in multiple states. It seems like willful ignorance in the pursuit of profit to me. And then I see this moment which was circulating online a day before the Times published the report of his tearful apology.
Would you say you're sorry?
Sorry for purchasing, sorry for buying all of this product. No, I don't think that I would.
I see that, I'm like, oh, this fucking guy. I understand the rage. I will never co-sign or say that it's okay to threaten someone. But I will say, my favorite reaction, it seems like it was probably rage turned into something creative, was a video from the channel Good Cop, Rad Cop that made a song about this.
Took my brother on a shopping spree. Bought all the disinfectant in Tennessee. I got a whole chem lab in my pickup truck. 5-ounce bottle, that's 38 bucks. Penny up, douchebags, nothing's free. Give me all your money, but don't touch me. I'm an asshole. I'm a really big asshole. I don't care about no one but me.
It's just a work of art. Now, the good thing is it appears that public pressure has worked, and on Sunday, the Colvin brothers ended up donating the remainder of their supplies to be distributed among those who need them in Tennessee and Kentucky. So, better late than never, I suppose. And with this first part of the story, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on the Colvins in general. But also, I'm even more interested in what have your experiences been thus far. Over the weekend, I did some light shopping. I was personally not witness to insanity. But also, I don't personally shop at like the big stores like the Costco's of the world, so you know, your experience might be different than mine. But from that, I want to quickly share some stuff I love today, and Today in Awesome, brought to you by Phil.Ting.com. Fantastic company and partner with this show that enables us to do this. And Ting, if you didn't know, is a fantastic cell service. You just pay a fair price for the talk, text, and data that you actually use. So if you use less one month, you pay less. There's no contracts, overage fees, or any other carrier trick. Ting gives you complete control over your cell phone account. You can set alerts and caps for each device on your account to keep your usage in check. And you can always, this was always the biggest thing for me, bring your phone number to Ting as well. There's no need to get a brand new one. Also, fantastically, Ting just added Verizon, the largest, most reliable network in the United States. So if you've actually wanted to switch to Ting in the past, but you couldn't switch due to coverage issues, now's the time to head to Phil.Ting.com, right? Because now with 3 nationwide LTE networks, Ting has got you covered. And the best part is almost any phone will work with Ting, and Ting customers pay on average just $23 per month for one device. So with that said, head on over to Phil.Ting.com to check your phone's compatibility right now and get $25 off your bill. And the first bit of awesome are some entertainment recommendations, because you might have some time on your hands and I don't want you to go crazy. As always, I will always recommend The Train to Busan on Netflix. But in addition to me being a broken record on that, if you're looking for something funny, a series I'm going through right now is I'm Sorry. It's a show on True TV. It has 2 seasons. I'm currently in the middle of the 2nd season. It's my new favorite thing. But also if you're looking for something more serious, but also it may make you rage, Dirty Money is a fantastic docuseries on Netflix. The 1st season was amazing. They just released the 2nd one. It is also amazing. As far as gaming, oh man, the new Animal Crossing cannot be coming out at a better time. Just a few more days. Also, Call of Duty, what a saving grace Warzone was. A free battle royale game that's actually fun and I'm not just horrible at. I've been playing with just a bunch of random people from the nation and it is just so fun. There's also more, but I'm gonna space some of these recommendations out. Then, of course, I'm gonna pimp out the fantastic Dr. Mike. He's been releasing more and more videos around the coronavirus, including We Need More Testing Kits. Also, if you didn't see, season 3 of Westworld is here, so if you want to see the behind the scenes for that, HBO released that. Also, if you need it, Coldplay was on NPR Music Tiny Desk Concert. You also had Vanity Fair giving us a Pokemon voice actor explaining how cartoon dubbing works. And you're the odd ones out giving us conspiracy theories and crazy people. And if you want to see the full versions of everything I just shared, the secret link of the day, really anything at all, links as always are in the description down below. And then let's talk about something that you've at least seen a glimpse of or heard a little bit of, and that is flattening the curve, what that means and why it's important, right? Because everyone, including people who are not in the vulnerable groups regarding the coronavirus, need to do everything we can to stop the spread of the coronavirus. And that starts with social social distancing. Who knew that 34 years of being an anxious introvert would give me an advantage at one point, right? And so this means not going to public places unless you have to, especially not going to crowded spots like bars, clubs, restaurants, and in general, if you are in a space with other people, staying at least 6 feet away from them. Now you or someone you know might go, hey, well, I'm young, I'm healthy, I'm not showing any symptoms, I'm fine. Do I really need to do this too? Yes, and this is something that we've talked about from the beginning. The reason the coronavirus is such a big risk is that a number of people may have the virus and have no symptoms and have no idea that they're spreading it. Unlike some of the scarier things that we've seen in the past when you could only give it to someone when you were showing symptoms, this is a different beast, right? It's called asymptomatic transmission. So while you may get coronavirus, show no symptoms, right? It doesn't kill you, it doesn't even hurt you. You may still accidentally give it to your parents, your grandparents, your friend who then transmits it to their parents or their grandparents. Or regardless of age, accidentally give it to someone who is immunocompromised, or someone who might have a pre-existing condition that weakens their immune system, that impacts their lungs, beyond maybe, I mean, for example, my father. My father had a kidney transplant. He is on immunosuppressants. He is part of a high-risk group, right? So really, not going into public spaces, being near a ton of other people, it's the best way to make sure you are not spreading it and that you don't get it as well. But still, despite the heavy online urging from others to stay in, we're still seeing sizable crowds at bars, clubs, and restaurants, right? And part of the way that others are trying to emphasize that this is a thing that we need to be concerned about is not only pointing out what could happen, but what is happening elsewhere. With many noting what is happening and what has happened in Italy, noting that the United States could be on the same track. Though I do want to point out here, Italy has over 24,000 cases, over 1,800 deaths. The whole country is in a state of lockdown. And right now it's hard to accurately describe how many cases we have in the United States because yes, we have a number, but as I knew before and experienced on a personal level Friday, just people aren't being tested enough here. Right, to expand on that personal note before just diving further into the news, I ended up having to take my wife to an urgent care because very suddenly she was just hit with something. She had a fever, she had overwhelming body ache, she had a hard time breathing, saying that it was like she was walking at 10,000 feet. They were able to tell her it is not the flu, and if they had the test, they would check to see if it was COVID-19. But they didn't because they couldn't. They didn't have any tests. And this very frustrated doctor said, you know, some ERs, they do have the test, but I would also highly recommend you don't because you're 30, otherwise relatively healthy. Right? It creates a situation where you might give it to someone, or if you don't have it, you might get it there. So know that even though we are seeing the number of cases increase, what the real number is, we really don't know. Now, I do want to note, after a really rough 36 hours, my wife, Lindsay, is doing much, much better. Right? But the main thing I'm trying to get across there is because of the situation we have here, we don't know how widespread it actually is yet. Now, in my opinion, a good thing that we've seen a number of celebrities speaking out, urging others to stay home. You have people like actor Kumail Nanjiani, who shared videos of tourists still being out and about in Italy not long ago. Adding these tweets are from Italy 2 weeks ago. 10 days later, the entire country was in lockdown. We are on the exact same path. We can learn from Italy's mistake. Which actually, on the note of a 10-day difference, there's a YouTube channel called A Thing By, and they released a video yesterday called Quarantined Italians Record Messages to Themselves from 10 Days Ago During Coronavirus Pandemic. And the general gist of those messages is, hey, you need to take this serious because it's more than what you expect right now. But that said, back to Kumail. If you don't know, this is something very important to him personally. Kumail's wife, Emily, is immunocompromised because of a rare illness that she has, which you may be aware of if you've seen his movie The Big Sick. Right? And since the idea of social distancing and flattening the curve is so close to him, he continued to tweet, "People get upset and annoyed at me when I tweet about the coronavirus when I urge people to stay in and avoid crowds. My favorite person in the world is immunocompromised. Go ahead and unfollow me. I'll be tweeting about this until I'm down to 0 followers." And it also made me happy that stars like Ariana Grande were sharing similar messages, saying, "I keep hearing from a surprising amount of people statements like, this isn't a big deal, we'll be fine, we still have to go about our lives, and it's really blowing my mind. I understand if that's how you felt weeks ago, but please read about what's going on. Please don't turn a blind eye. It's incredibly dangerous and selfish to take this situation that lightly." And tweeting, "Like your hip-hop yoga class can fucking wait, I promise." Also joining the fray of celebrities speaking out, you had Idris Elba, though unfortunately it's because he released a video today saying that he tested positive for the coronavirus, but using the opportunity to tell people to stay home, be pragmatic, informing them but saying no panic. Also, regarding the situation, we had Thomas Puayo, an author and designer, put together a piece on Medium further elaborating the benefits of social distancing, and in one graph there, using theoretical data to show how social distancing will lead to fewer cases. And here you can see the difference between the red and the green line, that even just delaying social distancing by 1 day, that could result in a 40% increase in cases. And then you see that black line, that's no social distancing at all. The cases just skyrocket. Another graph shows the 1918 flu pandemic and how Philadelphia and St. Louis responded, noting that Philadelphia, which is a way higher peak, allowed public gatherings, while St. Louis, which trails much lower on that dotted line, encouraged social distancing. Right, and you have health officials explaining that the best practice to slow this spread is social distancing, but that, quote, without any measures to slow it down, COVID-19 will continue to spread exponentially for months. And understand, with everything that we're talking about, everything we're sharing, the cause here is to not spread fear or panic, but rather to inform, hoping that we have a more informed public that know the potential consequences if nothing is done, and maybe we can get the spread of information that is beneficial. If there's anything that needs to be spread like wildfire right now, it is that. Now that said, in the United States, we're seeing a number of places take matters into their own hands, right? Public schools in New York City and Los Angeles, the two largest school districts in the country, are closing, and so are many others now. Also, bars and restaurants have been ordered to close in several states, including California, Ohio, Washington, Massachusetts, New York, and many more, though some states made exception for takeaway orders, with Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, saying in a statement, "What we can't have is people congregating and seated. Every day we delay, more people will die. If we do not act and get some distance between people, our healthcare system in Ohio will not hold up. The loss won't only be those impacted by COVID-19, but the danger is also to everyone else who needs hospital care for other issues." And really, as the day goes on, we're likely to see more cities, more states mandate these kinds of closures. And ultimately, where I want to end this part of the story is kind of on a mantra that we've talked about for over a decade. Don't be stupid. Stupid? I expect the worst of garbage outliers like the waste of space box rocks that is Dr. Phil girl licking a toilet seat for some sort of notoriety. You do something disgusting and idiotic for attention, you call it the coronavirus challenge. The only coronavirus challenge that's happening is the fact that the rest of us have to be on the same fucking planet as you. But the don't be stupid goes out to people that are still going out to these large gathering. And what's worse is you have people like Katie Williams, who in response to AOC saying, "Please stop crowding bars, restaurants, and public spaces right now," seemingly bragged, "I just went to a crowded Red Robin and I'm 30. It was delicious and I took my sweet time eating my meal because this is America and I'll do what I want." Be smarter, be better. Hell, even the president of the United States, who greatly minimized this situation and has now, thankfully, I'm so glad for it, largely changed his tune, released new guidelines today as we were filming this show. At a press conference, he said that Americans should avoid gatherings of no more than 10 people for at least the next 15 days. Also warning people not to go to bars and restaurants, and for states with community spread to shut them down if they have not already. Though I will say it appears right now that this is advice, not a mandate. Also telling Americans to avoid unnecessary travel, shopping, or social visits. Also Trump saying that he's not currently thinking about implementing a nationwide curfew. However, he did say that his administration might consider locking down certain areas, right, certain hotspots. But on that note of lockdown, 6 counties in Northern California have actually just been ordered to shelter in place for 3 weeks. So big news there. Also, while we were talking about this, we should also talk about the numbers locally as far as the United States and internationally. As of recording this video, in the United States, there have been over 3,800 confirmed infections, 69 dead. Once again, those are the numbers with not enough testing now. Internationally, we're seeing the number of deaths and the number of reported cases outside of China now greater than those in mainland China. The total number of cases as of recording, 174,280. The number of deaths, 6,705. And that jump in numbers due to a surge in deaths in Italy, Iran, Spain, and France. We're also seeing the news today that America's neighbor to the north is shutting their borders. This reportedly to all foreign nationals with exemptions for Canadian residents, U.S. citizens, diplomats, and some other groups. As far as why the ban does not apply to Americans, Trudeau, who his wife actually tested positive for the coronavirus last Thursday, said, "The level of integration of our two economies puts the U.S. in a separate category from the rest of the world," but also saying he's not ruling out closing the border to the United States in the future. And then, actually, where I want to end today's show is talking about some of the good news that we're seeing. You know, on a previous show, we talked about the suspension of the NBA season, for instance, right? That's something that's affecting more than players who are making millions of dollars, fans. It's having a huge impact on thousands of employees in basketball arenas across the nation. And so we're seeing things like last week, Cleveland Cavaliers forward Kevin Love committed to giving $100,000 through his nonprofit to help support the Cavaliers arena and staff. And soon after, we started seeing a number of other players follow his lead. We also saw Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, who brought up pay issues right as the season was suspended, say that the Mavericks would pay event staff during this hiatus. The Golden State Warriors taking it even a step further, with franchise owners, players, and coaches promising to contribute $1 million for Chase Center employees. And as you love to see, this became a trend, with more teams making more announcements to help arena staff, including the Atlanta Hawks, the Chicago Bulls, Brooklyn Nets, Philadelphia 76ers, LA Lakers, and Clippers. Also, Utah Jazz center Rudy Gobert, you remember him. He has also promised assistance of his own after apologizing for not taking the virus seriously. He reportedly tested positive for the virus after jokingly touching microphones at a press conference, reportedly acting careless around other players. And in an effort to make things right, he encouraged people to use his story as a lesson, also donating $200,000 to the Employee Relief Fund at Vivint Smart Home Arena. This on top of giving families affected by pandemic in Utah, Oklahoma City, and his home country France another $100,000 each. We've also started seeing a similar situation with Major League Baseball, also a few National Hockey League teams. And these donations have eased the worry for some employees, allowing them to find comfort in knowing that they will still have income during a stressful time. But it's also not just employees impacted by closures who are seeing support. You have others focusing on medical necessities, like Alibaba co-founder Jack Ma. Ma is reportedly donating 500,000 coronavirus testing kits and 1 million protective face masks to the United States, saying that from his own country's experience, speedy and accurate testing and adequate personal protective equipment for medical professionals are most effective in preventing the spread of the virus. And Ma has also offered similar supplies for areas like Japan, Korea, Italy, Iran, and Spain, as well as some others. And according to tweets from the Jack Ma Foundation, the first US shipment is already on its way. And in an effort to remind people that this outbreak can and will pass, many have been celebrating the progress being made in Wuhan, China, where the virus first broke out. In a video that's now gone viral, medical workers in Wuhan took their face masks off to reveal smiles as they celebrated the closing of the last temporary hospital, which, if you don't remember, last month, China quickly built more than a dozen temporary medical facilities, this including 2 in Wuhan that provided more than 2,000 more beds to accommodate the overflow of patients in the city. And as of Monday, China has reported nearly 81,000 cases, with more than 67,000 patients who have recovered and about 3,000 who have died. But notably, it appears because the country's quarantine measures, the number of daily cases has reduced drastically. And in fact, we're seeing reports that China has now begun easing local travel restrictions in an effort to get thousands of people back to work. And that is where I'm going to end today's show. And remember, if you like this video, hit that like button. If you're new here, you want more,
have enough test kits around, we're still limiting testing to people who have symptoms and who have traveled. So the answer is yes, you should self-isolate in case you do have this, and you should call the COVID helpline, and you should call your family doctor. Don't go to your family doctor's office, but call them and ask their advice.
Dr. Sinha, can this coronavirus stick to my jacket when I go outdoors?
Well, if you're not socially distancing yourself and your friend sneezes, for example, you know, that's why we talk about 2 meters, that's 6 feet apart, because again, things can stick to surfaces. Hard surfaces are what the coronavirus likes more, and remember, hours to days is how long it can last, so it could technically last on your jacket, especially if you haven't spent enough time apart.
And are you supposed to then, what, disinfect your jacket every time you come home?
Well, I mean, again, within reason, but again, you know, this is where we want to up our cleaning and making sure that if we do think that someone sneezed on our jacket or whatever, yeah, put it in the wash.
Okay, Dr. Gupta, I think we have one more question here, and it is, when will things get back to normal?
I wish I had the answer to that. All I can say is I don't think it's going to be days or weeks. I think it's going to be months. And I think whenever that normal comes, it'll be a new normal. I think we'll all probably be bearing some scars of this, and only time will tell.
Dr. Sinha, I hear that a lot, new normal. What's your take on this?
I absolutely agree. Right now, none of us have a crystal ball. We're just really hoping that if all Canadians can pitch in together, what your neighbors do and what you do, it counts, and we all have to stick in this together.
Dr. Sinha, Dr. Gupta, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, as we mentioned, we will be asking your COVID-19 questions every night going forward, so send us any that you have. You can message us directly on Instagram at CBC The National, or send us an email at thenational@cbc.ca.
We've been hearing a lot about the importance of social distancing. Well, 93-year-old Mel Brooks and his son Max explain why.
If I get the coronavirus, I'll probably be okay. But if I give it to him, he could give it to Carl Reiner, who could give it to Dick Van Dyke, and before I know it, I've wiped out a whole generation of comedic legends.
When we come back, what social distancing should look like in your life.
I'm JB Poisson, and tomorrow on CBC's daily news podcast Front Burner, a man with cerebral palsy explains how, for him, social distancing
Part of what's been fun about collaborating on The Mandalorian with Lucasfilm and Disney is that we have been able to see through a few technical innovations and a few firsts that I think are going to have a lot of impact on the way television and movies are made moving forward. In partnership with ILM and Epic, we have put together a system whereby which we can have game engine, real-time render, and video wall technology coming together to create a backdrop for the big, beautiful world of Star Wars.
The volume is 21 feet tall, it's 75 feet in diameter, run by 7 machines, pumping the visuals onto the screen that's been created in pre-production and can be on the screen within 24 hours of being finaled.
It's incredibly impressive when you first walk out there because it completely surrounds your peripheral vision. And you really quickly forget that you're indoors and you're not out on some planet's surface. It feels like a real three-dimensional environment surrounding you because it is a three-dimensional environment.
You can allow your key creatives to all make decisions together so that the shots are captured entirely in camera, which allows for a better performance.
And what was so exciting about this is by bringing those people together, things started to click. And we started to realize, well, let's not just do green screen and interactive light. If we're going to design the whole set and game engine ahead of time, maybe we could have some in-camera effects.
If you look at visual effects heavy films, you've got a film set and then it's going to go to post and it's going to get the world put in. Here we're considering all of that at the same time, and how do we create a background and foreground that live together on the volume harmoniously.
When we started to play with the idea of using Unreal Engine for virtual production, that's one of the things that Richard and John started to embrace, is that you've got this very dynamic world where you can have randomization of things and find the happy accident that gives you the perfect shot. Being able to see the actors point at things and see what they're looking at was pretty transformative. It gave everybody context, with the added benefit that if you want to move a mountain from there to there, you can do it instantly.
You could switch between the Iceland location to the desert location, all within the same day of shooting.
The ability to shoot a 10-hour dawn is extraordinary. To shoot any sequence where you say, oh, this world's not quite right, let's just move it a little bit. An extraordinary number of benefits and advantages for shooting in that environment. It's mind-blowing what that tool is.
Shots of character in a vehicle traveling through a complex environment. It's always very difficult to do believably on stage. LED screens are a wonderful solution to that problem, because what you're doing is you're taking this technique of image-based lighting that we've been using in computer graphics for years, and use it to light a subject.
And then we would do shoots where we would texture map real lit surfaces onto our game engine Geo, and so the camera could move anywhere. We would do interiors, like Werner Herzog's office. And then you started doing things like building sets into it, having half a spaceship with reflective surfaces. And so it became exciting because by the end of the season, it was like, let's start designing sets around what this could do well.
Just like the good old days.
It's really a game changer for filmmaking.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. This is going to be my video for The Mandalorian Season 2. There's a whole bunch of stuff they revealed recently. There's actually some good news, even though everyone's on quarantine right now. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the videos. we'll do a giveaway for Disney Plus memberships. All you have to do to enter is be a subscriber and leave your biggest theory about Mandalorian Season 2 on the video. So obviously this is mostly behind the scenes, them showing how they make the Mandalorian series, what's changed about that since the Season 1 episodes. The current quarantine, thankfully, will not affect the Mandalorian Season 2 release date. It's still coming out in October this year. The reason why we're getting it earlier is just because of the way they're structuring all the Disney Plus programming later this year with all the big Marvel shows that are coming. They finished filming the Mandalorian Season 2 finale before the big quarantine started, thankfully. There are a couple Marvel series that went on break. Falcon and Winter Soldier and WandaVision are still tuning up some of their final episodes, but they'll come back in a couple weeks, finish their episodes, and release later this year. It won't be that bad for them. The big things about The Mandalorian Season 2, they confirmed Baby Yoda is male. For everyone that was wondering, he is a little boy. I had a lot of people asking during Season 1 that were just confused. I think people just didn't watch Season 1 with subtitles because there were actually scenes during Episode 3 where Dr. Pershing refers to Baby Yoda as he, gendering him male. Please don't hurt him. If it wasn't for me, he'd already be dead. So hopefully that clears up some of that confusion. Giancarlo Esposito was also talking more about the darksaber lightsaber battles that he had during Season 2. He said he had crazy lightsaber battles. He didn't say who the lightsaber battles were with, but because they're looking for other Jedi to help Baby Yoda, presumably they'll find more rogue Jedi that survived the Purge. I already did a whole video for a special Comic-Con panel he did earlier this year for the Mandalorian Season 2 story, talking about everything, so I'll link that at the end of this. It's really cool. The new stuff that he talked about recently wasn't too different from the stuff that I talked about during that other video. They also released this preview of the Gamorrean Guard that's going to be featured during Season 2. I know a lot of people saw this and they're like, wait a minute, are they going back to Tatooine? Is this meant to imply that we're going to be seeing Jabba's palace in some way because he employs a lot of Gamorrean guards? That's not necessarily what this means. It just means that there will be Gamorreans showing up during Season 2. Remember, there were Jawas on multiple different planets, so just because they went back to Tatooine and then in a separate episode we saw a Jawa sandcrawler on a different planet with a bunch of Jawas, doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be retreading all this old original trilogy ground. There'll just be a lot of original trilogy Easter eggs and references. And if you remember, the series takes place after the events of Return of the Jedi, and Jabba was killed by Princess Leia during Return of the Jedi, so technically Jabba isn't even around, even though someone like Jabba's son or someone from his family may have taken over all of his assets. The really cool thing that they get into during this video about how they make The Mandalorian is the revolutionary stagecraft that they use, those special LED walls. It's sort of like filming an episode on a holodeck, or a really primitive holodeck, because they project the environment and it maps around the room in real time, synced with the actors' movements. Jon Favreau said that when they were filming episodes, what happened during Season 1 is because it was brand new technology, a lot of the time they would just try different things and figure out how they could use this new tech with each new episode. So by the time they got into the finale, they'd found much cleverer ways to use it to make episodes look even cooler, which they then poured into their Season 2 episodes. So a lot of Season 1 was them just figuring out how they were going to film episodes. As you see them filming, there are a couple different versions of Baby Yoda that they use in episodes depending on what kind of scene it is and what they need him to do. This is a scene of them filming Baby Yoda for Season 2, and as you can tell, this is the full-blown puppet version of the character. The way that Yoda during the original trilogy was just a really complex puppet operated by Frank Oz and a couple other people. The other versions of Baby Yoda that they've used in episodes are a combination of special effects and live puppetry, lesser versions of this version. Really good example of a full CG Baby Yoda is when he's using crazy force powers, like when he's force choking Cara Dune here. It's very noticeable that he's a totally different looking version than just a minute later in the next scene when the Mandalorian picks him up telling him to stop choking her and they go back to filming with the regular puppet. Right after they finished releasing The Mandalorian Season 1 Episode 8 finale last year, there was a report that the Baby Yoda puppet cost them around $5 million to make. The actors here, Jason Sudeikis from Saturday Night Live and Adam Pally that played the incompetent scout troopers, said that because they had to punch Baby Yoda in their scene, they were asked to chill out a little bit by Jon Favreau, who got really nervous after they punched Baby Yoda too hard for fear of breaking the puppet. The reason why they're saying Baby Yoda cost $5 million to make is just because of how complex the puppet is. It has to be able to hold up on screen at 4K and articulate as if it was a real creature. It's also one of a kind. It's not like they had a baby version of the original Yoda puppet to copy before they made Baby Yoda. So some of that $5 million that they're reporting is probably the cost of them figuring out what he was going to look like in development and alternate versions that they tried along the way. So hopefully they'll release some more behind-the-scenes featurettes and teasers for season 2. If they do, I will totally do a video for it, or if you have a special request. Obviously, things are going to be real.
If you're just tuning in, it was just Friday for us. I'm Roth Cornett. That's Dan Merle.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, you're Spencer Gilbert.
Yeah, I'm stashing drinks like there's no tomorrow.
I know, they just keep growing every single time. We call that beverage alley in my home.
Beverage alley.
Yeah, because I have a habit of I want options in life.
Oh.
So I'll have like 16 different beverages. You're doing it mockingly, but I think that's all of that tracks. That makes sense. Your beverage list. We're going to move on. We're going to talk about the best movies that maybe you have, maybe you haven't seen, because I don't know what you've seen. You guys are a pretty astute bunch, quite frankly. But these are some movies that we really enjoy that perhaps we don't always get the chance to talk about. So Dan Merle's going to kick us off with a controversial pick.
Sure, yeah. Some might call it controversial. I don't think it is. I think it is a film that lives in the shadow of a much greater original film, and that's Psycho 2. Most of the Psycho 3, Psycho 4, not great movies.
They made four Psychos?
Made 4 Psychos.
Don't you know?
What? Psycho 2 came out in 1983. It's about Norman Bates. He gets out of the institution that he's been in for 22, 23 years, and he comes home, and he's reformed. He's been healed. But I think what's interesting is that they actually do build on the legacy of the first movie. Vera Miles comes back. She's playing Janet Leigh's character, her sister, Lila. She's very against Norman Bates getting out and being released, and so she's arguing against the fact, like, no, he's still a killer. And what starts happening is that Norman starts getting phone calls and notes from his mother, who he's supposed to have been cured. And so most of the movie is about trying to figure out, is Norman going crazy again? Has he not been rehabilitated? Is his mother resurfacing, or is he being driven mad by Vera Miles' character in order to get him institutionalized again, because she doesn't think that he should be out because he killed her sister? And so much of the movie is about that mystery and what's actually happening. And then it ends with, I remember watching it, what I think is actually a really clever way to sort of advance the mythology of the series. If they'd stopped there, I think it would have been, if they'd stopped just at 2, it would be more well regarded than it is. But because they did Psycho 3 and they did Psycho 4, which is essentially a prequel, I think it sort of they all got written off because this movie's not anywhere close to as good as Psycho. Most movies aren't. I think this is a really worthy follow-up. It was written by the non-Spider-Man Tom Holland, who was a screenwriter. He wrote Fright Night. He wrote Child's Play. He had a few big heavy hitter scripts in the 80s. I actually think that it is not as good as Psycho, but I think it is a worthy follow-up to the first film. Plus, you get Dennis Franz as a really great skeezy motel manager, the guy who's been managing the Bates Motel since Norman's been institutionalized. I say give Psycho 2 a try because I think it's worth the ride. It's a neat little mystery.
So you just inadvertently named one of my favorite movies, and I think it's my favorite vampire movie of all time. That
is this your pick?
No, it's not. It's called Fright Night,
and
it's one of the better vampire movies of all time. But I'm just noting that you mentioned a great film that you guys should watch if you like vampires and horror movies. It's just the right exact balance of funny and sinister and scary and gory, and there's some great monster work in that. Let's talk about Fright Night, ladies and gentlemen. But you also thematically tied into a movie called Gaslight from 1944, which I have to go back and revisit it. This is a movie I watched several times as a kid, and know your memes, fact check me on this, but I'm pretty sure this is where the term gaslighting comes from, because it certainly thematically works. So basically, there's a woman named Paula, played by Ingrid Bergman. So she goes to Italy to become an opera singer. She falls in love with a charming man, played by Charles Boyer. They return to London, and she begins to notice strange things happening all around her. Pictures go missing, and one of the main things that happens is that the literal gaslight in the house will go up and down, right? So the lights will go up and down, and she just starts to feel like she's disconnecting from reality. She can't tell what's going on. Is it a haunting? spoiler alert.
If you know where the phrase
If you know what the phrase
Yeah.
comes from, you know what's happening. But this was like the first movie to introduce that. Well, I'm sure there were other movies that introduced the concept of like trying to make your wife seem like she's crazy, because that's a favorite pastime.
Especially in the Victorian times, there's nothing else.
Nothing else to do.
Drive my wife crazy.
But this is a movie in which someone is very pointedly and manipulating her to make her think that she's crazy in order to gain financial rewards from that. So I think it's an important movie to see, because if you're going to throw around the premise, gaslighting, I think we all know what that means, but like this is where it comes from. And it's also one of those movies, like they were talking about, a psychological thriller where the whole premise is like, what's actually happening and can I trust my reality, which has been played with a lot in movies since that time. So it's a classic. Check it out. Gaslight.
Check it out. Yeah. I will pick one. I'd like to talk first about this film from the 70s, a Robert Altman movie called California Split. This is, if you liked Uncut Gems, which is my favorite film of the year, this is very similar. It's two guys, Elliot Gould and somebody else. He's famous. Someone look it up for me. Elliot Gould is like a total, like, he lives the lifestyle of a degenerate gambler.
George Segal?
Yeah, George Segal and Elliot Gould. Gould is the
poster.
That's fine. He's a total degenerate gambler, and George kind of has, like, he's a travel agent. He runs the place. He's kind of got a life, but he loves gambling, and he's just enamored with this kind of lifestyle that this other guy lives, of chasing the next score. I don't know, what do you call gambling? They go from like these backlit poker rooms all around town. And bet on horses, and it's like a 2-hour long bender that you're on, which is why it's very Uncut Gemsy. Like and if you know Robert Altman's style, it's like very real, and there's a lot of over talking and natural dialogue and some real looking people in there and stuff like that. And it does something more interesting, I think, with the ending than I've ever seen in a movie like this, about someone's like descent into depravity, which is, and I'm spoiling it, so sort of cover your ears, but it's more a thematic spoiler. Which is that in the end, I'll wave my hands when it's done. In the end, they win. Like they're like, you see this disaster coming, and they're like leveraging their homes, and they're losing their wives and friends and stuff like that. But they actually hit the big score at the end. They absolutely walk away winners, and they're still empty. They're like, well, that was it. Like, I don't feel any different. It was all the chase and like the rush to get it. Like I lost all that and went through all that stress just for like some more money. Great. And like that's a more haunting way to end it than I think than, you know, how Uncut Gems ends, or a lot of other films would kind of moralize with you about that at the end.
All that for just a little bit of money.
Yeah.
At the tail of the Fargo. But you know what? That's so like of that era too, because if you think about The Graduate and the happy accident ending, where it's like, it's really been more about your desire to have a thing than, or it's been more about the desire to have desire.
Yeah.
You know what I think? Those
Yeah,
are what those movies are
it's
about.
not even about gambling. It can be whatever your demons are that you're chasing. Any addiction.
Any addiction or any fantasy, versus just being comfortable in your reality and your own life. Lessons. Dan?
Yeah. Mine is a movie from 1956.
Fantasy.
Mine's a movie from 1956 by Stanley Kubrick, early Kubrick, like pre-Spartacus Kubrick, called The Killing, which is like, if you ever wonder what it would be like if Stanley Kubrick directed a heist movie, or exactly, or if you like Ocean's 11, or you like The Sting, you like that kind of movie that's about like an intricate crime and the pieces, then this is the movie for you. It stars Sterling Hayden, who most people probably know either from Dr. Strangelove, which is another Stanley Kubrick movie. He's the General Jack D. Ripper who's obsessed with bodily fluids. Or from The Godfather, he plays the police chief, the corrupt police chief who smacks Michael in the mouth, breaks his nose.
Had it coming.
What's that?
Had it coming.
I don't know about that. We'll see.
I mean, over the course of the
I thought
movie.
you meant Michael Corleone had it coming.
Well, I think if we're really to unpack The Godfather, which we certainly can, both of them had it coming in very different ways
at that time,
over the
though,
course of the movie. No, not at that time, but eventually Michael had it coming.
Anyway, Sterling Hayden is this. He's this gangster, and he's putting together a crew to knock over this racetrack. And so it's literally about, like, I think the first maybe 30 minutes of it is the planning of the heist, and like the last hour of the movie is just the heist, and it's really well written and really well constructed, as you can imagine with the Stanley Kubrick movie. It's very well constructed, very intricately constructed. It's not quite as Kubrickian as movies would be later, as far as just like, you know, the vista and the grand, but it's very intricate. And it's about, literally, they do the smart thing where they tell you all the pieces, and they tell you how everything's supposed to go before they do the robbery. So when you get into the heist, you know what's supposed to happen, so that when things don't happen like they're supposed to, like, you're in some places you're ahead of the characters, or you know the stakes, or you know why it's so annoying that this cop won't let this guy, you know, won't leave or won't stop talking to this, because you know that he's got to do this thing by this time in order for this to work. And it's a really like just fascinating just heist movie, and then has one of the better final shots that I've seen. This is actually a movie that I didn't see till last year. I was a Kubrick fan, but I hadn't seen all his movies, and I saw this, and this one really blew me away. So if you like crime movies, if you like heist movies, if you like this sort of like, here's the plan and just waiting to see if this plan's going to come together or if it's not going to come together, The Killing, very good movie, very much recommend.
Sweet.
Awesome. I think the new game for this show, it should be Dan says a thing and then it makes me think of another movie, and then I shouldn't pick movies. I should only pick the one that
Just
you made me think of. Yeah, just draft. The Sting, but that's not what I'm going to talk about.
I hope people see The Sting.
If you've seen The Sting.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen The Sting, you should see The Sting, because it's great. Here's a director I've talked about a lot, so I hope I haven't talked about this one yet. But The Skin I Live In, which is Pedro Almodovar, who's one of my favorite directors, and he's a huge director, to be fair. So these aren't obscure. His movies are not obscure. They're fairly widely known. But this one I really, really love. I'm just going to read you the description. A brilliant plastic surgeon. He's working with frequent collaborator Antonio Banderas in this. Haunted by past tragedies, creates a type of synthetic skin that withstands any kind of damage. His guinea pig is a mysterious and volatile woman who holds the key to his obsession. So this is the interesting thing about the key about this movie, because I don't want to tell you too much about it because it's really, really good. Is that it's both Pygmalion-like, where he is the artist and the creator, and he's falling in love with this creation. He's also crafting this woman to be his perfect creation. But it's very, 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 very much a dark and twisted revenge story at the same time. He is completely robbing someone of their chosen humanity in order to enact revenge on them. And it is really incredible. Pedro Almodovar is able to delve into very, very dark waters and still somehow be relatable, empathetic, but funny. He makes some of the darkest material funny, and I don't know how he's able to do that, but it's why he's one of my favorite directors. I highly recommend The Skin I Live In if you have not seen it. Again, this one doesn't feel particularly obscure to me. I think it was a fairly big movie.
It's fairly obscure.
Well, great.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you ticked all the boxes.
Yeah. Is this my cue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Me just staring at you.
Yeah, so I will speak.
Hosting 101.
The look says it all. Arthur, not the Russell Brand one.
So weird.
Why? This is a delightful movie. 1981's Arthur is super funny and charming. And despite all odds, you know, we were talking about The Office yesterday. It's a Michael Scottish character in that he is, by all accounts, insufferable, but you can't help but love him because he really just has this childlike innocence about him. It is a coming of age story, except he's like in his 40s and he's just finally having to grow up. And I think it's like the plot-wise, it's kind of like a screwball 30s comedy of like this drunk rich boy is set to marry someone he doesn't love, and he falls in love with a waitress, but if he marries her, he'll lose his fortune. So he's got to make that decision and maybe sober up for the first time in his life. But it's Dudley Moore just being so cruel but funny and sweet at the same time. I don't know how he pulls it off. And a great, I think his name's Hudson or something like that. Whoever his butler is like an inversion of the trope of like the whatever you say, sir, butler, and he's like just roasting him the entire time.
Sir John Gielgud won an Oscar for that.
Okay, there you go. So
Arthur, he does as he
and it's got
it's a good
Christopher
movie.
Cross.
It's a Christopher Cross
it's a
song.
Christopher but it's
Cross
also
song.
Burt Bacharach did the score. So a 70s powerhouse. I don't know why that's a weird choice because it's a classic comedy.
No, it
Who
is.
doesn't like
It is great. It was like, I think with Arthur, it was because they did a few sequels.
Did they?
Right? Yeah. I'm going to look it up, but I'm pretty
They did
sure
Arthur 2 on the
Arthur
Rocks,
2
yeah.
on the Rocks. Yeah, and it was like it was one of
right.
those ones where the sequel was like, what? But Arthur itself was a charming story.
Yeah, this is a.
I mean, sad, dark.
This is a mature,
grim, alcoholic.
Yes.
It's Billy Madison for adults.
Yeah.
So enjoy.
I love the when he says, "I'm gonna have a bath," and the butler just goes, "I'll alert the media."
Yeah, so good.
Yeah.
He does as he pleases. Dan.
Yes. This is a documentary that I actually saw at Malton Fest last year, which I believe is coming back this year.
I hope so.
I think it is. I'm not sure. There was an announcement that I missed, but if it is coming back, you should go. They played it at Malton Fest, which is the festival put on by the Maltons.
Yeah.
And it's called Exporting Raymond. It's a really good documentary. It's about
that's great.
Phil Rosenthal.
Somebody feed Phil.
Yeah, he does a food show of his own. Was that this episode? No, that was yesterday. Yesterday? Doesn't matter.
Some kind of
he does a food show of his own. But yeah, Phil Rosenthal, who was a creator and executive producer on Everybody Loves Raymond, and it's about the way that oftentimes these deals happen when a show is successful is they will sell the format to other countries, and some of that also includes the scripts. And so he goes to Russia to help them launch their version of Everybody Loves Raymond, but especially when you're trying to adapt an American sitcom script to a Russian sitcom sensibility, it doesn't go smoothly. There's a lot of they're going over the script and a lot of the people from Russian television and stuff like, why would the white woman talk to his husband like this? I don't know. It's just very much about, because you're trying to bring an American sensibility to a culture in Russia where the humor is completely different, the dynamics between family members are completely different. It's not a one-to-one thing. So it's about Phil Rosenthal sort of like struggling to say oh, because it's funny, and then the Russians are like, not find this funny. It's such an interesting look. But then Phil Rosenthal also learns so much about culture and spends time with Russian families to learn how they interact and how they are part of each other's lives. And it's really ultimately a nice story about just this culture clash that happens through comedy, which is oftentimes the hardest thing to translate.
It's always the hardest thing.
And the show has been running for 25 years.
That's amazing.
Wow. It's called Voroniny.
Of course.
In Russia.
I think it's almost always the hardest thing.
Yeah.
Do you have friends who have come here from other countries? And I have a bunch of friends that have come here from other countries, and there's always a window of time where they're getting the cadence of humor, not only in English, but also just the American cadence of I don't know. This is never mind.
Okay.
No, it is. Humor is.
It's hard because so much of it's about the phrasing.
That's why studios don't make them as much, because they don't translate globally.
No.
What?
Comedies, but like a big alien army being shot at by a power man. that translates no matter where you are.
It does. I just was. Okay.
I'm just saying, I was making a point about comedy does not translate.
Right, action
hence
does.
Action does, and so that's why we don't get a lot of
Nor
many
does,
comedies anymore.
Drama, I mean, in some ways. But yeah, comedy I think is particularly tough because it is about that rhythm and the cadence. And I mean, I'm not going to tell you guys what comedy is about.
Let's dissect it.
But let's dive in.
Yeah.
What's your movie, man?
I didn't know we had to pick 3. So
I can give you one. I have 7 written down because I can't commit.
Oh, wow. Well, here's one that I know I made a case for in one of our Oscar videos for why it should be a Best Actor, but I think that this movie just kicks ass, man. Brawl in Cell Block 99, man, Vince Vaughn. You don't realize that he's like a terrifying physical presence until this film. He's like enormous, and he shaved his head, and it's real scary to look at him because he's like 6'5", and he got real buff. And
D'Onofrio.
Yeah, he D'Onofrio'd himself, and he finds out his wife done him no good, and he opens the movie by beating a car apart with his bare hands, like just his fists, just like a Street Fighter 2 bonus round. He just rips this entire car apart. And you're like, okay, Vince Vaughn, don't want to run into you at any point. And it's just him. It is very video game like. It's him being betrayed and sent to progressively worse and worse prisons that he brawls his way through, like a Final Fight game. Like you expect him to pick up an entire turkey dinner and regenerate his health. But it is a great grind.
Like a classic Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, it's like a video game trope where it's like
there'll be a turkey leg on the ground, and you pick it up and your health regenerates.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Ninja Turtles, it's pizza.
Yeah, like a power up.
Okay.
But it's definitely a grindhouse kind of pulpy throwback movie by Craig Zoller, the Bone Tomahawk guy.
Oh.
And it's grisly. It's intense, and I'll never look at Vinny the same way.
Wow, it's interesting how the minute you said Bone Tomahawk, I was like, oh, now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because damn.
Yes, it's same reaction to this one. If that's your thing, it's a good late night Saturday movie to check out.
We should do a whole series of "cause damn" movies, like Inside.
Yeah,
we're like, cause damn. But instead, have you guys seen War of the Roses?
Yes.
Which directed by Danny DeVito, the divorce movie with Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner. It's a great movie, but that's not the one I'm going to talk about today. I rewatched it recently. It's great. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane? And if I've talked about this one, I don't know. Have we talked about this one before? Did you guys see Feud?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, Feud by Ryan Murphy, which is the television series, takes place during the time that they're making Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, and it's basically about the feud between Joan Crawford and Bette Davis. So both of their careers were floundering a bit. They were older actresses struggling, and so they decided to make this horror movie. And it is a horror movie called Whatever Happened to Baby Jane that is... It is such a brilliant film, not only because of the performances, not only because it's playing with who they were as actresses and what happened to their careers, but there's legitimate twists and turns in this movie. Now, I know what they are because I've seen it, and maybe in retrospect, I don't know if you would think, that you would see that coming today. I'm not sure. But particularly at the time, they set it up about this in terms of this relationship. Two sisters. One had been a child star. One is in a wheelchair. They have a massive sibling rivalry, and it's about that rivalry, about the toxicity that happened between them, kind of the toxicity sometimes that happens between women when competition comes into play in an unhealthy manner. I'm not saying that that's a general thing that can happen, but particularly at the time in Hollywood, that was very real for actresses, and it was certainly real for them. They were fighting about the Oscar after this movie. And it's also just about holding on to your youth, like Uncle Rico style, not being able to let go of the past and a bright, shiny moment in life and all of the damage that can do. But there is a twist in the movie that I think is really, really brilliant and totally turns how you've seen these characters on its head. So it is so well acted. You had to think, in the moment when they were doing this, you had to think they are out of their minds. They're so over the top.
Bette Davis particularly.
Bette Davis in particular, because she's so over the top that you would have to think in the moment it looks like she's gone crazy, and this is going to be terrible, but it's freaking genius because that's how good Bette Davis was as an actress, and Joan Crawford is her perfect foil and straight man. It is such a good movie. You have to see. I don't think it's obscure at all, but if you haven't seen Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, go watch it, and then go watch Feud because it's so much fun.
Feud is such a great companion piece because
really
it does,
is.
when you talk about the competition between them,
Yeah.
it goes into not just the fact that there was a competition, but the fact that because they were older actresses, they were in a system that essentially put them in competition with each other, because studio heads and the media, the only thing they were invested in was, we have to push this narrative that they hate each other.
Yeah.
And so they manipulated the situation
to make them hate each other. Yeah.
Which in and of itself has these weird tie-ins to the movie.
Yeah.
And it was also the first time I've ever watched a show on cable television that wasn't HBO where I heard the C word.
Yeah, and then also,
It shook me.
I
was shocked. The Tooch.
The Tooch.
The Tooch said it. Stanley Tucci.
He sure does. He sure does.
Man.
The other thing about it too is like,
no.
Okay,
he was,
then that's bad.
He was he Louis B. Mayer?
yeah, he was,
Yeah.
and he was so ruthless
Slimy. Yeah.
and slimy, and just the studio system so dark.
Yeah.
Betty Davis, you get this image of her that you would, because she seems so confident and self-assured and everything. Like, All About Eve is one of my favorite movies of all time, and I just always picture Betty Davis as like unflappable. But it shows like that system was brutal to her, because as talented as she was, that wasn't always the question that studios had in mind. And of course, she's a woman. She was insecure about that, like her sexuality. Meanwhile, Joan Crawford was this icon of sexuality and beautiful. Like, it's just so layered, the movie, but also Feud is a really fun companion piece to the movie. So I highly recommend both on multiple levels. Did we do it?
Yeah,
we did all the things.
We did it. Boom, boom, boom.
Those were three. That was our Friday. There's Ryan. We did it. Yeah, we did Friday.
Do we want to do?
Did you want to do a fan question?
I don't care.
We can do a fan question.
Yeah, we'll do one. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
I like Sunny
this
Bunch.
is Sunny Bunch.
That's
This
a
is
good one.
actually
Yeah.
hard. Sunny Bunch asks, being a South African, I've always dreamed of going to the USA, experiencing the culture, the food, the people, etc. While I save up for the expensive trip, which movies would you say are most representative of what the USA is really like?
I saw what you wrote, Dan, and that was what I was thinking. Idiocracy?
Yeah, I wrote down Idiocracy.
Hilarious. I'll underline it 3 times.
Yep.
Look, that's not fair to the U.S., just as it wouldn't be fair to be like, South Africa, District 9 and Blood Diamond.
Right, yeah.
Their movies aren't super real. That's more documentaries territory, or like maybe something like Boyhood or something, of like the kind of numb repetitiveness of a lot of the U.S. I don't think it's captured on film. Like mini malls and you're just kind of driving through the suburbs and just kind of samey chain stores and stuff like that. That's a big part of America. That said, there's also movies that are maybe particular to like the Southwest or the Pacific Northwest. What's that Ryan Gosling kind of bank robbery one? That one was very
There's a Gosling I don't know about.
Oh, the place beyond the pines.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know that
I
Gosling.
think you'd have to break it down by region for movies.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the U.S. is so different because you're naming things that, like, I think even the three of us sitting at this table, you grew up in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I grew up in New York City, and Dan grew up in Arkansas. And so for me, our experiences would have been very, very different growing up, and the movies that would have reflected what America was if we were just to locate it to our experience. Because also, we probably all traveled in America, and my family was from the South, so I went to the South quite a bit, which was very different where I was growing up. But I will say this, of my childhood, of my upbringing, of my early teen, preteen / high school years, the movie that captured what that literally really was like is Kids. I know. I knew you were, but I'm serious. It's truly very close to what it was like when the kinds of environments and hijinks that we got up to. Like, so many of the things that happened in that movie, I remember happening in my life, where like the parent, not my parent, but a parent would, I should have just stopped.
Just watch Kids, I guess. Is what you're recommending.
But it really was a lot.
That does tell you a slice of
like
90s
that.
New York, what it was like to be a teenager.
Early 2000s.
It's early 2000s. But that movie it's a 90s movie, right?
Yeah, it just is weird. It just remained.
Okay,
it just remained relevant.
I think we're deflecting how accurate Idiocracy is. I don't think any of us want to admit how accurate Idiocracy is to what America is like.
Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
It's like the network of comedies. It predicted the culture
feels this
10
way.
years before the culture became what the movie is. And I'm not discounting myself or anyone amongst me from it. It's like we're
doing our part
as a
for dystopia,
as a collective, we can be really stupid.
Yeah.
All of us can be really dumb.
For sure.
And
Certainly.
what is Twitter but Idiocracy in action all day, every day?
What is it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
it is American culture at its. That's our potential. It's Twitter.
We're like it's like a Coen Brothers movie, but it's like Burn After Reading, like where everyone's kind of a doofus.
Yes,
I think that's America.
I mean, Caleb, my partner, feels that way too about Idiocracy, and he has for a number of years. I don't think that that's located to the United States. I think humanity is notably stupid. We are irrational. We call ourselves the rational animal, and we could not be more irrational.
Sure.
We act against our own best interests. There's entire schools of economics called psychological economics that now exist to study economic patterns and to manipulate the fact that we are mostly acting against our best interests in many cases. Like, we're just a really, 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 really wacky dumb bunch of creatures, but not just here in the United States, like everywhere.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, like, I think we are egalitarianly stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that a phrase?
I think it's like intelligence has to be so rare, but everybody thinks they're really smart.
Yeah.
Which is the tricky part, because if everyone thinks they're above average, it can't be. Half the people have to be below average, but nobody thinks of themselves that way.
I guess, but I mean, I think there are notably different kinds of intelligence.
And they're indifferent. Yes, sure.
And there's Idiocracy is your choice.
I would also recommend the Simpsons movie.
Okay.
Sure, The
As
Simpsons
capturing
is
the
a little
United
more
States.
hard about
There's a
America.
little more heart to it, but it's also very much about culture and weird things.
Yeah, like King of the Hill tells you everything.
Yeah.
It really just Mike Judge's work. Silicon Valley will tell you about the Bay Area. Beavis and Butthead will tell you about the suburbs.
Suburban kids in the 90s, yeah.
Office Space will tell you about...
Not in New York.
You might want the Californians to talk about road culture in Los Angeles.
Sure. We do
It's
talk a lot.
real.
We do talk a lot about routes to work.
Yeah. And La Cienega and Franklin.
Sure.
Which is literally what I take.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, like Quentin Tarantino really gives an amazing portrait of what Los Angeles looks and feels like, but the people aren't that cool.
Yeah.
the stuff happening is not that cool in LA.
Well, that's the thing,
But
it's like
it feels like
generally-
where you're in LA when you're watching a Quentin Tarantino movie.
People aren't that cool in
Sure.
general.
Yeah.
Do you have a kind of like adolescent movie that you feel like captures the essence of that moment in time for you? Was it Kids?
It wasn't so much that this captured my exact experience,
Yes,
but it
that's
is the
so
movie
weird.
that I think of when I think of being a teenager, and that's Varsity Blues.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Because that's just the movie that we all went to see. We had the soundtrack. We played the soundtrack. It came out when I was 16, like right as I turned 16. So I equate that film with like independence and that sort of limitless potential of the world. If as long as I'm home by 10 o'clock, I can do anything I want to do.
You had a curfew?
Yeah.
You had a curfew?
Yeah.
Nah.
I'm sorry. I didn't,
Most people have
I didn't
a
grow up in
curfew.
kids' world. I had a curfew. Yeah, so that's the movie that I associate the most with being a teenager, just because it was the timing of that. It all came together in such a place.
My curfew was don't wake me up when you're on. Come in.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It
Ross'
wasn't.
parents never ask where she is.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
It wasn't. It was terrible. Look how I turned out. I'm desperate for love. I put myself on the internet. It's sad. Good to see you guys today. We want to thank you for joining us and giving us those
That's what happens when we film 5 of these in a day.
Yeah.
It gets too real. What happens when we get tired and start being real?
One more. 2 more.
One more.
3 more for me.
3 more for Dan, 2 more for me, 1 more for Rob.
See you.
Woo! Bye-bye.
Make it end. Okay, so we've known each other for 15 years.
Wow.
We've been together for 8 of those years. So like, it's just like I feel like it's a very evolving dynamic that happens of a deepening of a friendship, but that's a thing that you can easily take for granted. We should move on.
Next fan question. Best movie fart.
Freddie Happerly says, what is your favorite cooking show and what would your signature dish be if you were a contestant? I think we know it's baking
The
show.
Great British Baking
Yeah.
Show. No contest.
Huh.
Not even close.
Okay.
For me. Love it. Can't get enough of that Great British Baking Show.
What would you
/
bake?
Bake Off. Bake?
Well told.
I don't know. Because, sometimes, I guess it would be, what would my signature be?
Yeah, your signature dish.
And I don't know how to bake that much, or I haven't tried baking that much. So I imagine it would probably be something like a pie, some kind of a pie. I'm going to say, since it would be the Great British Bake Off, and I would be a Yank, then I would say an apple pie, because that seems
Nice.
appropriate for the if I were an American on that show.
All
Yeah,
right.
let's say apple pie. Never made it, but I'd learn how to make it. Lots of cinnamon.
Mine would be
Sounds good.
The original, the Japanese Iron Chef series. Is
Oh.
so good.
Go.
Yes.
I'm getting hungry again. Why do we keep talking about food?
I mean, it's so incredible. Obviously, like, the overdubbing is fantastic and makes for a lot of funny moments where they're having to overdub like noises and stuff like that, where the voice actress will have to be like, golden brown. There's a lot of comedy, intentional and unintentional. The show, just the idea that they turn the chefs into these, wrestling superstars with these amazing elaborate entrances and just build them up to be they're great chefs, and they actually live up to it. Like, they are all incredible chefs, but
I'm just thinking about food. Sorry.
the mythos that they build around Iron Chef Chen Kenichi, he's like the god of spice. And they'll bring these people in, and it'll be like Chairman Kaga will be like, yes, I know this region is known for its umeboshi plums, and this family has been making it for the storybook intros of every little repeated thing about that show's format is incredible and unique, and I love it and I miss it.
So instead of a signature dish,
if
they were to pull the blanket or whatever off of the ingredient, what would you want on that table for you?
What can I actually work with the best?
Have you seen Iron Chef, Rob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like cuisine. Probably an avocado, California boy. I could probably do a lot. I could make a guac. I could put it next to other things. It's good on its own.
Toast.
There's very little that an avocado won't work with.
Yeah.
I'm sure we could find the thing, like grapes. Nope, works. I just made it work. There's no cooking show that I don't like. I think I was just trying to think. I love Chef's Table. It's so beautiful. I would not have the ability at all to approach a signature dish on that show. There's a show that's about. There's another Netflix one, Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat.
Oh, that was great.
That's really
That's
great.
That's kind of instructional too.
It's kind of instructional, and it also, because it'll show you how to this is how you make focaccia bread, and then you're like, I'm so hungry.
It looks so good.
It looks so delicious, and everything on it looks really delicious. And she's so passionate about the food, which brings me to I think what is my favorite, which is Parts Unknown, because I just loved him, and I think he just did, he was so passionate, not just about food, but about what food tells us about culture and about each other and finding connectivity. And it was everything that I love about food. Plus, it looked so good.
It looked good, it looked fun. He seemed like a good person to hang with.
Yeah, it just seemed like it would be such an adventure. And he likes all kinds of food, I don't even mean in terms of breadth of types of food, but he likes street food. He likes street food a lot. Yeah. But he also likes high-end food. Anyway, that's probably.
I know we got to get going, but quick, just addendum. Least favorite cooking show / person, Bobby Flay. You dick. You jumped on the counters at Kitchen Stadium and defiled it. You should be ashamed of yourself. And also, throw down with Bobby Flay. What kind of effed up premise is that for a show where it's like these
mean.
people thought that they were getting their own hometown restaurant highlighted, and here comes Bobby Flay sauntering in there like, I'm challenging you to a cook-off. I have an unlimited budget, and you just have to make the same dumb slop you always been making, and I'm gonna blow the pants off you and humiliate you, Bobby Flay.
Yeah.
Why does Guy Fieri get so much bad press and Bobby Flay does not?
Could not be more.
Did you ever watch
opposite
Throw
people.
Down?
No.
It's mean.
It sounds really mean.
It is. No, it actually really is mean.
Guy Fieri's like, I'm going to come to your town and give you free advertising and make sure that you don't go bankrupt.
Yes.
Oh, look how good your food is.
Yeah, I think it's the hair. And the hair's not his fault. I think like they had... No. I think literally, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that what happened was he did that, like it was done to him for a show, and then that became his look, and he just couldn't get away from it.
I think it was like, maybe, I don't know about the hair. I think he said that like when he was doing early, like Next Great Cook stuff or whatever the show was that made him like that they would dress him in bowling shirts, and that just became his thing. So like kept wearing bowling shirts.
I like him, and if you go watch Throwdown, it's exactly what Spencer said. It's basically like there's some small town restaurant where they have a signature dish, ribs, whatever it is, and he'll come in and be like, let's see if you can beat me, and it's like, why not just enjoy their food and talk about how delightful
he's
it is.
I looked at their ribs and they use like brown sugar and ketchup on there, so I'm gonna bring in foie gras, truffles, and gold flake.
Yeah.
It'd be like Kevin Durant showing up to a high school basketball team. Like, let's see if you can take on me.
Yeah,
like, no, nobody wants to see that.
Totally. It was like a really mean, and like I said, okay, you know what? We found a cooking show I don't like.
There you go.
Wow.
It was sort of, I did watch it for a while.
I was always happy when he lost.
Yeah. I was so happy when he lost, which sometimes he did. The Hunt. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, pardon. I was just going to say last thing. British kitchen nightmares, not American. British kitchen nightmares will always be a favorite of mine because A, it's uncensored. B, Gordon Ramsay's not playing like he doesn't have to play the same kind of character. I mean, he's still over the top. He doesn't have to play the same character, and everyone's like, people are allowed to be nice on that show, and like people that are incompetent, you believe are incompetent. It's just fun to be like, oh, you served this. It's raw. You could have killed somebody. Like you still get that, but you also get him being like, let me talk to you over here. Come here. You know, he just like huddles with them in a corner. He's like, what's going on? You know, like the stuff that they don't let him do really here.
Yeah.
British kitchen nightmares. If you can find it, it's good.
I will say Hell's Kitchen was kind of my gateway drug for cooking shows.
Yeah.
I think it was one of my early...
That one episode or two-parters, I think, with the Scottsdale...
Oh, Amy's Baking Company?
Yes.
Yeah, that's something else.
Some of the better episodes of television ever made.
It really is.
I'm really hungry now, you guys.
Yeah.
I know. That's what my lighthearted things are. They're cooking shows, like Great British Baking Show is something that I go to for if I just want to feel better about humanity. They're so polite and delightful to each other. They're so supportive of each other, even though it's a competition. They're just feeding each other. The food doesn't look that tasty to me on that show. Sometimes it does.
Which one?
Baking Show. I'm just not a sweets person.
Yeah, sure.
See, I am.
I'm a
So
sweets
I want to eat
person.
everything they make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dreams of sushi. These are the things that actually do cheer me up. Oh, The Voice. Don't judge me.
You and the rest of America.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good company.
Okay, The Hunt opens this weekend.
Oh, he's doing a
Would you
voice thing.
choose? Okay, Spencer.
I think he'll know.
I hit the button.
Singing.
Yeah.
He turned for us. 4chan turn. The Hunt opens. I just like to see people do their thing and be recognized for it. The Hunt, and they're not mean on that show, which they actually...
Kick to the junket. We have 7 more to film.
They just really quickly.
It's my fault. I interrupted this.
Do you know why they got the tone of The Voice, which is really nice in comparison to American Idol?
Because they couldn't be another American Idol show.
Baking show.
Oh, yeah.
They recognize that people would be open to the idea of people just being nice to each other, and I like that because the world's a mean place sometimes, and then it's a nice place, and that's nice. The Hunt, and then there's hunting people, which inevitably I got to admit I do like a good people hunting storyline. There's been a number of movies that are about people hunting. There's one that's opening this weekend.
There's one about deer hunting.
aptly called. Oh, that's such. Oh.
Oh, no.
We should talk about
I'm sorry. No. Oh, God. What have I done?
Yeah. Coming up, we're going to talk about The Deer Hunter. The Hunt opens this weekend, and Eric Goldman sat down with the film's stars and filmmakers, including Jason Blum and Damon Lindelof, to talk about the film's topical issues. Wait, what? What topical issues?
They're deplorables, Roth.
Okay. How it got shelved for a few months thanks to their controversy. You can check that out right now, which I also will, because what's topical about people hunting?
Well, it was tied up in politics and whatnot. Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
there you go.
Tune in.
Enjoy.
Well, this ain't Arkansas, so everyone is lying.
So, obviously, Damon, there is no escaping the political divide these days and conspiracy theories. But how did you and Nick sort of come to decide that taking this satire and putting the most dangerous game sort of concept around it, how did you come to sort of blend those things together?
I think that the incredible thing about conspiracy theories is that the ones that stick, the ones that are really good, are actually well-told stories. There has to be this sort of like sliver of truth in order for you to go, I believe that.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved how original it was. I loved how kind of, it was a page turner. It's thrilling. It's exciting. I had no idea what was going to happen next. I really, for us, it kind of checked every box of what we look for at Blumhouse.
I think it's such a cool device, the way that this movie starts. You don't know who to follow, who to trust, who is going to be the hero.
Did you see that article? Every year, these liberal elites kidnap a bunch of normal folks like us and hunt us for sport.
Was it sort of a strange, almost surreal that then the movie, about a certain thing then becomes politicized by people that hadn't seen it? Was that sort of like, almost, I say the word perfect knowing you didn't want it shelved, of course, but just strange to look back on?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, we've been joking that people might not believe that we didn't rewrite the movie based on what happened, but we did not at all. In fact, it's exactly the same, frame for frame from what the original movie is. But it's sort of weirdly predicts what actually occurred in culturally in reaction to it. So
yeah, the film is like about people making assumptions about something they don't know anything about, and a bunch of people who hadn't seen the film started making assumptions about what the film was about. So the irony was thick.
As it was happening, we weren't like, how delightfully meta this is. This is this is a reflection of the film itself. Yeah. It was a very surreal experience to be in, but I do think that we found ourselves saying lines that characters in the movie are saying. The movie is ultimately, no spoilers, but it's ultimately about being misunderstood. And so we suddenly found ourselves as the filmmakers and storytellers behind the movie of feeling like, no, this movie is being misunderstood. Just see it. It's okay if you don't like the movie. But the movie that you are talking about right now is not the movie that we made.
What kind of sick people would even think of something like that? White people. We're the worst.
I hate to ask people usually, like, what is the meaning of this movie? But, given people are going in with, some have preconceived notions, what do you want people to sort of take away from The Hunt?
I think it shines a light that the political discourse in this country has just turned into screaming at each other. And the movie is about screaming less and listening more.
But most importantly, very fun.
And it's very fun.
It's like super funny. It's scary as hell. It's got amazing performances. Betty Gilpin is incredible in it. And I would be remiss if people were like, oh, I don't know, I just want to go to the movies to have fun. This is that movie. Like, it makes you think a little bit, but like, this is that movie where you go and you eat popcorn, have a Coke, and you're just like, that was awesome.
It's just business. Hunting human beings for sport.
They're not human beings.
And then they're giving me the wrap-up sign, but Betty, I have to ask you about that fight scene, because it was amazing. What was it like, kind of being thrown into the middle of that with Hillary?
It was wild. I trained for about 6 months leading up to the movie to be able to not only look like I could maybe kill someone, but also to do, 12-hour stunt days. And we shot that fight for 6 days straight, and it was the most fun time at work I've ever had.
from the Fat Man Beyond. I'm Kevin Smith.
I'm Mark Bernardi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fucking petri dish that is the Scum and Villainy Cantina, man, which is on Hollywood Boulevard.
And I want to go back in for my dad, but I'm worried for myself and my son.
Kelly Shillard is staying in as a precaution after tending to her 81-year-old father last week, who lives at the Lynn Valley Care Center.
I was one of the family members who was in there helping to make sure that people who were in the home got fed.
A dozen healthcare workers there have tested positive. Now, a total of 4 residents have died.
My dad is okay so far. He's really anxious, and he doesn't want to take his pills anymore. And he said that he's done. And I think part of it is just the fact that he's stuck in his room now for over a week.
A tough situation for a guy who loves dancing and being outside. But at least for now, the rules allow Shillard's sister to be with him.
Everything is happening here so quickly.
We spoke to the sister from outside the care home, which she says is short-staffed but doing their best.
These people that are coming into work, and some of them are working 16 to 18 hours a day, they are resilient and amazing.
Because of the outbreak, residents are kept in their rooms, and starting today, visitors are only allowed into long-term care homes in BC if it's end-of-life care or under strict rules.
How important it is for us to come together as a community, to connect on a daily basis at least with the people in our community who are in isolation and who aren't able to have visitors.
And those are the people Shillard worries about the most.
And I'm worried about people dying alone. That's what I'm worried about. I'm so grateful that my sister is there with my dad. But there are a lot of people that have nobody in there. And that's what I'm the most worried about. I'm sorry.
Tina Lovegreen, CBC News, North Vancouver, BC.
Today, Codogna, Italy, population 16,000, looks like a ghost town. The residents ordered to stay in their homes. Apparently, this is where the Italian coronavirus outbreak began on February 18th, when a 38-year-old athletic male with breathing problems was repeatedly turned away from his doctor's office and the local hospital without being tested. He unknowingly spread COVID-19 to dozens of people over several days. Dr. Lorenzo Cassani is a hospital administrator in the area.
Because we know that patient 1 went in and out at least 3 or 4 times from the emergency room, so he spread the virus to other patients and also to the healthcare workers.
In Italy, the virus spread quickly from the smaller towns in the north to the big city of Milan. Then it exploded. Dr. Giacomo Grasselli leads a COVID-19 task force there.
We were watching, images, movies or TV from China. We saw them building up 2 hospitals in a week. And I said, well, this is crazy. Now I completely understand why they did that. It's like a bomb of patients that blows, and then they just come out every day from some 60, 50, 60, 70 new patients, and it's a challenge of how to find a place for each one of them. So it's incredible what's happening. I mean, it's a very bad experience, very bad experience.
Now all the hospitals in northern Italy are stretched to the breaking point. The healthcare workers totally exhausted, themselves terrified of contracting the virus and passing it on to their own families. Ventilators are the only thing that will keep the sickest patients alive, and there may not be enough to go around. Doctors have to decide who lives and who dies. The elderly and those with complicating medical conditions might be sacrificed.
So if you have to choose between a 75 years old person and a 20 years old person, who you're gonna decide. Obviously the person with the higher expectation of life. There will be a moment that an anesthesiologist will have to take off the respirator from the 75 years old guy and give it to the 20 years old. And this will be an horrible choice.
Now, effectively, that means that some people are being left to die because it's not possible to treat everybody.
Professor Yasha Monk of Johns Hopkins University has studied the ethical dilemmas of what used to be considered battlefield medicine.
I can only imagine how psychologically devastating it must be for the doctors and nurses involved. They're already at great danger to themselves, working around the clock in an extreme situation, seeing many people die. And now you add on top of that the psychological stress of having to look at a patient and say, I'm not going to be able to do anything for you. It's hard to fathom.
Yes, it becomes overwhelming for sure. But I have to say that doctors and nurses are doing, I would say, a heroic job. They are saving really thousands of lives and working night and day to grant everyone the best possible care.
There is a debate about why Italy was the first major Western country to be hit, especially since it was among the first to ban flights from China. Some people point to the average age of the population, the oldest in Europe. Some point to the bad air pollution in northern industrial areas that has caused widespread lung disease.
In the northern region, we have the most polluted air in Europe, and this is linked with viral infection, pneumonia infections. Also, we do not have emergency plans for pandemics. We have it for the natural disasters. And also we were the first, so we were totally unprepared.
I think the question of why Italy is the most important question, and it has a simple answer. No reason at all. The only thing that makes Italy different is that the first couple of cases arrived in Italy about 10 days before they arrived in Germany or the United States or Canada. So if other countries aren't going to react in an extreme way right now, they're going to become it.
There have already been over 1,800 COVID-19 deaths in Italy. It has the highest mortality rate of any country, even that of China. Many suggest it is because there is still a vast number of actual infections that have not been diagnosed. Canadians are cautioned not to be reassured by the much lower number of deaths so far in Canada.
My message to Canadians is that many countries around the world have thought something about them makes them less susceptible to this virus than others, and that has proven wrong in every case. Canadians are not miraculously exempt from dying from this disease, and they're not miraculously exempt from seeing it spread in an exponential fashion.
The problem arises when this starts in a small communities with a lot of people. When every people gets infected, it's like it's called super spread. It becomes more and more powerful, and then it explodes. So if you are able to identify the first cases and to contain them, then you might be safe, or at least safer. But I would not wait until you have 10, 20, 30, 50 deaths. That's not the way to do it.
The good news is that we know what can work. Canadians can look to South Korea, they can look to Singapore, they can look to China to understand what they have to do in order to avoid mass fatalities. And that is canceling everything now. Social distancing, staying at home, bosses telling their employees to work from home if it's at all possible, schools closing. That is what is needed now in order to save lives.
This week, a team of Chinese infectious disease experts arrived in Rome to help fight the Italian outbreak. They brought almost 2 million surgical masks and hundreds of ventilators and defibrillators for intensive care units. Having been the origin of the worldwide pandemic, China is now in a position to help confront it. As each day brings hundreds of new deaths in Italy, all Western countries study the Italian example of what could be in store for all of us in the weeks ahead. Terence McKenna, CBC News, Toronto.
A rare sight on the French-German border. German police manning checkpoints. From now on, cross-border traffic will be at a near standstill. The borders to Denmark, Switzerland, Austria and Luxembourg will also be almost completely shut.
Für Reisende ohne triftigen Reisegrund gilt, dass
people without significant reason to travel will not be allowed to cross the border in either direction. And I urge citizens to cancel all non-essential travel across the border.
in diesen Bereichen unbedingt zu unterlassen.
Commuters will not be affected by the shutdown, and goods will still be able to cross the border unhindered. Anyone displaying symptoms of coronavirus infection will be handed over to the health authorities. There's no set time frame for these travel restrictions, and the government says it might extend them to borders with other neighbouring countries.
It's important that as few people as possible are infected, so we have to try to slow the rate of infection. There are really problematic areas in France, which is why we took this decision in order to slow the spread of the virus.
For now, the restrictions only apply on the ground. Air travel is not affected. German Chancellor Angela Merkel is meeting with her cabinet later to decide if the skies are to remain open.
Staying on the ground, and for more, let's bring in DW correspondent Bernd Riegert. He is standing by right on the French-German border between the French town of Forbach and the German city Saarbrücken. And Bernd, you are on the German side. Now, those new checks, they've just taken effect. Is traffic still rolling?
Well, you have to wait at least 30 minutes until you can enter from France to Germany. You have to get to this checkpoint, which you can see behind me here. The police is stopping every car now, checking if there are Germans in the car or other nationals. Germans can go on the right lane. They can enter Germany, of course. Others have to go to another checkpoint close to me here, where 20 policemen are asking people, what are you doing in Germany? What's the purpose of your visit? And only if you are a commuter, if you have your workplace in Germany, then you are allowed to enter. All others will have to turn around and go back to France. And also trucks can enter. Delivery of goods is not hampered by this effort today. So the border is not completely closed, but it's difficult to get into Germany right now.
Now, of course, we're used very much to open borders by now. How well prepared are police doing those checks?
Well, police is present here since midnight already. As I said, there are 20 people here on the ground. Of course, it's difficult to mend this post. It's not only this one. There are many checkpoints along the French-German border. And a police officer told me it's very difficult to get all the personnel in place. And they don't know how long they have to undertake this effort, for days, weeks, or even months. Nobody knows so far. And there are no facilities, because this is a makeshift border crossing. This Autobahn has no border crossing installed, because the border was open for 25 years.
Now, it's all about curbing the spread of the coronavirus. What safety measures are taken in place?
Well, the police is working without any protective gear. Only if there's a suspicious case, if they see somebody sneezing, coughing in their cars, then they would protect themselves. They just keep a kind of distance. They don't touch people. But the police told me this is what all German citizens should do, and there's no need to have a mask. The fear that they might contract coronavirus here on the border is not very high among the police personnel.
All right, Bernd Riegert there reporting from the French-German border for us. Thank you so much. So that's the situation on the French-German border right now. For more on the political situation here in Germany, let's bring in our chief political editor, Michaela Küfner. Michaela, the response to this outbreak is snowballing here in Germany. We've seen sudden increases in restrictions in the capital, Berlin. Is the rest of Germany following suit with closures of bars, schools, other institutions and so forth?
Well, I wouldn't say that Berlin really is at the forefront of these closures. We are expecting today to hear from Bavaria, the state that directly borders Austria, where people are told to stay indoors already, and that a state of emergency might be declared there. This against the backdrop that communal elections only took place on Sunday. So we are seeing very regional reactions, tough reactions as well, and we are yet to see a full nationwide lockdown, which also would be more in the sense of advice giving from Berlin, because after all this is a federal state, but we have seen very tough action, as we heard from Bernd Riegert, already taken on the border to France, where people are being told by the Interior Ministry that declared these border checks only on Sunday evening, that they should carry documents that prove that they are indeed traveling back and forth from their job, or else, that's the big question mark. We'll learn that over the coming hours, whether people actually might be turned away simply because they can't prove that they are on a necessary trip.
Now, Michaela, we hear that the German army is also being drafted in to provide some kind of support. What exactly is their role?
Yes, they will provide logistical support. Also, the German army has several hospitals, so hospital staff from the German army might help out in other hospitals. Also, beds that would usually be reserved more for the national forces would be available for the public, more so than already in the past. So what we're seeing here is different agencies acting together.
All right, Michaela Küfner there. Thank you so much. Chief Political Editor, of course. Thank you. And now to other coronavirus hotspots around Europe, like Spain, France and Italy, which are among the worst affected by the outbreak. Now, Spain has followed Italy by imposing a lockdown, banning 47 million citizens from leaving their homes after the government declared a 2-week state of emergency. In Paris, dozens of people gathered outdoors on Sunday, despite the French government closing all non-essential businesses and urging citizens to limit interaction. Meanwhile, Italy remains on the front line of the virus in Europe. On Sunday, 368 new coronavirus-related deaths were reported there, the worst single-day toll for any country since the crisis began. And our correspondent Seema Gupta is standing by for us in Rome. Seema, Italian authorities have registered 20,000 violations against the lockdown in recent days. Are people there not taking the restrictions seriously?
Well, Monica, I think it's a question of also not understanding how they can and cannot apply those restrictions. To be fair, it's 20,000 violations in the space of about 4 days, and that is of a country of 60 million people that are currently in lockdown. To give you an idea of the kind of confusion, we're hearing the statements such as this gentleman that we have in sound.
I'd rather be punished than have my dog urinate in my apartment.
Well, such a gentleman, for instance, doesn't understand that, yes, you can bring your dog out of the apartment. You can bring it for a walk. Try to contain the amount of time that you go out and avoid other people. Now, that's what the officials are saying. Essentially, one can move out if they have a valid reason for work, for a health emergency, or for essential activity, such as walking one's dog, getting the groceries, going to the pharmacy, or even going to pick up the paper, because the newsstand is considered essential information, because the public needs to have access to information to understand what's going on in particular in the north of the country. The concern is that they have to try to limit the spread of the virus in that part of the country, but also the rest of the country. And hospitals, while the situation is dire up north, down south, they're also preparing for eventual more infections.
Well, you're talking about a very dire situation. We're seeing a high rate of deaths in Italy, especially compared to the situation in South Korea, for example. How do you explain that?
Well, first off, as the Prime Minister mentioned, when this lockdown was put in place for the entire country, the impact of the lockdown is only going to be felt in a couple of weeks. And we're still within that frame. The infections that one is seeing now, these high numbers, which are immense, are unfortunately a result of infections that took place before the lockdown. And on top of that, if one looks at the first original towns, those 11 towns that were originally put under quarantine, they've actually seen a slowdown in infection there. But unfortunately, the infections that we're seeing now is a result of before the lockdown. On top of that, the number of deaths. One has to remember that a quarter of the Italian population is over the age of 65. So it's one of the oldest populations in the world. As a result of this, unfortunately, the virus does tend to impact the more vulnerable of society. So those who are elderly or those that have underlying health conditions. So unfortunately, because of that, we're seeing these high numbers.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a bit about the psychological, the emotional stress of this situation, because we're hearing reports about people dying, not being able to say goodbye to their children, their loved ones because of the contact ban. What's that do to the Italian society?
Well, Italians, as we know, are tactile people. They're people who are used to contact. They have a strong sense of family as well, and contact with one's family. So yes, you're right. This is going to have a potentially negative impact in terms of the psychological damage, not just to the fact that children aren't able to meet their school friends or go to school and have a normal social life in that respect, but people understand that this is necessary in order to limit the spread. And that's why the use of technology has become so important. Video calls with friends, with family, even with psychologists online that are available, or taking to doing sport indoors and following yoga lessons online. These are some of the examples that people have turned to, and proving how technology is so important. On top of that, we've seen these flash mobs where people have come out onto their balconies, onto their outside of their windows in order to have a sense of solidarity as they deal with this epidemic.
Very, very important, some moral boost there. Correspondent Seema Gupta in Rome, thank you so much. 47 million Spaniards are now banned from leaving their homes for the next 2 weeks after the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency. More than 280 people have died in Spain, making it the second worst affected country in Europe. Now let's go to Madrid, where correspondent Markus Böhnisch is standing by for us. Markus, it seems like they're taking this lockdown very seriously. Tell me about the timing. Why did authorities decide to impose these restrictions now?
Well, maybe they were already too late because we have an exponential development with the figures in Spain, and therefore they had to act because we have 2,000 more infections from one day to the other. And on Saturday, the Prime Minister already announced that he was expecting infections by 10,000 during this week. And it could be that we will come to this figure already today. We will have the latest figures by noon, and then we will see how this exponential development is continuing. It is sure that they had to do something, and experts say that it will last at least 2 weeks to see if these measures will be effective.
And all these drastic measures and this crisis, of course, comes where Spain just about emerged from a very severe economic crisis, and more than half of all jobs in Spain are with small and medium-sized companies, now very much affected. How worried are Spaniards about the economic impact of those measures?
It is a catastrophe without any doubt, because tourism, the most relevant services sector, is destroyed right now. It is on hold. I tried to film last night in hotels. I had an appointment there, and the hotel was already closed. So hotels one after the other are closing down, flights are cancelled, and even the internal traffic in Spain is stopped, or almost stopped. So and we have companies, bigger companies like Volkswagen, who decided to close their production plant here in Spain, and others will follow. So tomorrow is the crucial day where the government will decide how to react on this situation, how to, well, rescue the economy.
All right, Markus Böhnisch there reporting from Madrid. Thank you so much. So European governments try to stop the spread of coronavirus as much as they can. I'm joined by our science correspondent, Derek Williams, who is currently in self-isolation. Good to see you, Derek. From a scientific point of view, checks at the borders, partial closures of borders, do these measures help curb the spread of coronavirus?
Well, to be perfectly honest, we don't really know. This is all unprecedented. You know, science is all about working on precedents, and we have absolutely no experience with this kind of a situation. So it's all uncharted territory. That said, it seems that a lot of epidemiologists in the run-up to this morning were saying closing borders will help slow the spread of the virus, but not probably dramatically. Once it's endemic within a population, then the only thing that seems to work in terms of containment is going into lockdown, as we saw in China. China didn't shut its borders. It went into lockdown within the country itself, and that helped to limit the spread of the virus within the population. Lockdowns like we're seeing similar lockdowns in Spain and Italy now. That said, as well, it's going to take a couple of weeks before you see any kind of impact because this virus has an incubation period. And so people were spreading it up until the moment of lockdown within Italy, and it will take at least 2 weeks to see any kind of impact in the numbers. And hopefully at that point, after 2 weeks, they'll start to go down, but it gets worse before it gets better.
Okay, this is all very unnerving also, especially because online we're bombarded with information about what to do in the current crisis. Now, the latest news that caused a stir was about the effects that taking ibuprofen might have on those that have the virus. What was all that about?
Well, it was interesting in German, there was a WhatsApp message that was sent out yesterday that made big waves. I got it myself from a science journalist colleague of mine, and a woman saying that at the university clinic in Vienna, they had discovered that taking ibuprofen worsens the course of the disease. The university clinic immediately came out and said, no, that's fake news. We didn't conduct any studies in that direction. That's not true. But things were complicated by the fact that then the French health minister came out and said, actually, that there was a connection with ibuprofen. He himself is a doctor. Now, virologists have now gone on record saying there is no scientific proof that ibuprofen, which also interacts with some of the receptors that are active with the coronavirus, apparently. There is, however, no scientific proof that there is a connection between those two things. It's just a hypothesis.
Okay, more confusion there probably. Derek Williams in self-isolation. Thank you so much. And here's a look now at more of the latest coronavirus developments. China has started putting all international arrivals to the country's capital, Beijing, in quarantine. It reported a total of 16 new cases on Monday. 12 of those were people arriving from abroad. Iran has reported 130 new deaths from coronavirus. That takes the death toll there to more than 720. Venezuela has ordered residents to stay at home under quarantine in 7 of its states, including the capital, Caracas. Peru has declared a state of emergency and ordered security forces to help impose self-quarantine of the population. It has also closed its borders. And the death toll from the coronavirus in the United States has risen to over 60, with 3,000 confirmed cases of the illness. The Federal Reserve has again dropped interest rates in a bid to boost the coronavirus-hit economy. And more states are ordering the closure of bars and movie theaters.
Go home, shout these New Yorkers to passers-by.
Others using their balconies to preach to people to stay indoors. Even retail stores like Apple turning people away. A sign of just how seriously corporate America is taking the coronavirus. The economic costs of this pandemic, though, are hurting, especially after last week's financial meltdown. In a surprise move, the US Federal Reserve has slashed interest rates to almost zero and pledged hundreds of billions of dollars to help shore up the US economy. A decision welcomed by a president desperate for better headlines.
That's really good news. It's really great for our country. It's something that we're very happy. I have to say this, I'm very happy.
Trump also found himself pleading to Americans to stop hoarding.
You don't have to buy so much. Take it easy. Just relax. People are going in and they're buying more. I remember, I guess during the conversation, Doug of Walmart said that they're buying more than they buy at Christmas. Relax. We're doing great. It all will pass.
But for citizens like Carol Schrader, it doesn't feel that way. She's one of thousands who's been caught up in the chaos of trying to get back to the States ahead of Trump's travel ban.
No consistency in questioning, no temperature check, no swabs, nothing. We were given a 5-page document on coronavirus.
While many Americans are now living in lockdown, others are trying to carry on as if nothing has changed. But with a state of emergency declared across the country, no one will be able to ignore the coronavirus for long.
More, let's go to our correspondent Oliver Saleh in Washington. Oliver, Trump is urging the public to relax, but a top U.S. health official has told Americans to prepare to hunker down. Is there mixed messaging here?
Yeah, what was really astonishing here is that turnaround that we've seen here coming from the White House. You know, President Trump has really tried to downplay this crisis here. He's been talking about the coronavirus, comparing it to a flu, and then just a very few days later, he declared a nationwide state of emergency. And Anthony Fauci, that you just quoted, America's top expert, if you will, in infectious diseases, he said that the worst is yet to come. So we do get these mixed messages. And we also see a president who seems really little informed about the details of the coronavirus and the impact it has. And he has also been lying to the public about the number of tests that were done in the United States. And he's also been trying to distract from this crisis, by comparing and especially blaming his predecessor, Barack Obama, about how his administration dealt with the swine flu. So a lot of this we've experienced here is the usual Donald Trump, if you will. But what's crucial right now is that he's not able to calm the American public down and really stirring up even more confusion here among the public. So for Trump, this is a very damaging scenario and a very damaging reality that he finds himself in with this global pandemic happening that is also affecting the United States, of course, every day more so. And that all of that and the economic fallout stemming from this is putting up a considerable strain on his re-election campaign.
Yeah, this is why probably he was very pleased about the US Federal Reserve taking drastic action, action that we haven't seen since the height of the financial crisis in 2008. What's the aim there?
Yeah, and that's just like you say, that's also why it's such a dramatic step, because the last time that happened was right after the Lehman crash of 2008 that led to the worldwide financial crisis. And it's a very significant step also because this is considered when a central bank cuts their interest rates to zero as a last resort to boost the economy. And you mentioned it, Trump has been calling for this step for a long time because obviously a booming economy would help him to get re-elected. The Fed has always rejected that, but now they also believe it's necessary. It's sort of like admitting that the U.S. is getting close to a recession and that this really needs to happen right now to help the economy, but we're not talking about a booming economy anymore. This is rather about avoiding the worst looming bankruptcies and mass unemployment.
Now, the coronavirus also played a key role in the latest democratic debate. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, first of all, there was no audience because of the coronavirus. So the debate was supposed to be held in Phoenix, Arizona, where there are going to be primary elections next week. And it was then moved to Washington, D.C., held without any audience at all. But of course, the coronavirus was also a very important aspect of the debate. And both had some unity here by arguing that President Trump does not have the situation under control.
All right, Oliver Sully there reporting from Washington. Thank you so much. And let's get you up to speed now on some other stories making headlines around the world. Spain's King Felipe has stripped his father, former monarch Juan Carlos, of his annual allowances from the royal household. The move follows alleged financial irregularities involving the former king. The current monarch has also renounced any personal inheritance he could receive from his father. German tourism giant TUI has announced it was suspending the bulk of its operations due to the coronavirus outbreak. The company employs 70,000 worldwide. TUI confirmed the measures would affect its package travel, cruise and hotel businesses. Did US President Donald Trump try to buy up a German company leading the race for a coronavirus vaccine? Berlin has reacted angrily to reports that Trump offered biopharma company CureVac $1 billion to develop a vaccine exclusively for the United States. Foreign Minister Heiko Maas said that Berlin could not allow others exclusive rights to German research. Economy Minister Peter Altmaier was blunter. Germany, he said, is not for sale.
Searching for a breakthrough, this CureVac lab in southwest Germany hopes to be the first in the race to develop a vaccine against the coronavirus, and is being noticed, with reports surfacing Donald Trump is trying to lure the company to the US. Berlin is encouraging the biopharmaceutical firm to stay.
We are seeing a lot of political support, and the issue is taken very seriously from various sides. Specifically, we have received support from an international vaccine initiative, so that these clinical trials can also quickly begin here.
The company says research into several possible vaccines has begun, with the two most promising to be chosen for clinical tests. It expects to have an experimental vaccine developed by June or July, and will then seek approval for testing on humans. CureVac specializes in a method called RNA, which makes human cells produce proteins that trigger immune responses against infections or cancers.
And on this basis, we are now building that new vaccine. We now have a platform process where we can quickly respond to new threats. So we believe that this RNA technology is a very good way to quickly provide solutions.
If the vaccine is successful in human trials, CureVac says up to 10 million doses could be produced in several weeks. Experts originally thought a vaccine would be 18 months away, meaning a successful human trial as early as July would be welcomed by the global community.
The Bank of Japan has unveiled a series of emergency monetary policy measures to shore up the world's third largest economy amid the coronavirus pandemic. The news, however, doesn't seem to be calming investors. Tokyo's Nikkei fell after early gains, and Australia's index tumbled to nearly 10%, its biggest loss ever. Markets in Hong Kong and Shanghai were also trading lower. That after Chinese authorities released data showing just how much damage the coronavirus has done to the world's second largest economy. Retail sales have dropped 20.5% and industrial output fell by 13.5%. And for more, I'm joined by Mida Samant, the investment director at Fidelity Investment, joining me in Hong Kong. Good to have you with us, Mida. The latest numbers from China didn't really come in as a surprise, yet markets drop. How low can this go?
Well, if you look at what's happening with the markets, really, it's really sentiment that's having an impact. And this sentiment impact is because of two sort of black swan events, because of, say, the coronavirus, as well as the fall in the oil price. And that's exactly what's having on investor minds.
Right.
So what we really need to see is that where is this medical issue going to go? Yes, central banks are providing some kind of balm or cure to the markets, but it's not really a cure, it's a balm.
Right. But I mean, central banks, I mean, for investors...
And that's where we don't know...
Just let me ask you, I mean, investors, they look for some sense of security, and central banks have stepped in. Why isn't that enough for investors to somehow help stabilize the market?
Well, at the end of the day, when you look at what's happening with respect to economic data, what we are seeing is a contraction in demand as well as activity. And until we see that people are comfortable enough to step out of their houses and then come in and fuel this demand, we don't think we are likely to see markets recover from a sentiment perspective.
Okay, so we need a sense of normality again. We need a sense of normality, I get from you. Mita Samad of Fidelity Investment in Hong Kong. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, European markets also started trading, and my colleague Chelsea Delaney keeps an eye on the trading floor in Frankfurt. Chelsea, how are investors there holding up?
Well, it has been a harrowing past week for investors, and it's not looking any better here at the start of trading here in Frankfurt. The DAX just opened, and it's down already about 7%, just really a dramatic fall. And we've seen a lot of news over the weekend of increasing restrictions on businesses, on trade, on travel. That's all going to have a significant impact. But the measures that central banks and governments are putting in place to really help prop up the economy just aren't convincing investors. The Fed, the Bank of Japan, all are coming out with a lot of easing measures, cuts to interest rates, and governments also here in Germany, for example, they've unveiled unlimited credit for businesses, but investors just aren't sure if that's going to be enough to offset the economic impact.
All right, Chelsea Delaney in Frankfurt. Thank you so much. Now, South Korea has been among the countries worst affected by the new coronavirus, but South Korean businesses are working together to share the economic burden from COVID-19.
South Korean landlords and tenants are sharing the burden of weathering the decline in business caused by the coronavirus outbreak, with reductions in rents. Large traditional markets especially needed the help.
We used to get an average 300,000 visitors a day. But since the coronavirus outbreak began, we've been seeing less than 1/10 of our usual number of customers. Business owners here have been suffering immensely.
Not only domestic sales are affected, as international trade has also dwindled, especially for small exporters.
Korea has a competitive global edge in the fashion industry, and its products are high in demand overseas. But now that foreign buyers can't even enter Korea, coupled with slowing fabric shipments and fewer visitors to the market overall, it's having quite a large ripple effect.
In addition to the rent reductions, market managers have also coordinated strict public health responses. Some landlords have provided up to 50% off in rent, although smaller reductions are more common. But even those providing the discounts argue for more state-led measures.
Plummeting revenues are the merchants' biggest concern, so tax remedies are needed. Although the government has announced new tax breaks, a lower income tax means little if merchants aren't making much to begin with, so many want to see a decrease in value-added taxes.
The large traditional markets rely on both tourism and elder shoppers, both of which have dried up, although more assistance may be coming. Merchants here in Seoul's Namdaemun Market and around South Korea are soon likely to get some more help from the federal government. The National Assembly is set to pass a multi-billion-dollar supplementary budget to support small businesses and to help contain and mitigate the COVID-19 outbreak. The so-called nice landlord trend has also brought banks into the movement with low-interest loans as South Korea copes with a deepening COVID-19 crisis.
And how are people coping with the prospect of having to spend time in isolation? Well, people in Italy, they've been trying to keep up morale by singing with their neighbors from the safety of their balconies. One tenor in Florence has been serenading his street for the last few days. We'll leave you now with some of his music. As always, thanks for joining us.
È sempre misero, io lei s'affido, chi le confida, mal cauto il core, pur mai non sentesi, felice a pieno, chi su quel seno non viva amore. La donna è mobile, qual io mai avvento,
You're watching PBS.
Good luck, friend.
How may I help? God is what.
Good evening. I'm Judy Woodruff on the NewsHour tonight.
avoid gathering in groups of more than 10 people.
A new reality as COVID-19 accelerates its spread. Americans adjust to life with widespread closings, social distancing, and economic turmoil, while bracing for a strain on hospitals not seen in modern life. Then, head-to-head, Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders square off in a debate dominated by coronavirus as several key primary contests draw near. Plus, the pandemic abroad, a report from Lebanon as COVID-19 grips a nation already in economic freefall, and the government orders a countrywide shutdown.
The coronavirus couldn't come at a worse time for Lebanon. The country is already in a deep recession. And for many businesses like this will be the final straw.
All that and more on tonight's PBS NewsHour.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
Before we talk about your investments, what's new?
Well, Audrey's expecting.
Twins. Grandparents.
We want to put money aside for them, so change in plans.
All right, let's see what we can adjust.
We'd be closer to the twins.
Change in plans.
Okay. Mom, are you painting again? You could sell these. Let me guess. Change in plans?
At Fidelity, a change in plans is always part of the plan.
BNSF Railway, American Cruise Lines, Consumer Cellular, the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, for more than 50 years advancing ideas and supporting institutions to promote a better world at hewlett.org. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Stark headlines tell our top story again tonight. The pandemic dominating the United States and the world. U.S. coronavirus cases have now reached 4,300 with 78 deaths. Officials are advising against gatherings of more than 10 people as more businesses are shuttering. And Wall Street crashed again with the Dow Jones Industrials free falling nearly 3,000 points or 13%, the most in 30 years. Amid all this, President Trump warned that the crisis could linger into July or August. William Brangham begins our coverage.
In much of the country today, daily life is shutting down. Huge parts of the country are doing their part to try and slow the spread of this coronavirus. New York City's Times Square was eerily quiet. Florida's theme parks were virtual ghost towns. Businesses, restaurants, and bars from coast to coast closed their doors as governors in multiple states ordered full closures or drastically cut back hours. 7 counties in and around San Francisco today asked all their 6.5 million residents to shelter in place, no leaving home except for crucial tasks until at least April. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention made the unprecedented move yesterday to call for the cancellation of all gatherings of 50 or more people for the next 8 weeks. Despite the evidence that measures like these can slow the spread of the virus, some people remain unsure.
I do want us to all be safe and healthy, but I'm really concerned about how I'm going to pay my bills.
Good morning.
Food distribution operations like this one in Houston are helping those in need. The U.S. Surgeon General warned today that in terms of this epidemic, America is roughly 2 weeks behind Italy, a country that in places is overrun with infections, where hospitals are overflowing and over 2,000 people have died. And despite the Surgeon General's warning for Americans to maintain social distancing, some elected leaders advised the opposite. Here's what Republican Congressman Devin Nunes of California said yesterday on Fox News.
There's a lot of concerns with the economy here because people are scared to go out. But I will just say, one of the things you can do if you're healthy, you and your family, it's a great time to just go out, go to a local restaurant.
But the president today reiterated the message that public health officials have been urging for days.
My administration is recommending that all Americans, including the young and healthy, work to engage in schooling from home when possible, avoid gathering in groups of more than 10 people, avoid discretionary travel, and avoid eating and drinking at bars, restaurants, and public food courts.
There's also reports the Trump administration believes a foreign disinformation campaign is underway to sow fear of a coming nationwide quarantine, a rumor that White House officials denied. Still, the closures and cancellations continue. The U.S. Supreme Court postponed arguments in scheduled cases, including one over subpoenas for President Trump's financial records. It's believed to be the court's first such recess since the Spanish flu outbreak of 1918. Meanwhile, there are some glimmers of progress. Testing is being ramped up to prioritize medical workers who might work with infected patients and senior citizens who are most at risk. President Trump told governors on a conference call today to get their own respirators and ventilators and not wait for the federal government to provide them. Some hospitals have erected tents outside their facilities to prepare for the increased demand in care. Most patients infected with coronavirus have recovered without any repercussions. In order to limit human contact, more than 10 states also now offer drive-through viral testing. U.S. researchers in Seattle also administered the first experimental coronavirus vaccine, but health officials have warned it will take at least a year before any vaccine is ready for widespread use. Elsewhere around the world, numerous other countries announced strict new policies on the movements of tens of millions of people. Canada announced today it was closing its border to any non-citizen or resident. French President Emmanuel Macron ordered all citizens to remain at home for 2 weeks, except for essential activities. And Spain, the nation with the fourth highest infection rate, has been on a national lockdown since Saturday. The Peace Corps also temporarily suspended its operations as it evacuates all of its volunteers from dozens of countries. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Brangham.
And we turn now to our Yamiche Alcindor, who continues to track the White House response to all of this. So, Yamiche, there was a briefing this afternoon. The president seemed to take a different tone today.
That's right, Judy. President Trump was completely different in his tone and in the way that he was approaching the coronavirus. He was much more serious, much more somber. In the past, he's really downplayed the virus. He said at one point that a miracle might wash away the virus and that there might be cases that go down to zero in the United States. Today, he said there might be a recession because of the coronavirus. He also said that the U.S. hospital systems might be overwhelmed. He said that this is going to last possibly all the way until August, maybe even longer. And he was also telling people you need to be vigilant. And the White House, of course, issued those new guidelines, 3 big things that they want people to do. 1, homeschool your children if you can. 2, stay away from bars and restaurants if you can. And the third was, please don't gather, the president said, in gatherings of more than 10 or more people. And that's in public or in private. So if you have a large family, you still have to separate even if you're in the same home.
And we know the president was there with members of the task force he's appointed to oversee the coronavirus response. Yamiche, what were they saying today about the status of testing and about the situation with regard to the ventilators, which are going to be so necessary if people become very sick?
The president and health officials today said that we are entering a new phase in testing. This week, they said they're going to roll out 1.9 million new tests. They're still focusing on testing people who show symptoms of COVID-19, which of course is the infection caused by coronavirus. And the president said that he also has ordered a lot of ventilators. Now, on a call today, he did get criticized afterwards because he told governors that they should be relying on their own ventilators and not the White House. I talked to a White House official about that. That person stressed that the president was saying that the federal government's resources should be a last resort for states. So that, yes, they are looking at medical equipment for states, but that states should not be looking at the White House right now for the first stock in ventilators or respiratory equipment.
And one other thing, Yamiche, we know people have been looking to the White House for how they're going to handle the financial, the economic fallout from this virus. We saw what happened to the markets today. What are they saying about that?
It was remarkable to hear the president say that we might be going into an economic recession, but he said that very clearly. And he also said that the markets might take care of themselves. But the White House has been saying today that they are preparing and have announced up to $800 billion in economic aid. That's also to individuals, but also to companies. The president said that we're going to have the airline industries back specifically, but they're also looking at helping out cruise industries. I should also note that the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, a Democrat, he said that he's preparing a bill for $750 billion focused on the coronavirus and more response. So what we're seeing is billions and billions of dollars being put into the coronavirus response. So Democrats and Republicans, it seems, are on the same page when it comes to the amount of money, but they, of course, are still figuring out how this is going to work because the White House really does want a payroll tax cut. Democrats have not gone on board for that, but there is going to be another bill coming. Even though there is a bill, of course, that the House has passed, there's going to be a third bill coming that the president will also be looking at and negotiating on.
So much to keep track of. Yamiche Alcindor reporting from the White House. Thank you, Yamiche. And as we've been mentioning, financial panic rocked world markets again today on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average burned through nearly 3,000 points, nearly 13%, to close at 20,188. It is down nearly 1/3 of its value since peaking in mid-February. The Nasdaq fell 970 points, and the S&P 500 fell 325. John Yang looks now at the economic pain that is being inflicted by the widening coronavirus.
Judy, today's market plunge followed extraordinary action from the Fed yesterday. It cut a key interest rate to 0. The move was aimed at shoring up investor confidence as restaurants are closing, sporting events are canceled, and people are being urged to stay home. David Wessel is director of the Hutchins Center on Fiscal and Monetary Policy at the Brookings Institution. David, thanks for joining us. How big a deal is what the Fed did yesterday?
Well, it was a pretty big deal. Meeting on a Sunday ahead of schedule, the Fed basically said we are going to use almost all the monetary ammunition we have. They cut interest rates, as you said. They restarted the process of bond buying, quantitative easing, and they said that we are making it as easy as possible for banks to borrow from the Fed so they can keep lending. So it was a very big deal.
As you say, it's just about everything the Fed can do in terms of monetary policy. So as the president says, we may be going into a recession. What's left? What can be done?
Well, I think it's clear we're going into a recession. The only question is how long will it last? And that's really dependent on the coronavirus. The Fed has a few emergency powers it hasn't used yet, the ones it used during the 2008 financial crisis to lend under circumstances determined to be exigent and unusual. But really, the game is now up to fiscal policy. We need a big package from Congress, tax cuts and spending increases, to replace the demand that has evaporated as people are told not to go out and people are losing their jobs by the minute.
We have not so distant history with fiscal policy in times of economic turmoil. The financial crisis at the end of the Bush administration, beginning of the Obama administration. What lessons did we learn then that they ought to be keeping in mind now?
Right. There are some lessons to learn, I think. The situation is different. This was not caused by some imbalance in the financial system or the housing thing. It was really a shock from outside the virus. But one of the key lessons that we learned during the crisis is it's important to do a lot and do it soon. Waiting to see how things develop at a time like this is a mistake. And although the government has a very big debt, which they do, they're also able to borrow at very, very low interest rates. So I think most economists, and I've been talking to a number of people on Wall Street today, say it's time for Congress and the president to borrow some money, do a big fiscal stimulus, and get on with it. And they're worried that the political dysfunction in Washington may slow it down.
Yeah, talk about that. I mean, the haggling over the details, what goes into this package, paid sick leave, bailing out, or shouldn't say bailing out, but financial help for airlines, cruise ship industry.
Well, you know, there is this smaller package that the House passed that seems to be having trouble getting through the Senate that would basically repair some of the weakness in the safety net. But I think the next step is going to be hundreds of billions of dollars. Some will go to industries like airlines, hotels, restaurants, businesses so that they will be able to stay alive and they'll be able to function when this ends. But I think eventually some of it will go to individual households. After all, a lot of people are not going to see as much income because they don't work as many hours. They'll be laid off. Some of them will get unemployment, some won't. And this is something really unusual. We haven't seen such an abrupt end of consumption, people told not to shop. Think how different this is from 9/11, when President Bush said the patriotic thing was to go out and shop. Now we're being told the patriotic thing is to stay home. You know, Netflix and Amazon will make some money, but a lot of other people are going to be in trouble.
David Wessel, the director of the Hutchins Center on Fiscal and Monetary Policy at the Brookings Institution. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
One term you are likely hearing a lot about to help deal with the coronavirus is what is known as flattening the curve. Epidemiologists say if not enough protective measures are taken, there will be a sharply rising number of cases, as shown in this pale blue spike, a huge jump over a very short period of time. That would strain the capacity of our health system. But flattening the curve, reflected by the lower gray swell, is achieved by taking strong measures like physical and social distancing to make sure the number of cases increases more gradually. Dr. Asaf Biton has been talking about this very issue. He is with Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, and he joins us now. Dr. Biton, between Washington and the states, are the American people now being given enough guidance to induce them to do the right things?
I think that we're starting to be given that guidance, but we really need to urgently increase the pace of coordination and of stringency in the response. As you mentioned, the curve that you're talking about, the trajectories that we're seeing are not sustainable for our health system to manage. We simply do not have enough beds or ventilators to manage a moderate or severe outbreak like this. So we have to stretch out the number of cases and prevent the number of cases from flooding the hospitals now.
So just to clarify, we're not saying that people aren't going to get this virus. A lot of people will get it. The goal is not to have so many of them get it at the same time, which would overwhelm the capacity of our healthcare system. Is that right?
Correct. The issue is really about the speed and growth of cases, of people that get it, and the severity of cases that would overwhelm particularly our acute hospital and ICU systems response capacity.
I'm asking because I think some people think maybe I can avoid this altogether. I mean, the fact is many Americans will get the coronavirus. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, it appears to be so. This is an incredibly transmissible infection. It has a high reproduction rate. It has a high infection rate. A lot of those cases might be mild, but a lot will be severe, especially for folks in high risk.
And so Americans should be, as we've been saying, they should be distancing themselves. They should be staying at home. What do you say, though, to those people who say, I really need to, for example, continue whatever work I can continue. I need to get out because my family's depending on me.
I assist you.
These are going to be some of the really difficult choices that we all face moving ahead. On the one hand, right now, these seem, for some people, a voluntary choice. We're seeing that some people are working from home. Some companies are trying to have their workers work from home. But increasingly, as we just saw today in San Francisco and we'll see in other states, there will be involuntary measures that will really start to close down and distance people from each other physically. So while people who work perhaps in non-essential services may want to continue that work, and I'm very sympathetic to it. Unfortunately, the speed of the rise of this epidemic may make necessary more involuntary closures or restrictions.
Dr. Biton, a lot of people are asking, I think, a question that's impossible to answer probably, but how long is this going to last? How do you answer that?
It's a hard question, but it's one that we need to start grappling with. And what I would say is this looks to be many weeks to months. It's hard to imagine that there's evidence from other countries that we can control this within just a week or two. So I think we need to prepare for this to be an extended time. where we're socially distanced. It's really hard to predict the dynamics of any particular epidemic, but this one is almost unprecedented. And I think it's really important that we all have a new social compact around coming together by staying apart.
And just quickly, finally, to those who are concerned about whether there are enough hospital beds, enough ventilators for those who are the most seriously ill, what do you say?
Well, we have, according to the American Hospital Association a couple of years ago, we have a little over 900,000 beds. We have about 50,000 medical ICU beds that are staffed and another 50,000 other type of ICU beds that are staffed. And in total, about 160,000 vents. What that means is even in a moderate scenario, like predicted by the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, if it all came at once, we wouldn't really have the capacity that would overwhelm that existing capacity. So what's needed now is for people to take the community mitigation and social distancing strategies to flatten the curve, to spread that out, so that if those cases do emerge, and it's hard to predict, but it's possible at this point, it at least can emerge over an increased amount of time. Otherwise, this is going to be very difficult on our health system and our healthcare workers.
Dr. Asaf Biton, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As we've reported, governors all over the country are taking unprecedented steps to limit the spread of the coronavirus in their states. Earlier today, Republican Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland ordered all restaurants, bars, gyms, and movie theaters in his state to close. And Governor Hogan joins us now from Annapolis, the capital. Governor, welcome back to the News Hour. So what are the main steps you've taken in response to this?
Well, so about 11 days ago, we declared a state of emergency. We've taken a number of unprecedented steps. I think I was the first governor in America to close all of our schools statewide. That was last Thursday. Today, we took a whole nother host of steps because as this crisis is rapidly escalating, and as the doctor was just talking about, trying to spread out this curve and bend the curve, we've got to stop the spread. And so we today closed all bars, restaurants, movie theaters, gyms, which is an unprecedented step. It's going to cause, tremendous hardship on a lot of people, and it may seem extreme, but we believe it's absolutely necessary to try to protect the lives of thousands of people in our state. We also called up a number, we have 1,000 activated members of the National Guard as of today. We've got another 1,200 on standby. And we're trying to rapidly activate 6,000 new hospital beds in our state to address the other issue you were just talking about, the surge on our hospitals and the possibility of not being able to handle the capacity. So we're trying to open some closed hospitals, add additional beds. We're waiving licensure requirements for people whose medical nursing licenses expired, or waiving them from other states, and activating people, all kinds of steps that are unprecedented to try to get a handle on this.
So with all that, do you believe you've done everything you could do?
Well, every day we try to take actions. We've taken actions every day for the past 2 weeks, and we think we're doing everything we can do. And then another thing changes, and we come up with another thing we've got to do. And I've just been trying to make the decisions as quickly and aggressively as possible, because I don't think time is not our friend in this, and the actions that we hesitate to make mean whether some people are going to live or die. So we're trying to just make them as quickly as we can, and I'm trying to get the best advice I can. We've got a coronavirus task force that made up of some of the smartest doctors from Johns Hopkins and from all of the top hospitals in our state advising us. And we're just trying to take the best medical advice. We've been waiting for some, getting some direction from the federal government, but just making decisions on our own and taking the actions we think are necessary in our states.
So, Governor, we understand the president said today that he's basically is saying to the governors it's better for you to reach out, for example, to get the number of ventilators you're going to need for people who become seriously ill with coronavirus. Do you think that's the right approach, and how are you dealing with it?
Well, I'm not sure that's exactly the way he said it. So I'm the chairman of the National Governors Association. We had 48 governors on the call with the president, the vice president, and most of the top federal leaders. I think he sort of misspoke when he was talking, and some of my colleagues may have put that out there. He did. I'm not sure what he meant to say, but part of that is true. The governors are taking steps on our own to get our own ventilators, but we also need the federal government to get us as many as they possibly can as quickly as possible. We did get here in our state a load from the stockpiles from the federal government last night. It's not nearly enough. We don't have nearly enough, neither do any of the other governors. So we've got to do both. We've got to get as much help as we possibly can from the federal government as quickly as possible, and we made that point very clear, I think, with the president. But we're also taking actions on our own to try to get these kinds of things from the private sector and from other sources, because it's not really, we don't have time to just argue about whose responsibility it is or what we have to get. We just have to get things done, no matter how we get them done.
Governor, how worried are you at this point about the 6 million citizens of your state?
Well, we're pretty worried. We don't want people to panic, and I understand that these steps that we're taking, they sound really scary, and they seem, they are disruptive. And I want people to just understand that most people that get this virus are going to be okay, and it's not really going to be even that bad of the symptoms aren't going to be that bad. But we're trying to protect the people that are vulnerable, which is our older citizens, the people with underlying health conditions, and those younger folks who are not really going to get that sick can help us save the lives of many others. But it's obviously the worst crisis, I think, that any of us have ever dealt with. It's unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever happened throughout the world. It's going to challenge and tax every resource we have. But I just want people to understand that we will get through this together, and everybody at every level is trying to do everything we possibly can to try to save lives and keep people safe.
And a few more words of advice for those families who are cooped up in their homes, whether they are elderly, whether they are young, whether they're single or have children. What would you say to them?
I would say just enjoy the time that you have with your families and let them know that it's going to be okay. We don't know how long it's going to take, but we're going to make sure people get the basic necessities that they need. We're going to do everything we can to protect them. And while it might not be convenient that you can't go out to the restaurant or to the movie theater, stay home and enjoy some time with your family, and let's hug each other and let's spend that quality time together. Stay home, watch television, listen to your show, and stay informed and stay involved and pay attention to what's going on.
Some words we all need to hear, I'm sure. Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland, who's the chair of the National Governors Association, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy.
In the day's other news, plans are still on for presidential primaries in 3 states tomorrow, despite COVID-19. Arizona, Florida, and Illinois will vote. But the governor of Ohio called today for delaying in-person voting there until June. Meanwhile, Democrats Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders debated last night in an empty TV studio. We'll get the details after the news summary. In Israel, opposition leader Benny Gantz was formally tapped today to form a governing coalition following the country's third election in a year. He had been unable to do so after the previous election. Today, though, at a ceremony with Israel's president, Gantz promised an end to the political deadlock.
I will do whatever it takes to form within as few days as possible a national, patriotic, and broad government. A government in which I will protect the interests of settlers in Judea and Samaria, the Arab citizens of Israel, the periphery, and the residents of the center of Israel as well.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu finished slightly ahead of Gantz in the March 2nd election, but Gantz has won endorsements from a slim majority of Israeli lawmakers. And back in this country, 5 people, including a police officer, were killed overnight in a shooting attack on a gas station in Springfield, Missouri. Police say the gunman crashed his car into the station, opened fire on customers, employees, and police, and finally took his own life. Still to come on the NewsHour, Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders square off in a debate dominated by coronavirus. As their critical primary approaches, we get an on-the-ground report from Arizona. Tamara Keith and Amy Walter break down the politics of the pandemic and much more.
This is the PBS NewsHour from WETA Studios in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
We turn again now to the Democratic race for president. With the delay of Ohio's primary vote, 3 remaining states will hold critical primaries tomorrow: Illinois, Florida, and Arizona. Ahead of Tuesday's vote, former Vice President Joe Biden and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders met on the debate stage last night. Lisa Desjardins has our report.
Welcome to this unique event.
A first-of-its-kind debate in a time of national crisis. With no live audience and amid a pandemic, former Vice President Joe Biden and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders also went one-on-one for the first time.
We have problems we have to solve now. Now, what's a revolution going to do? Disrupt everything in the meantime?
Let's be honest and understand that this coronavirus pandemic exposes the incredible weakness and dysfunctionality of our current healthcare system.
At the heart of the debate, the ideological divide between the two men, especially over health care and how they would address the coronavirus outbreak as president.
People are looking for results, not a revolution.
Biden, who is leading the delegate race, has a plan to provide no-cost treatment for the virus. He said Sanders' Medicare for All plan, in which the government would be the single payer, would fail to address this crisis specifically.
With all due respect to Medicare for All, you have a single-payer system in Italy. It doesn't work there. It has nothing to do with Medicare for All. That would not solve the problem at all.
Sanders argued Medicare for All would address not just coronavirus, but the much larger issue with American health care, a long, underfunded system that treats rich and poor differently.
So you're saying right now in the middle of a crisis, but you know what? Last year, at least 30,000 people died in America because they didn't get health care when they should, because we don't have universal coverage. I think that's a crisis.
They ran into opposition.
It comes as the pandemic has fundamentally changed the 2020 campaign trail. Both Biden and Sanders are holding online town halls instead of rallies.
Relax. We're doing great. It all will pass.
As for President Trump's handling of the crisis, the two men had harsh words.
He's undermining the doctors and the scientists who are trying to help the American people.
Donald Trump. He's exacerbated every single one of these problems.
But on other topics,
I don't want to join you. Why don't you join me?
the two sparred over their past positions.
All well and good, but nowhere near enough.
That included climate change, the Iraq War, abortion, and Social Security.
But we did not cut it.
I know, because people like me helped stop that.
Biden did make some news. He now backs a version of Sanders' tuition-free public college plan. Biden's idea would cover families making less than $125,000. And the former vice president committed that any running mate of his would be a woman.
I would pick a woman to be my vice president.
Sanders indicated he probably would pick a woman.
My very strong tendency is to move in that direction.
But before running mates are chosen, one of the candidates will have to secure the nomination. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins.
Lisa will be back with Politics Monday in just a moment. But first, election officials across the country are considering how to adjust to the pandemic. Louisiana, Georgia, and Ohio have now postponed their primary contests, and candidates have scrapped public rallies altogether. Stephanie Sy has this report from Arizona, where some 80% of voters were expected to mail in their ballots ahead of tomorrow's primary contest, and the race is still on.
Seemingly undeterred by the threat of coronavirus, the farmers market in downtown Phoenix was buzzing this weekend. New rules enacted since the outbreak prevented J.D. Duke from offering up samples of his organic cookies, but he was handing out political opinions for free.
I do feel that we need a change in our leadership in our country.
Duke is still undecided, but over at the Community Food Cooperative, Kenny Besaw was wearing his support for Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
The same people that stayed home when they ran Hillary against Trump are going to stay home when they run Joe Biden against Trump. And it's out of a frustration, and it's out of a lack of empathy on their part.
How has Trump been for the Latino community?
Horrible.
Alexis Delgado Garcia is another vote for Sanders, but the first-time voter plans on backing whoever the eventual nominee is. Some of his family members have never gained legal status, even though they've lived in Arizona for decades. Alexis is one of a growing number of voting-age Latinos that want to swing Arizona blue.
It's about people over profit and being able to understand that people matter, our values matter, our emotions matter, everything about us matters. I'm going to represent my family, I'm going to represent my mom and my dad.
Joe Garcia is both Director of Public Policy at Chicanos por la Causa and a longtime Arizona political journalist.
It's young Latinos, and that's going to be the key. Because when they were growing up, perhaps one or both of their parents might not have been able to vote because they weren't here with documentation. So they're ineligible. But about 95% of young Latinos were born here or naturalized, and they're able to vote.
Whether the younger voters turn out is the question. 64-year-old Dora Vasquez is a third-generation Mexican-American. She was determined to hold her debate watch party Sunday evening.
It does concern me, but I don't want to live in fear.
Even as she worried that coronavirus concerns might impact the elections.
I'm very concerned about the ability to people to get out and meet with voters.
Maricopa County has closed some 80 polling sites and is enacting emergency protocols that allow voters to cast their ballot at any of more than 150 voting centers. State Democratic Party officials say the early voting tradition in Arizona might minimize the impact of the outbreak. Vasquez voted early for Senator Elizabeth Warren before she dropped out.
I wanted Warren to be our president because she's a woman. I have 4 to 5 elections left in my lifetime. It was very disappointing. It seemed to me that the good old boy system was in play again.
Besides the growing Hispanic population, the other major factor affecting Arizona politics is the number of out-of-state residents moving here. The Phoenix metro area is the fastest growing in America, and a lot of those so-called transplants bring their politics with them.
East of Phoenix lie the affluent Scottsdale suburbs, which includes zip code 85255, one of the top sources of Trump campaign donations in 2016. Lane Mankel and Mike Watt moved here from Connecticut.
Well, I'll tell you, when I told my great friends that I was moving out here, my best friend, now unfortunately gone, he said, Mike, you cannot move to Arizona. I said, why? I said, because it's too Republican, you know, you're going to perish.
They didn't perish, and in fact found a group of like-minded folks in the area who meet every Sunday to talk politics.
We have 1 or 2 nice Republican people, but the rest are Democrats, so that's very nourishing for us.
Several members were absent this week due to coronavirus concerns, and extra precautions were taken. But the conversations were no less vibrant.
Arizona is a pivotal state.
The talk centered around which candidate was best equipped to beat President Trump.
How many of you are supporting Vice President Joe Biden in this? If Bernie Sanders ends up the Democratic nominee, how many of you will still come out and vote for Sanders?
Oh, you have to. You have to, because then it's Trump.
The 2018 midterm victories for Democrats made it clear the state is in flux. Garcia describes the dynamics using a quintessential Arizona analogy of haboobs, intense dust storms typical here in the summers.
So you have the 2 haboobs, the homegrown Latino voters who are coming up for the first time, and then of course the newcomers who are moving into Arizona with their own politics. So the 2 haboobs hitting, we'll see when the dust settles, where it all is.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Sy in Phoenix.
To dive deeper into the primary race and how things are being impacted by coronavirus, I'm joined by our Politics Monday team. That's Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report and Public Radio's Politics with Amy Walter, and Tamara Keith of NPR, co-host of the NPR Politics. Our eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed a new configuration with me here. Some social distancing from us tonight, ladies. It's important for everyone. Let's start with tomorrow. As we reported earlier, 4 states were supposed to vote tomorrow. Let's look at the map for which ones those are. We're talking big states here tomorrow: Illinois, Ohio, Florida, and Arizona. One of them, though, Ohio, will not be voting in person tomorrow. Without Ohio, 441 delegates at stake. There are other changes that will be in effect tomorrow as well in the states that are continuing to vote. Some of those include polling places closing in Maricopa, Arizona, due to the coronavirus, as well as dialing back, especially on polling places that are in senior living facilities. Amy, how do you reckon with the two risks we see right now? A risk to voters if they do vote, a risk to democracy if they don't?
And also to poll workers.
That's right.
Many of whom are older, who work these polls. Look, I think everybody's sort of taking this as a moment-by-moment experience. So obviously some states felt like they couldn't, they did not feel comfortable holding a primary knowing that the public health was not being protected. But then I think we step back a moment and we say, thinking about the Democratic primary, what's going to happen tomorrow, what should happen going forward. Look, we were on the set on the last election night where it was pretty clear that Bernie Sanders was falling far behind. He needs at least 60% of all the delegates now going forward in order to catch up to Joe Biden and get enough to be the nominee, actually surpass Joe Biden to be the nominee. He's sitting at the polls right now somewhere around 30% nationally, and all in the polls out of Florida and Arizona, he's down 30, 20 points. It's not going to happen. So really the question is, when the election is over on Tuesday night, will Bernie Sanders still be in this race? Or will he decide that now is the time to move out? We thought maybe the debate was going to be the place where he backed off. Obviously, that didn't happen.
There's two things happening. Bernie Sanders, is it the effect of the results of the election so far, or this crisis that makes his path tougher, or both, Tam?
His path was tough before this crisis was totally obvious. Super Tuesday was really not good for him. But I do think that there was an inflection point last Tuesday. And what happened is they canceled their events. This campaign, everything changed last Tuesday when this got real. And in fact, it was Ohio that made it get real, because Ohio said no gatherings. The state of Ohio said no large gatherings. And all of a sudden, these two campaign events that were supposed to be happening in Ohio didn't happen. The candidates flew east and have really, in a lot of ways, been taking stock ever since. And Bernie Sanders did not have a good night last Tuesday night. He said as much the next day when he finally spoke to the press. I mean, I think that, when we look back on this primary, a generation from now, we'll probably forget about Super Tuesday, and we might forget about a lot of other things, but we're going to remember coronavirus and how, in some ways, this primary is now locked in amber.
The governor of Ohio today said he was postponing the election to June, but admitted that he thought September would have been a better date, but picked June because of the nominating process. The conventions are in July and August. Is there talk about what happens if we can't have the conventions?
There's not been public talk, but clearly these are the things that campaigns and people who run these conventions think about all the time, what to do in case of an emergency. There are processes in place. I also want to point out that there are other campaigns that are happening now, too. People are running for Congress, for state legislature, for the Senate, and their campaigns have also been locked in amber, as Tam said. You can't do big fundraising, in-person fundraising events. Obviously not door-to-door. Getting your volunteers together to, put mailers out to your constituents. And at a time when the economy is looking as fragile than ever, asking donors for campaign contributions is also going to be tough. And this is Democrats and Republicans. This cuts across the entire swath.
One thing about the partisanship that I thought was surprising, we're seeing some differences in opinion about this crisis depending on what party you affiliate with. This is a poll from NBC and the Wall Street Journal from this week. They asked people if they thought their family member they're worried about their family catching coronavirus. 68% of Democrats said yes, 40% of Republicans. Now, this could also be a regional effect. More Republicans live in rural areas, for example. But Tam, what do you make of this?
There's another factor, which is that until today, President Trump has at most times sort of downplayed or said everything's going to be fine or we've got this under control. He has been out of sync with some of the health professionals, and he's been out of sync with the media. Today was a very different President Trump. And so for the voters who listen to him and don't trust the media, then for the last month, the media has been overreacting and the president has been saying what he's been saying. And I think that does affect public opinion. Well, now the president today said, maybe the media has been doing a good job, and also laid out some very stringent, serious steps for the American public to take to keep everyone safe. And it was a major moment.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Let's watch and see now that the president has taken a different tone what those numbers look like in a week. Look, this polarization is a way of life in our country, and I've always been worried that what will happen in a crisis is exactly what's happening right now, which is instead of pushing us together, it's keeping us very separate from where we decide to get our sources of information, who we trust and who we don't. All we can hope right now is if with everybody on the same page, that we can kind of come to an agreement on how terrible this is. And unlike something like 9/11, which was a tragic moment that happened all at once, this is a slow-rolling potential disaster.
Well, everyone's lives and jobs are getting more difficult, including yours, so we really appreciate both of you. Amy Walter and Tamara Keith, thank you.
You're welcome.
For years, Lebanon has been a financial house of cards. Its debt is one of the world's largest per capita. Now, the foundation of that house is giving way. Add in a global pandemic, and the result is a gathering perfect storm. Special correspondent Jane Ferguson reports from Beirut.
Beirut is famous for its bars, restaurants, and cafes, a mixture of Arab and Mediterranean hospitality. But the government has now ordered everything here shut in an attempt to contain COVID-19. Only grocery stores, bakeries, and pharmacies can welcome customers.
It's very difficult. Yeah. We don't know. Maybe next week we cannot open the shop. Then we take a decision to close all the shops.
Siham Perham opened this small corner store 37 years ago. Yet, she says, business has never been this bad.
Every day, everything is coming worse. And at the end, we had the corona. This was the full stop of everything.
So far, fewer than 100 cases have been announced here, but that number is expected to grow. On Sunday, the government declared a state of medical emergency, and from midnight tomorrow, the country will go into lockdown with its international airport shut for at least 12 days. Police are chasing people away from public spaces like the seafront, and schools have been shut for 2 weeks already. The President Michel Aoun addressed the nation.
Each of us is called upon to continue his work from home in the way he sees appropriate, so that the students will be able to study and workers will be able to work and our institutions to remain alive and efficient as much as possible.
The coronavirus couldn't come at a worse time for Lebanon. The country is already in a deep recession. And for many businesses like this will be the final straw. Lebanon is facing its worst economic disaster in decades and a banking crisis threatening the livelihoods of millions. Last week, the country defaulted on its debts for the first time in its history. Prime Minister Hassan Diab broke the news in a televised speech.
Our reserves have reached critical and dangerous levels. Today we are paying the price for the mistakes of past years. Must we bequeath them to our children and the coming generations?
Not even during its devastating civil war from 1975 to 1990 was Lebanon unable to repay its debts. Now, after decades of mismanagement and corruption, the country is the third most indebted in the world.
The country imports a lot and barely exports. You have to finance that gap. And it's been financed in Lebanon using the dollars that have been sent by the Lebanese diaspora to Lebanon. Over the years, that money has been spent to finance the imports.
Mike Azar is a former economics lecturer at Johns Hopkins University.
So now you have this huge balance of dollar deposits in the system, but those dollars have all been spent to finance either the trade deficit, the government fiscal deficit.
Since the end of the war here, this unorthodox method of balancing payments seemed to be working to hold the country's finances together, for a while at least. But those dollars from Lebanese people living abroad slowed down in recent years. For one, the conflict in neighboring Syria crippled the economy in Lebanon. Also, a downturn in oil prices means a lot less money being sent home by Lebanese migrants working in the Persian Gulf.
Once those dollars stopped flowing, the central bank had to offer higher and higher interest rates to attract those deposits. So in the US, at a time when people were earning 0%, 1% on their deposits, in Lebanon, you could earn 6 to 8% on your dollar deposit.
But it was little more than a Ponzi scheme, And now the central bank can't balance the books. In the country's second largest city, Tripoli, volunteers hand out food to the poor, filling a gap where the government refuses to help. These people created a soup kitchen for the most desperate. Now, even this charity work has stopped to prevent the new coronavirus from spreading. Helping people with food handouts could put them at risk. And for 1.5 million Syrians here, many surviving in miserable refugee camps, the global pandemic adds a new layer of fear to their hardships.
We heard from the TV about corona. We are afraid now if a child coughs or sneezes. We have 80 tents, and in each tent there are 4 to 5 people. It would be catastrophic if it spreads here.
Parents in the camp worry how they will afford treatment if their kids get sick. Lebanon has no real public healthcare system.
If we go to the hospital, they won't let us take our kids in unless we pay. If you have money, you are welcome. If you don't have money, you are not.
Lebanon has long faced a multitude of calamities, but this wave of new disasters is the greatest test of its resilience for decades. The generations here who survived war and political crises now face an unprecedented set of challenges that only continue to get worse. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jane Ferguson in Beirut, Lebanon.
We thought we'd close tonight with a story of hope. How in these trying times, people are creatively using the arts, like song, to come together even in the face of social distancing. It's a reminder of the power of humanity even during hardship. Jeffrey Brown has our look as part of our ongoing arts and culture series, Canvas.
Broadway may be dark and silent, but in the digital world, there is music in the time of coronavirus.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And the show in that way goes on. A chorus line rehearsal from NYU students eager to pick up where they left off.
I see a river.
A song from the musical Urinetown by a middle schooler. And a performance of One More Day from the musical Les Miserables at Blind Brook High School in New York. This last video and many others like it were posted to #SunshineSongs. Started by Broadway veteran Laura Benanti, a Tony Award-winning actress and singer who found herself sidelined and thought of young people facing their own canceled shows, for which they put in so much work. She put out the word, "Send me your song videos."
I want to see you. I want to hear it.
And the responses have come in. In the meantime, in the land of bel canto opera, Italy is all but shut down. But that can't stop the music. Here, quarantine tenor Maurizio Marchini sang to his neighbors in Florence, the famous aria Nessun Dorma from Puccini's Turandot. And in a rather remarkable performance, set to the same song in a recording by the late great Luciano Pavarotti, the Italian Air Force used colored smoke to paint Italy's flag in the sky. All around the country, there were impromptu moments of song and pleasure. In Spain, also hard hit by the virus, music helped residents of an apartment house join together for some exercise, even as they maintained their social distancing. Back in this country, there was this. A New Hampshire Police Association pipe and drum group. Their tour of Ireland had been canceled. Instead, they went to a local Walmart. A moment of relief for all of us, even staring at empty shelves of toilet paper. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown.
Boy, did we sure need that. Thank you, Jeff. And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Judy Woodruff. Join us online and again right here tomorrow evening for all of us at the PBS NewsHour. Thank you. Stay healthy, and we'll see you soon.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
This Sunday, coronavirus pandemic.
I am officially declaring a national emergency.
President Trump's announcement coming as cases soar.
We feel that we could have up to 100,000 people in Ohio right now who are carrying around the coronavirus.
This is going to be everywhere.
And experts warn we're not ready for the millions who may become infected.
The system is not really geared to what we need right now. It is a failing. I mean, let's admit it.
The president testing negative for the virus, hopeful the crisis will quickly pass.
Some of the doctors say it will wash through, it will flow through.
My guest this morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci, head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Republican Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, and Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. Plus, how ready are we?
We're heading there almost inevitably to some sort of significant surge in demand on hospitals.
I'll talk to two experts about how prepared our healthcare system is for the coming spike in cases and whether our hospitals could become overrun with patients. And the great shutdown. France and Spain joined Italy with sweeping restrictions. Chaos at U.S. airports as travelers return from Europe. Schools closing, sports leagues canceled, theme parks going dark. Still, are we doing enough to slow the disease? Joining me for insight and analysis are Peter Baker, Chief White House Correspondent for the New York Times, NBC News Capitol Hill Correspondent Casey Hunt, David Brooks, columnist for the New York Times, and Yamiche Alcindor, White House Correspondent for PBS NewsHour. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. America's recognition of the coronavirus crisis we now face seems to have grown about at the same pace the virus itself has spread, slowly at first, then exponentially. As of this morning, there were roughly 3,000 confirmed cases of the coronavirus in the U.S., resulting in 60 deaths. But there has been very limited testing, so those numbers may be way off. Gone is the nonsense that this is a hoax. Gone mostly is the disinformation that this is nothing worse than the flu. And gone too is the myth that we're in for mere inconveniences. We're facing one of the most serious health crises in American history. President Trump's declaration of a national emergency on Friday calmed the financial markets, but only after his teleprompter speech on Wednesday prompted Wall Street's worst day in more than 3 decades. In this morning's special edition of Meet the Press, I'll talk to Dr. Anthony Fauci, 2 governors and 2 hospital executives at the front line of this crisis. And of course, we have our political panel. So many questions remain. Why has the U.S. reacted more like overwhelmed Italy than like South Korea, where there appears to have been some containment? Why do health experts seem so much more alarmed than the federal government does? When will we have enough test kits to know how widespread the virus is? Will the healthcare system be able to handle the coming surge in cases? And ultimately, are we doing enough right now to stop the epidemic? We do know this: life in America is changing, at least for the time being. And sadly, things are likely to get worse before they get better.
We're moving into uncharted territory.
Millions of students will now have to stay home.
The financial markets in free fall.
A nation on edge as efforts to contain a global pandemic grind public life to a halt.
Nervous, scared, confused, not really sure what's going on.
Governors in 19 states and Washington, D.C. have closed schools. The National Guard is now active in a growing number of states. Businesses are shuttering. Last night, airports from Chicago to Dallas to New York jammed with Americans trying to come home.
I have just enacted an executive order to activate the National Guard.
A state disaster for all counties in the state of Texas. We will close all K-12 schools.
On Friday, the president declared a national emergency.
A national emergency. 2 very big words. The action I am taking will open up access to up to $50 billion.
And the House passed an emergency relief package. The legislation includes 2 weeks of paid sick leave and up to 3 months of paid family and medical leave for many Americans, as well as food aid, enhanced unemployment benefits, and free testing regardless of insurance coverage.
The 3 most important parts of this bill are testing, testing,
testing.
Still, despite weeks of promises on testing,
on the subject of testing, we've been making steady progress.
The production and shipping of tests that we've talked about all week is completely on schedule.
Anybody that needs a test gets a test.
The Atlantic's COVID tracking project reports that fewer than 25,000 tests have been conducted nationwide. NBC has confirmed about 3,000 reported cases, but testing data is very difficult to collect.
People should not say, if you want a test, you go get a test right now.
We have a serious deficiency in being prepared for testing.
Do you take responsibility for that?
Yeah, no, I don't take responsibility at all.
Because of the limits on testing, the actual number of cases is likely much higher.
Even though we've only have 5 confirmed cases, we feel that we could have up to 100,000 people in Ohio right now who are carrying around the coronavirus.
And joining me now is a very familiar face these days in this crisis. It's Dr. Anthony Fauci, the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Dr. Fauci, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good to be with you, Chuck.
Let me start with the testing issue, and I start it with there because I feel as if we're on repeat. Right. Every week we're told, no, we're ramping up, and every week we don't ramp up. Yeah. Why should we believe that this is the week that this is going to work?
Yeah, Chuck, I think the reason is because we've really made somewhat of a sea change here. Before, I mean, obviously, early on, we weren't in the situation where we could actually get the tests out in a broad way. And I mentioned on the show last week that we need to get the private sector involved. And just a couple of days ago, we had the CEOs there who are going to be now putting it on full overdrive. So I would expect that very soon. When I say soon, I'm talking about days to a week, where you're going to start to see it go up like this. Not everybody tomorrow is going to be able to get a test, but pretty soon you're going to see a major escalation of capability and implementation.
I just want to point out, and this is just one example, Steve Peoples, he's a reporter for the Associated Press. He shared his experience. I'm presenting mild symptoms, headache, mild fever, mild cough. I want to get tested in North Jersey. Primary care tells me to go to ER. ER tells me to call City Health Department. Health Department tells me to go to urgent care. Urgent care tells me to go to ER. And everybody says no test.
Yeah, that's right. And you're going to hear about that even a little bit. You're going to hear individual ones. But as a group, it's going to change, Chuck. It really is. Because once you get the heavy hitters from industry and private sector involved, they're going to be able to make it go.
What's realistic about the spread of this virus right now? And we've had, Governor Mike DeWine, who's going to be on the show later. He goes, well, yes, we only have 26 confirmed cases, but his scientific advisors assume there might be 100,000 people with it in Ohio. Is that a fair estimation?
It is. The nature of outbreaks are that you percolate a little bit along and then you reach what we call an exponential fade. If you look at every curve, Chuck, it does this and then it goes way up. And Italy is an example of individual country that did not implement the massive type of containment and mitigation, and it went way up. So they're here now. They're really struggling. Our goal right now is that if you do nothing, it's going to do this. We're going to get more cases no matter what. What we need to do with containment and mitigation is to blunt that curve, because left to its own devices, it's going to do this.
How do you know when this curve is blunt? And do you have any evidence that we're blunting it?
Right now, well, I'm sure that we are with what we're doing, but the numbers don't tell us that yet. So what's going to happen is that if it goes like this and continues and doesn't come down, if you have a mound, you've done something, but you don't know about it until after the fact. On any given day, you can't say, oh, we've blunted the numbers, because the numbers are still going up no matter what you do. Right. It's how much up they go that is the issue.
I guess the question is, are we taking these precautions that you and others have said seriously? I don't know if you've seen overnight these pictures at various airports as people scramble to come back from Europe, stuck. I mean, look at these crowds in O'Hare. You have crowds in Dallas, at Dulles, and these are people, because of this worry, they want to get back into the country from Europe, and they're being jammed together. Yeah. This is the federal government. The governor of Illinois basically said, look, we can't do anything about this. This is the federal government. What went wrong here?
No, I don't think anything went wrong. I think it's just the nature of the problem. When you have a situation where people are in different countries, that there are going to be restrictions. American citizens, their family, others permanent residents can get back.
They don't need to immediately get back because they think they're going to be left out. They will not,
but they came. But that's what they did do.
That's what they did, but they're not. They will be able to get back. When they do get back, they're going to have some enhanced screening, depending on the country. If you're in the European group, if you're now with the UK and Ireland, what you're going to have is you're going to have 2 weeks of self-imposed isolation.
Italy, you've brought up Italy a few times. I want to bring up a story here in the Boston Globe where one Italian journalist shared the following remark, and it just said, many of us were too selfish to follow suggestions to change our behavior. Now we're in lockdown, and people are needlessly dying. This is St. Paddy's Day weekend. There's been plenty of bars and restaurants. They're crowded. Is this a mistake? France just shut it down. Spain is shutting it down. I think Pennsylvania's thinking about doing this. Should the country shut down bars and restaurants?
Well, you know, that's an individual question. What the country should do is absolutely, and more so proportionately, in those areas that have community spread. But as a country...
What areas don't have community spread right now, Dr. Fauci?
You know, I mean, real obvious community spread. So the question is that you want to bring down and hunker down everywhere, even more so. I'm not saying the rest of the country's okay, don't worry about it. Everybody's got to get involved and distance themselves socially. If you are in an area where there's clear community spread, you have to be much, much more intense about how you do that. That's where you get things like school closings. You don't want to close every school in the country, but there are areas.
Why don't you? And I ask this because do you worry that if some places do a lockdown, but some don't? I think Indiana is one of every state that touches Indiana has closed schools, but Indiana hasn't, for instance. So are you risking something if not everybody is following the same guidelines?
No, Chuck, you always want to be ahead of the curve. I mean, the golden rule that I say is that when you think you're doing too much, you're probably doing enough or not enough.
Okay.
All right, that's the thing you've got to do. You don't want to be complacent. You always want to be ahead of the curve. But it depends on how far ahead of the curve you want to be. Don't even for a second think that I'm saying we shouldn't. I like to be criticized when I say, oh, you're being too overreactive. That's good for me, right?
Let me ask it this way. We've had a healthcare official say this to us, that if we could guarantee that people would get their sick leave pay, guarantee that we could basically do what FEMA does in a natural disaster, give people cash for the basics, for groceries. And would you prefer a 14-day just sort of national shutdown to slow this down?
You know, I would prefer as much as we possibly could. I think we should really be overly aggressive and get criticized for overreacting.
Okay, have you made this point of view known inside the administration?
Yes.
Is it getting pushback, or are they slowly getting there?
In fairness, they listen and they generally go with what we say.
So should we expect more closures? Should more Americans be prepared to be hunkering down at their house?
I think Americans should be prepared that they're going to have to hunker down significantly more than we as a country are doing.
That means no restaurants, no bars, things like that?
Chuck, when you say no,
I hear you say no.
You know,
unlikely.
Much more so. I mean, obviously, you're going to have people who are going to go to restaurants anyway, but for the most part, and particularly, if I can say this is particularly appropriate and relevant for people at the higher risk. The elderly and those who have underlying conditions right now should really hunker down.
The final thing I want to ask you about is our hospital preparedness. The ventilator situation and the respirator situation both seem to be potentially dire if we don't flatten the curve. How concerned are you?
Well, if you have a really massive increase in cases, there's no country or anybody in the world that's going to be perfectly prepared. But we have a stockpile, and we will hopefully be able to backfill and refill that stockpile. But I think people should remember, that's the reason why we want to blunt that curve. If you let the curve get up there, then the entire society is going to be hit.
Should all elective surgery be postponed right now?
You know, for the most part, elective surgery, keep people out of the hospitals except those who need to be in the hospitals.
And if you think you have symptoms, don't go to a hospital, correct?
Don't. Contact a physician, contact a healthcare provider, and get some instructions about how you can get tested. But stay home.
All right, and final question is this. I want to show the picture of the briefing yesterday. Are you guys practicing enough social distancing? At the time, the president was being tested, but I mean, you looked up here and a lot of us were going, wait a minute, we've been told not to be in a crowd that small.
Right. You know, a crowd that small, but sometimes there's business that you need to do. But I'm working on it, Chuck. I'm working on getting everybody to do this. I hope I'm successful.
Elbows out. Dr.
Right.
Fauci, I know these have been some long nights, some long days. Thanks for coming on and giving us more information.
Always good to be with you, Chuck.
In our new NBC News Wall Street Journal poll that is out this morning, we asked registered voters how much confidence they have in government leaders to handle the coronavirus outbreak. 75% say they have confidence in their state government. 72% said the same about their local government. 62% said the same about the federal government. And just 48% said they have that kind of confidence in President Trump individually. Governors, as the heads of state government, top that list. And we have two of them with us this morning, Republican Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio and Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. Gentlemen, welcome to Meet the Press. As you both, I think, heard, I referred to both of you during that interview with Dr. Fauci. Governor Pritzker, let me start with you with what happened overnight at O'Hare. And again, you weren't the only airport, but every major international airport seemed to have a similar situation. Dr. Fauci seemed to say, look, that is what's going to happen when you come back into this country. What do you believe should have been done that wasn't done?
Well, that's not right. I mean, I have enormous respect for Dr. Fauci, but that's just incorrect. We knew when the president gave the orders that European travel back to the United States was going to be cut off, that there would be an influx of people, Americans and others, that would come before the final cutoff. So what should have happened? They should have increased the Customs and Border Patrol numbers, and they should have increased the number of CDC personnel on the ground doing those checks. They did neither of those. So last night, as people were flooding into O'Hare Airport, they were stuck in a small area, hundreds and hundreds of people, and that's exactly what you don't want in this pandemic. So we had that problem, and then today it's going to be even worse. There are a larger number of flights with more people coming, and they seem completely unprepared.
You have not gotten any reassurance from customs officials that they are going to have more folks on hand today?
Well, here's what I got. I got a call at about 11 o'clock last night after that tweet from a White House staffer who yelled at me about the tweet. That is what I got. Now, we've been talking to Customs and Border Patrol officials directly on the ground at O'Hare. I've been working with the mayor and our senators to make sure that we're getting the federal government to pay attention to this problem because we can't have it happen all day today.
Governor DeWine, you've been among the more governors that have, I think, following Dr. Fauci's advice, and frankly, I think your own health official who said in pandemics, people think you're overreacting at the start, and then after it's over, they think you've underreacted. Based on what you heard from Dr. Fauci, are you going to close bars and restaurants in the state of Ohio?
Well, we're certainly looking at that. We started off last week closing the schools. We reduced the number of people gathered together to 100. We've restricted access to our nursing homes, to our prisons. So we're taking tough steps. And Chuck, I think it's very instructive. I know people have talked about this before, but I just looked at a chart. You look at the pandemic of 1918, you compare the two cities of St. Louis and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And you saw Philadelphia didn't get it. But the thing that I noticed in the chart is Philadelphia was only 2 weeks behind St. Louis. And so Philadelphia's, it went up straight like this. St. Louis is more like that. And so what it tells us is, all the people I've been consulting, from Dr. Amy Acton, who's doing a great job as my health director, but to national experts, they say, look, every day counts so much, and you cannot wait. You've got to move very, very quickly. And look, these are tough decisions. We're inconveniencing people. It's making people's lives change.
Yeah.
But we've got to save lives. Everything we're doing is to save lives.
It struck me, Governor, that on Wednesday, I think you announced 6 cases, Thursday 13, Friday 26. We can do basic math here. Double, double, double. It's what Dr. Fauci said. I'm certain you're not excited about your 2 p.m. briefing today that you'll be doing. Do you have any indication that anything is bending this curve down to that mound yet?
Well, I don't think we can tell, but as the experts tell me, we're always way, way behind in what we know. Our testing is just now ramping up. For example, the Cleveland Clinic, University of Cincinnati, some other hospitals are just now basically coming online in their ability to test. So we're going to see the number of tests go up dramatically. But what I'm telling the people of Ohio, look, none of this should be a surprise. We know there's a bunch of people out there who are carrying this virus around, and that's part of the message, particularly to young people who maybe aren't so worried about the 20-somethings. Look, you may not get really, really sick. You may get lucky, but you may take that to your grandmother who's 80, and we know people in their 80s, the mortality rate's at least 15 to 20%. So everybody's got to take care of everybody else.
Governor Pritzker, and I'm sure other cities will be offended if I say this, Chicago does St. Patty's Day on a level that many other cities do not. I know you've been concerned about the crowds at bars and restaurants already over the weekend. Are you thinking about shutting down bars and restaurants, particularly after hearing what Dr. Fauci said?
Well, let me just compliment Governor DeWine and the other governors. We're the ones who've had to provide the leadership because the federal government just has fallen down on this. So they didn't advise us to shut down major events, sporting events, parades. We made those decisions on our own. They are not the ones that advised us to close schools. We made those decisions on our own. So we're on our own out here. I wish we had leadership from Washington. We're not getting it. With regard to St. Patrick's Day, we shut down the parade. We didn't color the river green as we usually do. And I have advised that we need to keep our crowds smaller. And yesterday we saw that, we put a limit of 250 people in gatherings. We canceled all the gatherings larger than that. Yeah. And then yesterday what we saw was many young people who think they're impervious to this went out and celebrated. And I had my 2:30 briefing yesterday called out the problem of people on the street. And unfortunately, we haven't seen a lot of movement. People aren't understanding that even if you're healthy, even if you're young, that you may be a carrier and you're going to hand it over to somebody else. COVID-19 is spreading because even healthy people can be walking around giving it to other people. So we need to go on lockdown.
I was just going to say, it sounds like then are you going to close bars and restaurants? That is your plan? Or you sort of contradicted yourself there saying you were going to keep the size smaller, but then you're making the case to lock down.
Well, what I'm telling you is that we've been on the trajectory now and planning for each of these steps because it's not easy. You can imagine each one of these decisions has consequences to them that are not just about the pandemic, they're also about people's livelihoods. So we're actually looking hard at that decision making today. We obviously saw what happened in Europe. Nowhere in the United States really has there been a lockdown on bars and restaurants, but it's something that we're seriously looking at.
Both of you have primaries on Tuesday. You have indicated a couple of days ago you guys will go forward. Any hesitance? Governor DeWine, you first.
We're going to go ahead, but we're telling people, to be careful. The good thing in Ohio is we have basically 4 weeks of voting. People can vote today. We're urging them to go vote today. They can vote Monday. They've got 13 hours on Tuesday. So that just naturally spreads it out. We're asking them to be very, very careful.
Governor Pritzker, any second thoughts about the primary on Tuesday?
We've done the same as Ohio. We have actually lengthened our hours of early voting. We have mail balloting. We've had record mail balloting this year. So we're going to go ahead with it, but we've been extra careful at all of our polling places. Everybody is practicing good hygiene, and we're making sure that it's safe for people to come and vote. The schools are closed, so many people will be voting in schools, and there won't be big crowds.
I have a feeling it may be the last primaries we have for a little while. Anyway, Governors DeWine and Pritzker, thank you both for joining us. I know these are long days and nights. Thank you both for your service.
Thank you.
One of the great fears in this crisis is that hospitals could become overwhelmed by a tsunami of cases. When we come back, I'll talk to 2 top hospital executives on whether our healthcare system can survive what's coming their way. Welcome back. If the thousands of confirmed cases of COVID-19 turn into millions, how will our healthcare system manage? The steps we're taking, like social distancing, are all an effort to flatten the pandemic's curve so that hospitals aren't overwhelmed. That is why this flattening of the curve is such a priority. Joining me now are Johnese Spizo, the president of UCLA Health, and Dr. Peter Slavin, the president of Massachusetts General Hospital. Welcome to you both. Let me start with you, Dr. Slavin, about the things that Mass General is doing. When are you preparing for what is going to be the peak of this curve, whether it's a mound or a spike? Is this coming in days, weeks? When do you expect it?
Good morning, Chuck. This is something that places like Mass General and hospitals around the country do on a daily basis on a small scale. We've been preparing for disasters for over 100 years, and for this particular one over the last two months. We're taking a variety of steps to get ready. We, like other parts of the society, are promoting social distancing, asking our staff who can stay at home to stay at home, canceling elective surgery, and trying to do as much outpatient care through telemedicine, particularly for vulnerable populations. And we're training our staff and getting ready to engage in this difficult challenge that lies ahead.
Do you have a time frame that at all that your experts are telling you based on what they think's happening in New England?
We think that the next week or two are going to be critical. We've begun to see cases in this area, but we expect them to rise dramatically in the coming weeks.
Johnny Spizzo, you've had, the West Coast has been dealing with this a little bit longer than the East Coast. What have you learned over the last 6 weeks that tells you what we should be expecting over the next 6 weeks?
Well, thank you for having me. I want to first start by saying this is definitely an unprecedented time for healthcare systems in our country. But Chuck, I want your viewers to also know the remarkable effort that our staff are making around the clock to really prepare and implement our emergency preparedness plan for the COVID-19 outbreak. And all of this is really consistent with our mission of an academic health system to really treat the most complex injury and illness that we see with our team of experts, to really train that next generation of healthcare professionals on how to face these outbreaks, and to conduct that leading edge research and discovery that hopefully will lead to more cures. So we focused on, in addition to all the things that Peter mentioned, our big focus has been how do we establish surge capacity, recognizing that most of our hospitals are full. So our efforts have looked at really how we can create additional places to care for patients. If you go past our emergency department now, you'll see tents erected in the parking lot that allow us to increase emergency department capacity. Throughout our 180 clinics throughout Los Angeles and Southern California, we're encouraging telemedicine visits so we can create additional capacity there. We set up a satellite drive-through testing station. We were fortunate at UCLA Health. Our virology lab was one of the first to be able to start testing and doing our own tests that really save us time. We're hoping to continue to increase capacity, and having that drive-through area allows us to really contain patients from coming in to our main hospitals where our most sick patients are.
Dr. Slavin, it seems as if the thing we keep hearing about, respirators and ventilators, respirators in this case meaning the healthcare equipment essentially that healthcare workers need to treat folks, and of course ventilators because if it gets really, this is one of the things with the breathing issues for those that are elderly. What are your concerns? Has the federal government stepped up enough on this front?
Well, my concerns, I think we need to think about this in almost a warlike stance. My concern is that we have millions of healthcare workers around this country who are prepared to do battle against this virus, but I'm concerned that there are at least a couple of areas of supplies that they need in order to fight that virus as effectively as possible. One is the testing that we need, and Dr. Fauci commented on that, and I hope indeed that private labs are going to ramp up testing. We've started at Mass General Brigham to do our testing as of yesterday. But we also are very worried about personal.
Why was it yesterday? Why wasn't this 6 weeks ago? Can you help explain to viewers why your lab, and I talked to Johnny's about this earlier as well. I know they got online last week too. Why did these private facilities and university facilities take so long to get online?
Well, it was just the day before yesterday that we got regulatory relief from the FDA so that we didn't need to jump through all sorts of hoops and prove that our testing was as accurate as possible. Certainly the testing is accurate, but the FDA relaxed its regulation so that we could begin testing immediately. My other big concern is personal protective equipment. Even before the most significant battles lie ahead, our supplies are low. I hear from hospitals around our region and around our country that their supplies are low, and we need the federal government to engage in a Manhattan Project to get industry to create surgical masks, eye protection devices, gowns, so that our healthcare workers can engage in this battle. We wouldn't want to send soldiers into war without helmets and armor. We don't want to do the same with our healthcare workers.
And Johnny Spizzo, last question for you. One thing the federal government hasn't done yet that you'd like to see them step up and do?
Well, again, I think I'd echo what Peter has mentioned about supplies. We really have to make sure we have the personal protective equipment to keep our healthcare providers and our patients and our families safe.
Johnny Spizzo, Peter Slavin, Mass General, UCLA, both coasts. Good luck over the next couple of weeks and perhaps couple of months. I know we're all hoping you can handle this surge capacity. Thank you much. For the latest on the coronavirus, follow the live blog on NBCnews.com/coronavirus. When we come back, President Trump says he's doing a terrific job confronting the crisis. Is he? Panel is next. Welcome back. The panelists here. David Brooks, columnist for the New York Times. Michelle Sindor, White House correspondent for PBS NewsHour. Casey Hunt, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent. And Peter Baker, the chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. I feel like this morning, Peter, we heard a little bit, if you read between the lines of Dr. Fauci and the governors, of the federal government is leaning in, but perhaps not as much as they would like to. Because on one hand, they're making the case that we're not doing enough, and on the other hand, they're not ready to call for more action.
Right. It's stunning to hear Mass General say they just got the FDA approval yesterday. We've been hearing about that from administration officials.
This is Mass General, one of the leading hospitals in this country.
Yeah. I thought one of the most interesting moments this week came when Dr. Fauci was on the Hill and he was asked by the Congress people, is it going to get worse? He says, yes, it's going to get worse. What about things like NBA games? He says, yes, things like NBA games should be shut down. Boom. Within 24 hours, all of sports shut down, right? They were craving for direction. They were craving for Washington to tell them, what are we supposed to do at this point? And they're not hearing it from the president. The president is kind of a bystander as school superintendents and sports commissioners and governors and mayors around the country make these individual decisions to shut down American life. And the president hasn't given that kind of firm direction and guidance that they're looking for.
I'm curious. I think I heard, but Casey, did you hear Dr. Fauci recommend closing down bars and restaurants?
It seemed like he wasn't willing to quite say that.
But he kind of implied it.
If it were me and I owned a bar or restaurant and I listened to that interview, I'd think this is probably the best idea. This would probably be the best plan. And to pick up on Peter's point, this is something I think we are hearing from the community. I am hearing it from my friends, who are looking to us in the media for guidance about what to do. The idea that Americans feel like they know that this is something that they need to be worried about, they need to be taking action in their own lives, even if they feel concerned, they have no idea what to do. The lack of clarity is a serious problem.
David Brooks, this was after the Wednesday address. Noah Rothman in commentary wrote, there's no excuse for the kind of carelessness in a prepared address to the nation, much less one given amid emergency circumstances. The cumulative effect of these errors and compromise palliative measures was to leave the nation less confident than it was before Trump spoke. The president might have been better off keeping quiet. But the point is, it does seem as if that lack of confidence, and you start to see it, it's spreading with different people on how to deal with this crisis.
Well, we see it with every federal official. None of them can get out in front of President Trump, so they all have to hang back. I had a friend, somebody I care about deeply, call me last night saying he had a fever. And I had no idea what to tell him, like take Motrin, go to Netflix. It was very unnerving. And then your next instinct is, I'm going to drive up and see him, but I can't do that either. Mm-hmm. And so this goes against human nature, that we can't really care about our loved ones. And I think it does flow from the top. And we have a president who doesn't feel the emotions of other people. And therefore, he can't read the country. 6 months ago, he can't say, wow, people are really hurting out there. People are afraid out there. I've got to act. I've got to act. He lacks that sense. And so he's not really seeing the country. He's reading what people think about him, which is all he sees. And therefore, all his reactions are late and deadened.
Yamiche, here's just a rundown of the last 2 weeks. Take a listen.
We're finding very little problem. Now, you treat this like a flu. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
This is their new hoax.
Anybody that needs a test gets a test. It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. Some of the doctors say it will wash through. It will flow through.
Missing urgency.
Well, the defining characteristic of the Trump administration has been this real challenge for truth, this real challenge of the facts, alternative facts. You've had the president say all sorts of misinformation, intentionally or not intentionally. You had the president's lawyer say truth isn't truth. What you have here is a president who, as David said, wants to calm people because people are frankly terrified. They're scared. People are crying in their cars, wondering if they should be in big crowds. And you have the president really bungling easy things like an Oval Office address that should have been able to say, here's what you can do as an American. Here's what are the things that you need to do. Instead, you had him say misinformations like, we're not sure if all goods are going to be banned from Europe. We don't know if the insurance companies are going to cover the treatments of coronavirus. He obviously had to clean all that stuff up. And what you have is a leadership vacuum here that people are really worried about.
Well, and we've seen the governors have filled the vacuum.
Yes.
I'm curious, congressional Republicans, it seems to me offline, they're very concerned that they're basically being judged through the prism of how the president is responding. Governors get to separate themselves.
This is a crisis on Capitol Hill, and we're going to spend the coming week waiting for the Senate to take action on a compromise that came late into the night on Friday between the White House and House Democrats. And it's not clear to me that there is a path forward with Senate Republicans. There's so much internal squabbling. There's other priorities and issues that they're trying to deal with. Nobody can give me a timeline. Nobody can say, oh, yes, we're all going to get on board. I mean, the Senate, if all 100 senators agree, they can act like that, right? It takes a minute or two. If they want to do it that way, they can. And so far, no indication that they're going to.
That is just surprising on Mitch McConnell's part, frankly, because usually he is laser-eyed knowing.
I actually don't think this is a Mitch McConnell problem.
Interesting.
I think McConnell is with
in that,
you
gets
on
that, yeah.
But there are some other Republicans in the conference. There was a statement from Ron Johnson complaining about some of the contents of the bill. There are other issues at hand that some senators, Mike Lee is focused on the FISA renewal, right? The eye is not on the ball right now in the Senate.
How does the president deal with that?
Well, he's subcontracted it out to Steve Mnuchin, actually. He has been a non-player when it comes to these negotiations. He said, Steve, you take care of it. He hasn't even spoken with Nancy Pelosi now in weeks. The two of them obviously are estranged because of impeachment, because of other issues. He has basically left it to his Treasury Secretary. And that's a consequence of the partisan wars we've had these last 3 years, when the number one official in the country and the number three official in the country are not on speaking terms. That doesn't lend itself to the kind of action Washington normally takes.
David Brooks, what would we say about another country whose politics were so dysfunctional that their number one and number three, that their heads of two different branches couldn't speak to each other?
We would call that a failed state. And so we've weakened our institutions over decades. We've had candidates running against the swamp.
Yeah.
Well, the swamp looks pretty valuable right now. You want an establishment who can do stuff. What we're lacking right now is a complete mobilization. The federal government should be sending $1,000 checks to everybody. They really need to be writing
FEMA should be out there now.
We need the hospital gowns we just heard.
Yeah.
We need the ventilators to be built. It really should be a World War II mentality. But then it took a certain sort of consciousness. Oh, we have institutions that actually work. We've weakened them especially over the last 3 years.
Yeah, I don't get the sense it feels as if the administration sees this as a political inconvenience. Still, not everybody in the administration, the political folks in the administration is probably a better way to look at it.
Well, you have the president who's looking at his own political futures and saying, well, the thing that I was going to run on, apart from maybe culture wars, was going to be the economy. And this is the thing that I'm most worried about. That's why you had those last-minute negotiations on Capitol Hill where the president was really trying to see, why can't I get my payroll tax? Why can't I get the industries that are going to be hit that might strain my ability to get reelected? Why can't they get the help they need?
Well, I think all of that's coming. It's sort of like it's sort of one step at a time.
It's a political disaster. And the only way to fix it is to make it less of a medical disaster. It's the only way through it.
Nice. When we come back, the other ways the coronavirus may impact the way we live. Welcome back, Data Download Time. We won't know the full economic impact of the coronavirus for some time, but by the day we learn how much bigger it will be. It's much bigger than just the stock market. In the last week, countless large events have been canceled and people's travel plans suspended, creating huge costs for local economies and travel industries. The NCAA canceled all of March Madness. That cost Cleveland $8 million for the first and second rounds of the tournament. The cancellation of the Frozen Four, which is college ice hockey's men's championship, that's costing the city of Detroit $10 million. Atlanta was preparing to host the culmination of the men's March Madness tournament, the Final Four. Now that city is losing more than $100 million. And South by Southwest, the music, film, and tech conference in Austin, Texas, that cancellation will cost that city $355 million. Flight cancellations are creating a huge economic crisis for the major airlines and their workers. In fact, flight schedules have already been slashed to levels even lower than they were after the September 11th terrorist attacks. And in an effort to fill any seats at all, ticket prices have fallen rapidly. These are next day round-trip tickets during peak spring break time, and the prices are still falling. Those same flights for May are now only $97 round trip. And hotel cancellation rates are spiking across the globe, 40% in North America, just over 50% in Europe, and a whopping 90% rate in Asia. The point is, the financial repercussions globally will grow fast and hit hard. Health and safety obviously comes first, but many will be feeling the economic strain from this pandemic for a long time. Not just weeks, not just months, but maybe even years. When we come back, how Democrats and Republicans are seeing even this health crisis largely through a red-blue political lens. Welcome back. We have some numbers from our new NBC News Wall Street Journal poll. 45% of registered voters polled say they approve of the way President Trump is handling the coronavirus, while 51% disapprove. It's a familiar set of numbers. Check out the partisan split. This also is somewhat familiar. Democrats disapprove of the president's handling by an enormous 84-13 margin. And guess what? Republicans completely flip the script, and they approve of the president's handling by that similar enormous margin, 81-14. But the partisan split goes well beyond that. Far more Democrats than Republicans are concerned that a family member will catch the virus. Look at that difference. Democrats say they are far more likely to avoid large gatherings than Republicans are. They're also much more likely to have changed their travel plans. And they're 3 times more likely to avoid eating at restaurants. David Brooks, this is the unintended consequence that a lot of us feared of this polarization of how people get information. That, to me, is the show that how 2/3 of the country gets their information from one set of people, and 1/3 of the country gets it somewhere else. And you see it there.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, is cancer a partisan issue now? I mean, the virus is now a partisan issue. You see all reality through a partisan lens. And that's just one of the divides that's going to open up. I looked back and read about all the different pandemics over centuries. And you think people come together in a crisis? They do in some kind of crisis, but in a pandemic, they fall apart. The reporting from every crisis for the last 1,000 years of this sort is that neighbors withdraw from neighbors, you get widened class divisions, you get out of fear, you get a spirit of callousness.
Don't forget xenophobia.
And so in 1918, we lost 675,000 Americans to the flu, and nobody wanted to talk about it afterwards. And that's because they were ashamed of how they behaved. And so we need to take some moral step to make ourselves decent neighbors to each other as we go sort of this thing. Like, I think people should get on Nextdoor, this sort of Facebook for neighbors, so at least you know what's going on right around you, which is super important. And so this is going to be not only a health crisis and a financial crisis, it's how we treat each other is going to deteriorate, and we're not going to like who we're about to become.
Yamiche, wow. You painted an even more bleak picture than I thought this. I mean, this was a depressing finding, because this idea that people judge their public health warnings through the prism of the party the person belongs to.
It's pretty crazy. And there's this idea that, of course, the president has not helped the situation by being talking in front of thousands of people, calling at least the reporting of this a hoax, making it seem as though people talking about the virus being an issue was really a personal attack on him, because he feels obviously so personally aggrieved that this is happening. But what you see here is the fact that, as you said, we're a polarized nation. People are getting information straight at sometimes from President Trump's Twitter account, and he's been trying to downplay this from the beginning, and including contradicting his own health officials. I also think a really important part of this poll was on page 16, which was question 20, when they said, who do you feel very
Be specific, will you?
Who do you feel is very confident? Who do you feel confident about how they're handling this? Most people said, up to 75% said they were happy with the way the states were handling it. Right. Less than 50% said that they were confident in the way that the president was handling it. That should make President Trump very nervous.
Casey Hunt, it's within this backdrop, and the reason I also opened with the partisan splits here, Democrats are far more concerned about this than Republicans right now. This is the backdrop for tonight. Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, what may be the final Democratic primary debate. We've got states postponing primaries. Georgia is the latest to do it. Louisiana did it earlier. We'll see what happens after Tuesday, how many more states join. How does Bernie Sanders go after Joe Biden tonight on a topic that isn't about coronavirus?
I'm not sure he does,
Yeah.
Chuck. I mean, you've seen Bernie Sanders himself already sort of struggle going after Joe Biden. There's been some great reporting. Ruby Kramer kind of wrote about why that was, because he still has fond feelings because Joe Biden treated him well before Bernie Sanders, was a thing.
Yeah.
And Bernie Sanders continues to appreciate that. I think we've seen healthcare be the center of all of these Democratic debates, or most of them anyway. I think you'll see some more of that tonight, most likely, but I think that it is a nearly impossible situation to be seen having a political squabbling match in light of what's going on.
Peter, I'm not interested in the NFL free agency news that I'm reading about now when they have nothing else to write about, and I get it. Like, it feels like we're all on. I think this makes Bernie Sanders' job almost impossible.
Yeah, he wanted clearly to have one last, ideological, head-to-head, one-on-one kind of confrontation with Joe Biden to talk about the direction of the party before what seems to be the likelihood that he ends up ending a campaign at some point, right? This next set of primaries on Tuesday did not favor Bernie Sanders, presumably, but Biden, has a great deal of momentum coming out of it. And Bernie Sanders wanted to have one last chance to say, this is what I think our party should be about. And you're right, it's been completely taken over, like everything else in our life, by this one issue.
David, I want to close with the cultural changes that this is going to inevitably make in America. You spend so much time sort of chronicling the good and bad of these societal changes that have taken place over the last generation. In one fell swoop, we may make massive changes in how we interact with ourselves that will last a generation.
Yeah, well, I do think loneliness and isolation are the core problems underlying a lot of our other problems. And now social distancing has become a virtue. And so that's going to make that problem of loneliness, detachment, alienation even worse. And so it's up to us to somehow, neighbor by neighbor, we can't go and knock on the doors of our neighbors right now.
Right.
But somehow we have to make a contact. If we all had the emails of our neighbors, we could at least have some sort of communication. Old people die when they're not checked up on in a crisis. We've learned that crisis after crisis. So check up on the old lady next to you.
Yeah.
There has to
don't physically go next door, right?
Send an email,
yes.
drop a letter, something.
And it isn't time for culture wars. The president's called this a foreign virus. There are people who are not wanting to go to Chinese restaurants, even though maybe we won't go to all restaurants. But this isn't the time to say these are the people who gave it to us, which of course is what President Trump was saying when he, in his address, was blaming the EU for not closing their borders quick enough. It's just not the time for cultural problems.
If you want to blame Earth, okay? I mean, we all live on the same planet.
I mean, the one positive thing I will say is I think I've heard from more old friends more in the last week than I have in the previous year or year and a half. I do think that there is an element of common humanity that, I hope is bringing people together, despite some examples of poor actors stockpiling Purell and other things.
You don't have to check your phone if there's not anything else going on but one thing. So maybe pick up the phone, talk to your friends. That's all we have for today. Thank you for watching. Please take the advice, avoid big groups, practice social distancing, stay safe, stay healthy.
Breaking news tonight, millions of Americans ordered to shelter in place as the coronavirus pandemic spreads. The drastic new measures in the San Francisco area. Residents told to stay in their homes and avoid contact for the next 3 weeks.
These measures will be disruptive to day-to-day life, but there is no need to panic.
Major shutdown, several states and cities closing restaurants, bars, gyms, and movie theaters. The new guidelines tonight from the White House: avoid gatherings of 10 or more. President Trump's new warning that the virus is not under control after repeatedly saying it was. The stock market plunging, the worst single-day drop in history, as the president acknowledges we could be headed for a recession and how long he says this new reality could last. Also tonight, drive-through test sites opening in new states, but the frustration mounting. One man unconscious in the ICU after it took 3 days to get a positive result. The devastating impact of businesses big and small. Airlines slashing flights and the chaos at grocery stores. What they're now doing about those empty shelves. The surge in school closings, over 30 million children out of the classroom. Lines of cars waiting for grab-and-go meals for kids. and social distancing, why it's so important, even for young people who don't feel sick.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. I hope you and your family are staying well in the midst of this crisis we all face. Tonight, officials in the San Francisco Bay Area are imposing the most extreme anti-coronavirus measures we've seen in this country. It's a shelter-in-place order. 7 million people told to stay at home and away from others for the next 3 weeks. It comes as the federal government called on all of us to limit gatherings to 10 people. Bars and restaurants ordered closed in many places. And another eye-watering plunge on Wall Street today. There is so much to get to with our team. Miguel Almaguer starts us off.
Tonight, the San Francisco Bay Area, just hours away from the unprecedented order. 7 million people told to go home and stay home for 3 weeks, starting at midnight. The move aimed at bringing bustling city streets to a virtual standstill and closing nearly all businesses, the most dramatic and drastic step in the country.
These measures will be disruptive to day-to-day life, but there is no need to panic.
While the president said a nationwide quarantine is not under consideration for now, he did urge Americans to stay away from groups larger than 10 people.
No matter where you look, this is something, it's an invisible enemy.
The president predicting the virus could spread through summer. At subways, city stations, and iconic venues, more are keeping their distance. The White House with this new warning.
The reason we're taking these strong and bold steps is because we know there is virus spread before you develop symptoms.
As a growing number of cities, including New York and LA, ban restaurants and bars from seating customers, delivery service and drive-thrus are becoming the only options. Theaters, gyms, and a long list of several major retailers are shuttered, while brands like Starbucks are only open for pickups.
A burger, a Vegemite, and an ice cream sandwich? Yep.
One fine dining restaurant in Seattle now delivering burgers.
This is about feeding a city that is hungry.
With fear driving some to hoard food, many grocery stores are operating on modified hours, allowing older shoppers in at earlier times. But in California, the governor says anyone 65 or older should self-isolate at home. For thousands, getting home was the problem. At O'Hare International, massive crowds trickled through enhanced screenings for the coronavirus.
I definitely felt unsafe. If the government's telling me to stay in groups of less than 50 and keep social distancing, that was the opposite.
As school districts in cities big and small close down, a dozen hotels and casinos on the Las Vegas Strip are set to go dark, as a symbol of America is now closed on Liberty Island. Lisa Merck, a nurse in Colorado, is recovering from the virus.
I started getting really sweaty, and then I felt like I kind of wanted to collapse. And I remember like having almost this burning sensation, when you take a deep breath.
Tonight, Americans in uncharted territory, changing the way we gather and the cities we live in.
The legal order in the San Francisco Bay Area to go home and stay home does not impact essential businesses like grocery stores. The public can still go outside and go to essential services, but this was a major move by a big city. It's likely the first, but not the last. Lester.
That got everybody's attention. Miguel Almaguer in California, thanks. President Trump acknowledging today the virus is not under control any place in the world. NBC's Jeff Bennett is at the White House with more.
The Trump administration ramping up its response to the coronavirus as Americans brace for the outbreak's full fury. President Trump tonight releasing new guidelines for all Americans to follow over the next 15 days.
Each and every one of us has a critical role to play in stopping the spread and transmission of the virus.
They include closing schools in affected areas, avoiding discretionary travel, avoiding groups of 10 or more people, and working from home when possible.
No matter who you are, please stay home.
New procedures now in effect at the White House, too. A normally packed White House press briefing room sparse today. A new seating arrangement leaving every other seat open.
I'm glad to see that you're practicing social distancing. That looks very nice.
The president's comments, his most direct appeal yet for Americans to take the virus seriously. The new guidelines, an answer to calls from state officials for a stronger federal response.
I want federal guidance. This is a national pandemic, and there are no national rules.
The president tonight also addressing rumors that his administration may soon impose a countrywide quarantine, like the ones in Italy and Spain.
Are you considering instituting a nationwide lockdown, a nationwide quarantine?
At this point, not nationwide, but well, there are some places in our nation that are not very affected at all. But we may look at certain areas, certain hotspots, as they call them. We'll be looking at that. But at this moment, no, we're not.
And President Trump said the coronavirus crisis could last through July or August. And when asked if the U.S. is headed toward a recession, he said it may be. Lester?
All right, Jeff, thanks. Also tonight, the administration insists it is dramatically increasing testing capabilities across the country, but some leading ER doctors warn the delay may already have dire consequences. Here's Tom Costello.
From Connecticut to Colorado, Ohio to Alabama, roughly a dozen states are now offering drive-through COVID-19 testing. Some people confused by special requirements for testing, like an appointment or a doctor's note. At Christiana Care Hospital in Delaware, they tested 536 people in just 4 hours.
One in one side of the nose and one in the other side, and then we put it inside the tube and we close it off and we send it with their individual information.
The White House says 2,000 labs will have the ability to conduct tests by sometime today, processing nearly 2 million tests by the end of the week. Each test could take hours or days to process, but across much of the country, frustration at the lack of tests and slow results. A Virginia man who returned from a trip to New York is now unconscious on a ventilator and in ICU. It took 3 days to get a positive test result.
Like he's sleeping, but, he's got all these tubes and he's on his stomach and they're just doing everything they can to keep him alive, but it's heartbreaking. I just want him to come home.
Mass General Emergency Physician Clayton Dalton says the delays will almost certainly have dire consequences.
I do think that these early failures will result in more people getting sick and more people dying than might otherwise have happened.
Hospitals across the country are now setting up triage tents to screen patients outside of the ER. New York Governor Cuomo calling for the Army Corps of Engineers to set up medical tents. The White House says facilities dedicated to treating COVID-19 patients are already under consideration. In hardest hit states, the White House promises more drive and walk-through testing sites this week, able to screen up to 4,000 people per day.
I want it to be clear to everybody, this is just another tool for states and local public health systems and healthcare systems to use. It's not replacing testing that goes on in a doctor's office or in a hospital.
In the San Francisco area, Google has set up a pilot program to help identify people at highest risk and direct them to a local testing site.
Many of us can get this virus, and it could be mild or even no symptoms at all, but they could actually still give it to a friend or a loved one, and for them, their lungs.
Meanwhile, a vaccine clinical trial with 40 people began today in Seattle, though researchers caution it could take up to 18 months before a vaccine is approved and widely available.
Here in the Washington, D.C. area, more than 100 cases already, and Maryland's governor urgently looking for 6,000 hospital beds in the event of a surge in patients. Lester?
Yeah, there's a lot to take in here. Tom, thanks very much. And we want to turn now to the deepening impact on business. Wherever you live, companies large and small shutting down or scaling back in the critical effort to contain this virus. Gabe Gutierrez reports.
Tonight, an unprecedented shutdown, already a gut punch to workers coast to coast, from California to Illinois to New York.
I don't know financially how I'm going to pay my bills.
This is where the virus is spreading. So we had a responsibility to the public.
In many states, including Ohio, no more dine-in customers at bars and restaurants, only takeout and delivery orders.
They have to send out, and call everybody and say, hey, as of tonight, 9 o'clock, sign up for unemployment. We're all done here indefinitely. I mean, it's scary.
Many gyms and movie theaters will also close. Today in Teaneck, New Jersey, where the mayor had urged some 40,000 residents to self-quarantine, police officers went door to door, telling shop owners about the new restrictions.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Never in my life. I'm a grandfather, and I've never seen this before.
Doug Palsy and Frank Pinto own this restaurant in Newark. Business has dried up. No takeout orders here. They'll be forced to shut down entirely.
Does this feel like the new normal?
crazy. I hope not. I hope it's not the new normal. It's like a nightmare that doesn't end.
That nightmare may just be beginning for the airlines. United is cutting routes by 50% for 2 months. Just look at deserted Reagan Airport this morning. The industry already talking to the federal government about a bailout.
If no action is taken by the government to shore up the system, it is possible that an airline could go under.
Today, another TSA officer tested positive for COVID-19 in Atlanta. Part of the international terminal was shut down this afternoon for cleaning. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez here in New York. Thank you. On Wall Street, the worst day since 1987. The Dow losing almost 3,000 points, even after the Fed cut interest rates to near zero. Let's bring in senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, what should people know about this stunning drop?
Lester, as the economic impact of the efforts to combat coronavirus sink in, today we saw the single biggest point drop in the Dow ever. Out of the gate this morning, markets tanked. Then late in the afternoon, when President Trump's press conference went on, the selling accelerated, effectively eliminating almost all of the gains made in the Dow since he took office. Now, usually when the Fed cuts rates, markets go up. But that is not why they cut rates. The rate cut now is about making sure the system keeps working, that businesses, large and small, are able to borrow money. The rate cuts will help many businesses stay afloat, but what they won't do is put more money in the tip jar for a whole lot of individual workers. Lester?
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thank you. We'll be back in 60 seconds with the nation's grocery stores trying to cope with soaring demand and the country's schools, the big switch to online learning. But what becomes of the lifeline they provide for those who need meals? The coronavirus now has many parts of Europe on lockdown as the world passes a grim milestone, with the number of cases and deaths outside China now outnumbering those inside the country where it began. Our Richard Engel is in London.
Tonight, life on lockdown across Europe. In Italy, people can go outside and did today to buy groceries, standing 3 feet apart. But security forces are deployed, questioning and doling out heavy fines for those out for non-essential reasons. Italians are finding strength, singing from their balconies. The Italian Air Force last week streamed the colors of the national flag to a recording of Pavarotti's Nessun Dorma. With its emotional crescendo, Vincerò, I will win. Germany sealed its borders today, as did Canada, with U.S. citizens exempt for now. And all of Spain is on partial lockdown, some exercising to keep their spirits up. In France, cafes and restaurants are all shut, many Americans trying to get home.
It's really stressful, honestly. I really just want to go home and self-quarantine and be with my family.
The World Health Organization today cautioned it still doesn't know how widespread the pandemic already is and urged more testing.
We cannot stop this pandemic if we don't know who is infected.
In South Korea, which has been way ahead of the U.S. in testing, aggressive screening and quarantines appear to be effective, with recorded cases going down. Here in the UK, there is a shortage, as in the US, of ventilators. And like in World War II, big industries are being asked to adapt, with companies, including Rolls-Royce, being tasked with producing medical equipment for the nation. Lester?
All right, Richard Engel with the view from overseas. Thank you. And across this country, grocery stores are trying to reassure consumers there is enough food and essential supplies, even as long lines of shoppers leave empty shelves in their wake. Here's Kerry Sanders with that.
This morning, lines outside a grocery store in Central Florida with anxious shoppers. For days, this has been the picture of America.
Showed up today and it's just chaos. There's a huge line to get toilet paper.
But in Houston today, reassurance from a major grocery store chain, H-E-B. Its distribution centers well-stocked and running overtime to meet demand. Collectively, the nation's largest grocery chains reassuring shoppers tonight. America is not running out of food.
Because we're still going to be able to feed people because we have these 1,300 trucks a day, plus more coming. So there will be food. There's not a reason to stock up. Just come back tomorrow.
In Maryland today, trucks loaded with supplies headed to a slammed Costco. The same in Florida. Pinched public stores getting resupplied. In California, the Northgate Gonzalez Market, one of many shoppers now opening early, just for older shoppers 65 and up.
We're going to have exclusive for seniors
And tonight at an Aldi, there is enough toilet paper.
How do you feel about finding toilet paper?
Pretty good about that.
At a time when coronavirus has put so many people out of work, grocers say they're now hiring thousands of employees to meet the unusual demand. Lester?
Well, that's some good news. All right, Kerry, thank you. America's schools are also grinding to a halt. Nearly every state has closed some or all of their schools, impacting some 30 million children, more than half the nation's students, many of whom rely on schools for their meals. Here's Raheem Ellis.
Across the country, long lines at America's schools offering unprecedented relief during the shutdown.
This does help to have a little food.
For the most vulnerable children, it's a lifeline. School is not just a place of learning, it's also where many are fed. Schools now packaging food for grab and go.
This morning, we are serving 10,000 meals to our families.
Concerns about coronavirus have led to school shutdowns in almost every state, as well as the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. It's potentially devastating for nearly 30 million kids who get free or reduced cost lunches.
They gave enough for the whole week, for 5 days.
In Miami, gratitude, but still concern.
Thank God I was off today and was able to come out here and get them something to eat, but for the rest of the week, I won't know.
In New York City, the nation's largest school district with more than 1 million students. It's breakfast and lunch for kids who need it. What's the hardest part about being out of school?
Not seeing my friends for a while.
But many parents are worried about learning.
We're just trying to find a lot of creative ways to keep the kids engaged.
New York City is starting online classes next week and planning to distribute about 300,000 laptops to students in need.
Unfortunately, on Sunday, I had to do something which is really going to take away the chance for kids to get educated as well as they might have.
How many? 2?
A steep learning curve for everyone, not knowing how long the shutdown will last. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, New York.
All right, we'll take a short break. Up next, our medical correspondent helps separate facts from fear. I want to bring in our medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres, with a key question. John, there's been this generational call for young, healthy people to stay home and out of the public. Why is it so important for them to socially distance themselves?
Lester, this is a virus that's more contagious and fatal than the flu, so it's a no-brainer that if you're sick, you should stay home to limit the spread of coronavirus. But if you're healthy, well, staying home can save lives too. And as you can see in this video, it's showing how just a little bit of separation can stop a fire from spreading. This is also how we can stop the virus by social distancing. And with the new disease, everyone is at risk of infection. If you stay home in an isolated environment, you decrease your risk of getting the virus and transmitting it to people in your community, especially those most vulnerable. What we do today will determine how bad this outbreak is in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we are all depending on each other. Dr. John, thank you. And up next, isolated but not forgotten, thanks to the kindness of strangers. Finally, in these uncertain times, one thing is certain. Americans always find a way to help each other. Here's Kevin Tibbles.
One nation hunkered down, but not without friends amongst strangers.
We have a package for you. Thank you.
Chicago's volunteer My Block, My Hood, My City has already delivered more than 170 donated senior care packages. More on the way.
Coronavirus doesn't care what side of the city you live on, right? If you need help, we're going to be there to help you.
And for kids going without, good old peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and other lunch items free at Excelsior, Minnesota's 318 Cafe. As they say on Facebook, kids should never be hungry. Even story time.
When Duncan showed his teacher his new picture.
Read online by Frozen star Josh Gad. Why? So we can all have a little fun together.
The tree was so happy, she could hardly speak.
In times like these, we may be isolated, but no one should be alone.
You're going to be blessed by this.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News, Chicago.
There are so many good people in this country. I want to share more of those stories. That's Nightly News for this Monday. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching. Please take care of yourself and each other. Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to AGS News. This is video 1 of 3. We've got 2 news videos and then a channel update.
Yeah.
But first, we have a word from our sponsors.
With soap. Don't forget, guys, wash your hands whenever you touch anything. You go outside, you wash your hands. You touch Alex, you wash your hands. For 20 seconds. Is that right?
You washed all the soap off. You didn't even get a lather going.
Yeah, Joe, you did it wrong.
Damn.
Now you must start again.
No. This is the 5th time. Okay, so I'm just
Do
gonna
it
sit
right.
here for 20 seconds.
Or you will not be allowed
The backs
outside.
of your hands, too.
I'm not done.
See? There's
Make
bubbles.
sure you get all around. People are watching, so now I'm nervous. Like, I don't want to miss a spot. I hope I don't miss anything.
You missed the spot right here.
How high should I go? Am I going to take a shower?
Yes. You need to go this high, Joe. All right.
Can I have a paper
Alex,
towel?
approved?
No, yeah.
Wait.
Approved.
Now you need a paper towel to close that.
All right. Bye, guys. That's how you do it.
Wash your hands. It's important.
Yeah, don't be
Seriously.
nasty.
Yeah,
Right
don't be
now,
nasty.
don't be
Wash
fucking
your
around.
hands.
You go outside, you come
wash your
inside,
hands.
you wash your hands. You
6
go
feet. 6 feet
before-
apart.
And don't touch your face.
Hey.
Oh, shit.
Hey, hey.
We're supposed to be 6 feet apart.
Oh, well, we're all right. I pre-screened you. I got a screener. You know those little temperature guns? They don't do shit.
Is that who that guy was
No.
with the glove?
They're guard. Oh, yeah.
He touched me.
Del, you mean?
I guess.
The first time you met him like that, Joe? Okay. Anyways, guys, seriously, with everything that's going on, we want to make sure that you guys are safe, doing the right thing. Wash
Stay
your
home.
hands.
You can watch our
Stay home if you
videos.
can. Watch our videos. We're going to be putting out a bunch more, and we'll have more on that in the channel update next. Cool. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Subscribe to our channel, too. How about that?
Yes. All right, the first one we got is one that we kind of touched on a little bit while we were streaming last week, which is Call of Duty Warzone. Free-to-play, Battle Royale game.
Yeah. We need to play some more of that. I want to get in some more time on that and
that
get out
sounds good.
some official impressions because I had a lot of fun. I actually think in many ways this one is better than Blackout in certain areas. Certain areas it lacks. We can get into detail on that in a video.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it had a really successful launch. Within 24 hours, it attracted over 6 million unique users, which is a really big story. And so they put out a lot of promotional things saying, look, we hit 6 million. And then 2 days later, after the end of day 3, they hit 15 million. So they are just surging up.
Yeah.
And so people are enjoying it. Again, there's some balancing issues, some things that we can put out and let you know what we think of it. But people are enjoying it. I mean, it looks like it's hitting the same type of growth as
Give us quads.
Apex.
Yes. I want quads. I want to play with the whole AJS crew.
And then also restrict people from using like their gear from the main game. I mean, that's kind of whatever. Well, let's not get into that. But they've been massively successful. It as of right now doesn't look like it's overly monetized, but we'll just have to see if that develops into something where they start squeezing all their player base. But big successful first week for them.
Awesome. Guys, how about this? I have a news story, okay? My fans on Twitter just let me know. They let me know that 2K is getting the football back. Woo!
Damn.
Yeah!
Celebrate. Hey, but Joe, did you read the article though? Are you gonna tell him? I think you should tell him. Well, if you read the full article,
Tell
like
me, Joe.
Alex,
Well, so
I don't want to be the stinker.
What? What do you want to tell me, Joe?
We are getting 2 NFL launches, one for next year and one for 2022.
2K is going to make football again.
That is
no more fucking Madden. No more fucking EA. Well, there's going to be Madden. There's going to be EA. But at least
there's some competition.
There's going to be some competition. There's going to be some NFL. NFL 2K is back, baby.
Well, no. They're not allowed to. So EA still has exclusive rights to simulation, so football simulation games. So these are non-simulation games, which means we could
NFL
get
Coach.
Yeah, it'll be like Coach or NFL
Team Builder.
Water Boy Edition or
What? It's not. I didn't do it.
I'm just playing around, guys. You know, yeah. A few people tweeted this to me last week. I felt like doing an explosion, an epic win. You know, like I do epic rants. I've only done like one epic win, maybe two. One was Sonic, the movie changes. And I was going to do an epic win for this. Now you read the fine print. Fine print, this is apparently always been the case. You guys like, yeah, are you having fun? Because this has always been the case.
Yeah.
You guys have been able to make these non-simulation games for a while now. And I'm like, well, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. And there's still some hurdles. Well, what if we could get like NFL Street? Wait a minute, that's an EA property. Okay,
It was so much fun.
give
though.
me. I know, right? I like that one. I wish that one would come back. Maybe 2K can do that. They can do that NFL Street.
Isn't that's simulated football though? Like you can't.
No.
Can't
You're
do
getting a little too far.
Can't do
That's
flag
simulation.
football?
You can do arcade. I think is how they're going to translate this. So I think like NFL Blitz the League, or maybe instead of doing 11, people on the field, they could do 7. I don't know how they're going to work it, like the stupid little crappy mode in the new Madden where they do celebrities and shit. Maybe they'll do that. But here's some hurdles that 2K has. Obviously not simulation, but they could do arcade, and they got to get the Players Association. Because, you got the license for the NFL, which is the team logos, the uniforms, the right to all the stats and all that good stuff in the cities. But you need the players as well.
You get to go with XFL.
No, you're not going to put the NFL in the XFL. What kind of stupid shit is that, Joe? That would not make sense. Now, I'm okay with an XFL game. I just want a different football game from Madden at the high level that 2K has the potential to create it. Now, I don't know who's going to develop it. Is it going to be Visual Concepts? Is it going to be a little shitty mobile fucking game?
Take-Two is working on, so it's 2K and Take-Two.
I think I know what the fuck it's going to be. It's going to be a mobile game. These are pop guns, everybody. They're not real. That's going to suck, man. If they try to go the mobile game route, you're going to get an angry rant instead of an epic win. And but
Even
I
if
am
they have
excited.
more than 4 faces.
That would be funny, Joe. If whatever comes out,
there's more
has
features in Madden.
5 faces.
I was like, oh, fuck, you have more features than this.
Than in Madden. I hope it's not gonna be a little crappy thing. In the news story, don't they say it's gonna be substantial, or there's really not a whole lot of details.
Give me something
right
good.
Now. Give me
right?
something, Alex.
Something.
It's been 16. No.
They said they're back.
No.
They're back.
They never left.
Back, baby. I know on Twitter that people was like, "Oh, we're back, baby."
So I've got something that may calm you down. We also want to partner with Take-Two to take advantage of what the next generation consoles will deliver. So it may not. It's probably
I'm
not
telling
mobile
you,
games.
it's not just mobile shit.
So that's good. So we're not talking about mobile games here. What I found was really funny is after this big announcement, people were over the moon. They were so excited because NFL was a 2K5 was the last one. Super
Amazing.
solid games.
Well, if you count All Pro 2K8 as well, which was fucking amazing as well. Unfortunately, it didn't have the NFL license, so it didn't do quite as well.
So EA shared the following statement. EA Sports is the exclusive publisher of NFL simulation games, and our partnership with the NFL and the NFL Players Association remains unchanged. Our agreements have always allowed for non-exclusive development of non-simulation games on various platforms. Pretty much saying, this isn't news. They've always been able to do it. No one wants to.
I feel like it has to be news. There has to be some little wrinkle. Yes, they're trying to do some PR damage control. This is not the. But I just feel like, why would this be such big news now? I don't know.
So what I'm really hoping is that the legal counsel over at 2K and the NFL are like, the wording on the contract with EA says this, but we can squeeze. That's what I'm hoping, right?
Because arcade.
I do
because
want
there's
something.
racing games that are fucking simulation racing and arcade, like Need for Speed, Underground, and fucking Gran Turismo. Yes, but you're still going to get, cars on a fucking track. You're going to get car customization, and you're going to get the cars that are licensed that we all want. I hope that's the situation that we're talking about.
I want that.
All right, guns in the hat.
We are done.
We got to save these for coronavirus.
All right. Well, the next story we've got is Reggie. Reggie retired from Nintendo, right? So he's done.
Yeah.
And he has
What the
just
hell
been.
is Reggie doing? Did you hear about this?
Yeah, he's got a trick up his sleeve.
He just got added to the board of directors for GameStop of all places.
What?
Yeah. And so he.
What?
So they're changing up the
Reggie,
board.
are you all right, man?
So
are you suffering any? Let us blink twice if you've been captured.
Maybe their check still. Maybe he's like, no, you don't pay me by check, and I'll come to the board of directors, and we'll see what's happening. So there's a big shakeup of the board of directors. A lot of the people that were there are moving on to different roles. They brought in the president, the current acting president of PetSmart, an ex-CEO of Walmart, and then Reggie as board of directors. Now, board of directors, company to company, sometimes do literally nothing. Their name is on the on something for PR purposes. So we don't know if Reggie's taking an active role or if he's gonna come in and say, look, he's like changing the Titanic captain like as it's sinking. It's like, what are you doing? Like this, it's dead. Stop it.
Yeah.
But maybe he's got something, and these new board of directors are gonna come in. They're gonna advise the executives and do something to turn GameStop around. But it just gets worse.
Yeah, when I heard this, I thought it was a joke. I was like, wait, what? No, why would he do that?
So your body's not ready for Reggie to turn this fucking ship around, and everybody's gonna be going to
It's
GameStop.
like, oh my God, everyone's gonna want Reggie now.
Yeah.
He
Apple.
single-handedly saved GameStop.
So
that will be miraculous.
I would love to see it. So according to GameStop, the board refreshment and governance enhancements announced today represent an important milestone in GameStop's transformation as we continue to evolve the company's business strategy for long-term success. So they put out things almost every week talking about long-term because short-term they are on fire. Everything there is on fire. And so they're talking about they're doing test stores all over the country. Like some of them have turned into like little arcades where they're trying to bring people to play like Smash Brothers and other tournaments. They're trying to bring some other ones to go hang out.
See,
and
that's
play
why
games.
I think they brought Reggie because he brings the Smash Brothers turn. He brings the best little fucking TV cathode.
You want to carry around a CRT?
He's got to see it. That's
You know
what I
how
meant.
heavy those-
CRT. He'll
There
bring
you
the
go.
CRTs. He'll bring the free the Smash Brother copies, and he'll have the most legit fucking Smash Brothers tournaments at GameStop. It'll be a worldwide phenomenon. Except you can't do that right now because you
Yeah.
cannot gather in groups of more than 10 people.
Well, you don't want to do it in Austin
they're
Smash
fucked.
Brothers. The Austin Smash Brothers community have an interesting rep. They got banned at a bunch of the stores because a couple members thought it would be really funny to go into the bathrooms of the stores that would let them do their tournaments and just poop on the floor and then would leave. And so they got banned everywhere. It was
And how
I
did
do
this
not
is
believe
funny?
you. I do not believe you, sir.
It's 100% true.
The Austin faction.
We don't associate
No, well,
with
they're
those
not
people.
the people
Yeah.
that used to run tournaments in the area at the different stores, they got banned at most of the stores because there was a couple people in the group that were just
There's always a rotten bunch, right,
Yeah.
guys? We can't.
Y'all are
Yeah.
fucking nasty.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Wash your
You
hands
give
and wash your
gamers
ass.
a bad name. Wash your ass.
God
Dumbass.
damn.
Wash your
Gross.
brain. That's what you need.
All right, you want
Put
some good
of
news?
this shit in your brain. Yeah.
All right. Cyberpunk has finally been submitted for age rating, which is good, which means it's getting to the point where they're wrapping up development and things are moving along.
Yeah.
But we also got word from Twitter that CD Projekt Red will be granting reviewers early copies of the game. So you're getting it early and get to play it and have...
Hey, we are available. We ain't got nothing to do right now for
Yeah.
the next bunch of months.
You have to stay home.
How early? Weeks early.
Probably a couple weeks early.
We are
and
free.
So I would love the opportunity to actually immerse ourselves in the game,
will-
get a review out before that you have the
Sure,
opportunity to play the game and
Yep.
let you know what we think.
Yes. Look us up. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean they're on a good.
What else? What else did he say on Twitter? All
Well,
right. What else?
He said, we just submitted Cyberpunk game to age rating agencies around the world, PEGI, ESRB, etc. While we wait for the game to get rated, we work on polishing technical aspects and playtesting it. The game is looking better and better with each passing day.
Yeah. Okay. So they're in full-on polish mode, probably done with most of the quests, if not all of the quests, and are just trying to make it as polished and as sweet as it can be.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, just send us a copy at Angry Joe Show at angryjoeshow.com.
Yeah.
And then the reviewers tweet said reviewers will get the game weeks before the release date with embargo set for weekend.
That's confidence. That sounds like confidence. It sounds like, oh yeah, we know this is some hot shit. We know this is gonna be a 9. We know this is gonna be a 10. We know this is gonna be an 8. And then they're gonna send them out early and then release them all at the same time in the embargo. And I like the fact that they came out and said that, because a lot of the companies, they'll play favorites and do okay. Well,
Always.
IGN gets it.
Pays for it.
The 3 weeks early, and everybody else gets it 1 or 2 days early. And now companies don't even give me the 1 or 2 days early. They just like buy it yourself. So, all right.
They even say that.
Yeah.
It's a cycle, Joe. We get the review copies. They like us because they're making good games. We're praising them. Then a bad one comes around. We shit on it. We give it a low score. They stop talking to us. They hold a grudge, and that person leaves the company. A new, fresh blood comes into the company, and it's like, oh, Joe, I love your videos, man. I've been watching. Yeah, sure, man. And then that cycle starts all over. Good games, and then, boop, that bad one will hit a bad one, and then be like, hey, man, where you been at? Hey, what's going on? We can't get no contact, and then that person leaves. And then it's a cycle. We've seen the cycle over. Okay, I've been doing this 11 years now, maybe 12. It's interesting.
Honesty.
So it's cool, and a lot of companies don't like to even talk about review copies because now CD Projekt Red just opened up a can of worms because now everyone's gonna be like, give it a review copy, like we just did basically.
Yeah, I mean the issue is if you send out hundreds of review copies, people are horrible. They don't follow embargoes, right? And so there's a lot. Well, not to sell them on eBay, just like leak things about the game.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
There's a lot of people that aren't trustworthy. I mean, so that happened with Pokemon and a bunch of trusted sources that are like, we'd rather put out an article leaking everything about the game weeks ahead of time, so
we can get the 100 more clicks that this site only gets 37 clicks a month, and they need that 100 more clicks. Yeah. But that's what could happen. It sucks, but hopefully that shit doesn't happen.
Yes. All right, let's talk about Doom. Doom's coming out real soon. Really, really excited here at the Angry Joe Show about it.
Don't have a review copy in case you're wondering. Who controls those? What's that company's name? I think it's,
the Besta?
The Besta. Yeah. The Besta. That's what it was.
What do you mean they don't like
review copy? No,
Best of friends.
I think we sent an email and we haven't gotten a response. But I might be talking shit and maybe we have one tomorrow. I don't know, or 2 days from now, or maybe I don't know. But no, seriously.
Yeah, 4 days.
So just, I'm only saying this. I don't give a shit. I'm not asking for review copies except for Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
But just to let you guys know ahead of time that we're probably going to end up buying it and starting on day one like everybody else. So we'd expect a review on the day of it dropping. And I wonder why that is. What we should have done is we should have contacted ID Software because they do love us. And that was my fault. I often don't reach out.
We need to reach out.
Because at this point, so many people, I've done the reaching out. But we'll reach out. We'll reach out to ID. See if we can. Hi, but how you doing? Best Thursday.
So we got an announcement last year that Doom was coming and going to be released on Stadia. And full 4K, everything's going to be great. It's going to run perfectly.
Stadia lying to me again?
And then it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so yet another broken promise from Stadia. What a shocker. What a shocker.
Are you surprised?
4K? No, I'm not. I'm being, facetious.
Yeah,
okay,
I know.
Exactly. No, it's a guys. I don't know who uses this service anymore,
but you know what's
crazy? If I'm going to play a shooter that requires the fast response and the quick movements, full demon action, running at 100%, no drop frames, no hitching, no lag. I want it injected to in my veins directly. We're a little short of that technology, but I don't want to have to do it over Stadia.
The 4K feature in Stadia is behind a paywall. You have to pay $10 a month, and when you pay for Google Stadia, that tier of Stadia, that's when you get the ability to unlock 4K. 4K. Nothing's running in 4K though. So what the hell are you like? If people who are paying for Stadia, do you just like? I know they probably make it really difficult to cancel the subscription service because they all do that.
It's like auto renew. They forgot about it. Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. They have to put some.
Because I might still.
The free 3 months is gone, so.
Yeah, you might be paying.
We might need to look at that. Here, Joe, this is very important. Go cancel our Stadia right now in the middle of our news story.
Well, the last little bit of news that we've got is more Stadia stuff.
Oh.
The Stadia exclusive mini-games in Final Fantasy 15. So, in case you wanted to play a game that's 5 years old now on Stadia, they added some exclusive content. Did you guys see?
Oh, sweet. They're getting in the game, boy. What do they got? Fucking massive modes like first-person mode with VR, with fucking boss battles and fucking. What do they got?
No, the first game is a racing mini game where you try to navigate an obstacle course with the monster truck. And it doesn't work, and so we've got some real great footage of it, just like spinning out of control and rolling around.
Yeah, big rigs, truckers.
The second one is
I don't know. When you said that, it kind of sounded kind of fun.
Is it zipping around?
Final Fantasy 15 monster trucks.
Doesn't even make sense.
But
Isn't that funny?
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Stadia, do it. Stadia, go home.
Yeah.
You're drunk.
You're drunk. It doesn't work. Square Enix decided they were going to put all this content in, and I imagine the person in charge was just like, look, I don't want to do this. Like, I got stuff to do. Like, I'd rather work on literally anything else. So
Final Fantasy VII
I'm gonna
remake.
I'm gonna get the 4 worst mini game things that I can find and just throw them in there because I mean the videos playing above are just hilarious. They're so bad, minimum effort.
I thought it was going to be like just a small modification to like the Chocobo racing. It's like your Chocobo is in the colors of Google Stadia.
Yeah.
And he's got an exclusive skin. But no, you're telling me they actually made some monster trucks and racing, and what were the other ones?
You can like zip around in a little you look like you're flying a drone around. It's just they're like mobile games, like bad Flash games that they threw into this.
It reminds me of like those Burger King video games they gave out. Just crappy ass ones.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's just like they're.
I would love to know the player base. The player base for number 1, Final Fantasy 15 on Stadia. Then the player base for how many players have finished the game on Stadia. Then the player base for how many actually go in depth in the mini games and actually open up that area of the game and play the mini games. And then the small sliver of people who are playing it right now.
It's got to be.
I bet you that number is -3.
It has to be like single or double digits. Like I look everywhere for videos, and there's one guy who put some videos up of it, and it's because nothing works, and it's just I don't. Like you're right. It's got to be like 3 people on Earth that are just like I'm.
I said -3.
All right, yeah, -3.
Oh God.
All right.
Yeah.
That's it for this one, guys. Make sure you subscribe. Hit the.
This episode is sponsored by Honey.
Folks, we are still basically just in week 1 of what is essentially volunteer quarantine, self-isolation, and social distancing. And Americans are already losing their goddamn minds. Now, before we get into the stories that we've been gathering just over the past weekend about our collective reaction to this pandemic, let's get started with the latest news, which was breaking as we were writing this episode. And this is going to be a common trend with this show, the fact that while writing, we get new things that are bigger than the things we're writing about.
It
We have to
all
stop.
just keeps happening.
Yeah, it's taken forever to write episodes right now.
So on Monday of this week, President Trump held yet another press conference in which his team laid out new, far more restrictive guidelines for a population of people who were already frustrated and lackadaisical regarding the precautions they were already supposed to be taking. And by now, we're sure that you've heard about the whole flattening the curve thing. Basically, we're self-isolating in an attempt to hinder the spread of the virus so that it doesn't spike and continue to spread like wildfire. There's only a certain number of respirators and hospital beds, and you don't want the number of cases exceeding that number. You want them spread out over a longer period of time. Watch John Oliver. Anyway, in the Monday press conference, Trump admitted that these new guidelines would likely extend well into the summer months, and that we can expect our daily lives to be altered, at least in some way, until July or August.
Yeah.
So
at one point,
get comfy.
One of the officials was like, I really hope that we can start next year's school season on time. And it's just like, wow, one weekend of this was rough for anyone who's not used to it. This is going to be bad.
But again, I mean, Trump, he was underplaying the whole thing before, and now it sounds like he might be overplaying it because Dr. Fauci, the one guy in the entire government who actually knows what the fuck he's talking about, he immediately afterward, he's like, okay, the summer thing, that's like pretty bad, worst case scenario. It may not happen, just, be prepared.
Well, that's the thing, is he has nothing left to lose. The stock market, 10 of the biggest drops of all time happened.
All of the gains of the entire Trump presidency.
Wiped out.
Gone.
So now it's in his best interest to kind of overreact. And I still don't even think it's that much of an overreaction. It's just getting on par with where we should be at this point.
The best reaction in this case is an overreaction.
Yeah, like the perfect example is Italy. Italy, the deaths are spiking right now because the length of time between getting the virus and dying for people that have suppressed immune systems or are the elderly is around 2 weeks. And 2 weeks ago, there's plenty of tweets going around where people in Italy are like, everything's still normal here in Italy. Don't be worried about coming here and visiting. We love our tourists.
We're not going to let a little disease get in the way of our wine and our cheese.
And then 2 weeks later, yes, catastrophic. Also, warning out there, if you see people singing on balconies, there's a lot of memes going around with people adding different songs to it, and they are literally fooling actual artists into thinking that Italians are singing their songs on balconies.
Pretty funny.
That's a good funny thing to make out of the situation.
It's funny.
Well, anyways, while the president is not currently considering a nationwide mandatory lockdown, the guidance that they've laid out essentially does just that, except it's almost entirely voluntary, or it'll be left up to the state and local governments. At the very least, the entire country has been instructed to avoid all gatherings of 10 or more people for at least the next 2 weeks, and to avoid discretionary travel, with one of the leads of the White House's coronavirus task force, the previously mentioned Dr. Anthony Fauci, stating that while some people may perceive the new coronavirus guidelines as inconvenient or going too far, they reflect a deteriorating assessment of the containment efforts and should be taken seriously. Quote, "It isn't an overreaction."
So, what about all the states that are supposed to be voting tomorrow in Super Tuesday Part 3? Well, currently, and again, this will almost certainly change, maybe even by the time this video goes up, but at the time we filmed this, only Ohio had made a public statement confirming they would be postponing their primary election day. No word yet from Illinois or Arizona. Florida's governor, on the other hand, seemed to be pretty adamant that the state would go forward with their elections, stating that, hey, if the state could vote during the Civil War, they could definitely vote through whatever this little flu season is.
Yeah.
Arizona seems to, at the very least, be somewhat worried about people casting their votes on Tuesday because in a press conference this week, the local election day director from Maricopa County, he was trying to lay things out.
Yeah, he went a couple minutes.
Yeah, he seemed a little stressed out, and eventually he just literally said, I can't do this, and walked away from the podium.
Yeah.
So things seem to be going great.
Yeah. Oh, here's a fun update that came in as we were writing the video. San Francisco is fucking closed.
Shut it down.
We are not kidding. The entire city is going under a mandatory 24-hour lockdown for at least the next 3 weeks. In an announcement made Monday, the nearly 1 million citizens of San Francisco were notified by their mayor that, quote, the city will legally prohibit residents from leaving their homes except to meet basic needs, including visiting the doctor or buying groceries or medicine, until at least April 7th. The city's mayor added that, quote, this is going to be a defining moment for our city. We all have a responsibility to do our part to protect our neighbors and slow the spread of this virus by staying at home unless it is absolutely essential to go outside.
Hey, while you're at it, San Francisco, there's a lot of empty WeWork buildings up there and also a lot of homeless people. So why don't you put the homeless people in the WeWork buildings, give them some shelter.
There you
so
go.
They're not out there
I think
spreading
that's a great
diseases.
idea.
That'd be cool. So anyway, how has our country been reacting to the news that people might need to start sacrificing some of their daily routines and common luxuries?
Not great.
Well, like we said at the start of this episode, things have not been going great.
No.
Not great at all. In a shocking revelation that absolutely no one could have seen coming from a mile away, turns out that a lot of Americans are fucking stupid and think they're invincible and think this virus is just a hoax, or they're just so confident in their American exceptionalism that they think everything that's being discussed on the news, through press conferences, and from doctors and experts is just a complete overreaction.
More people die from car accidents. Why me worry?
Our culture here, it's definitely tied to the whole if you can't see it, doesn't exist mentality, and it's going to literally take people losing their loved ones before a lot of them start taking any of this seriously.
Yeah. We'll give you plenty of examples of America in general being terrible after we give a huge shout out to today's sponsor. And by the way, we just want to reiterate here that we are very thankful that so far none of our sponsors have pulled their ads. Because
if we pull the ads, the virus wins. So
yeah.
Appreciate you.
Luckily, a majority of our sponsors either exist solely online or are mail order brands, which actually going to turn out to be quite useful during this outbreak. So thank you so much for today's sponsor, Honey. Listen. We are all self-isolating. So pretty much the only safe way to go shopping right now is online. Mm-hmm. Why not make your online shopping experience a little bit cheaper by checking out Honey? Honey is the free online shopping tool that saves you money by automatically finding the best promo codes and applying them to your cart.
Imagine that you're shopping on one of your favorite sites. I don't know, Target, Best Buy, Sephora, Macy's, eBay, Etsy, Walmart, and so on and so on and so on. And when you check out, look, this little box drops down and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons. Wait a few seconds for it to scan for every promo code on the entire internet and then watch those prices drop. We use Honey all the time. It just sits there in your browser waiting to pounce on a deal. Recently, we've been attempting to stock up on essentials. Yeah. Honey has helped to make sure that we're getting the best deal possible when we're ready to check out. And it's not just us. Honey has found its over 18 million members over $2 billion in savings, and because of that, they've received over 100,000 five-star reviews on the Google Chrome store.
Not using Honey is literally passing up free money. It's free to use and it installs in just 2 clicks, so get Honey for free today at joinhoney.com/itdaily. That is joinhoney.com/itdaily, or just click the link down in the description below. Thank you for sponsoring the show. We appreciate it. Now let's get back into the news and finally go ahead and check in on how people are responding to the news that they should practice social distancing and self-isolation. Here's a great example of what not to do provided by the local government in North Carolina, which was literally holding a meeting regarding COVID-19 while passing 1 or 2 microphones around to each other and touching their faces and their mouths and then touching the microphones and then passing them over and over and over again. Just look at them go, completely oblivious to what they're doing. Truly a sign to behold.
But while making mistakes, it's normal. We all do it. Sometimes not on camera.
Yeah.
Not everyone can be faulted for screwing up and accidentally touching their face or forgetting not to touch things without washing your hands afterwards. Some people, though, are completely throwing caution to the fucking wind, and literally they're just putting themselves directly in the crosshairs by not only continuing their lives as if nothing has changed, but doing exactly the opposite of what health experts and now even the president have been advising over the past couple of days. Most notably, the entire godforsaken state of Florida.
Oh, literally ground zero. It's going to be ground zero in all of this when it's said and done.
Yeah. So the state of Florida seems to be on a suicide kamikaze mission with this virus outbreak. Not only is Florida filled to the brim with aging retirees, but as a whole, they are the state that has seemingly laughed in everyone's face in regards to flattening the curve.
Now, we already told you about how they're the only state so far that has confirmed that there will be no postponing those elections. But aside from that, it seems like the state is doing everything it can to actually spread the virus farther and faster than anyone else. We're gonna be the best, damn it. A Tampa Bay area church called The River and their hideously ugly pastor, Rodney Howard Brown, they announced that they would not be closing their doors because they're not pansies. And to further prove how not scared they are, a video of the church was posted showing the pastor instructing attendees to just go ahead and start hugging, greeting, and handshaking everyone around him. It's just a room packed full of people, shaking hands, giving hugs, big old hugs, just crammed in all together, and him being like, the safest place you could possibly be is in this church with everyone here right now. We're not pansies, so we're keeping those doors open. Yeah.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. And
Sure.
I think the Lord's about to do a lot of takething.
Yeah.
Disney, who had almost immediately closed down their theme parks in California, they decided to keep Florida's Walt Disney World open to the public throughout the entire weekend for some reason. And there is certainly no shortage of photos showing thousands upon thousands of attendees crammed into every nook and cranny of that theme park all the way through late Sunday night, shoulder to shoulder, chin to chin, hand to hand. And of course, here's some video and photos of Clearwater Beach in Florida, which is packed with vacationing families, locals, and college students just having a blast while on spring break. Not a care in the world, just hanging out very, very closely with friends and complete strangers alike. Swimming in the water next to each other, sharing drinks and riffs from the bong. Probably some indiscriminate fucking going on as well.
Yeah.
Good times, Florida. Thank you. There was a bunch of dudes out in the ocean just like, fuck Corona, woo!
Finally, the warriors against the coronavirus have shown their faces.
Why didn't we think about insulting the virus?
Yes. We already tried getting it to say the N-word. It didn't do that. It's too smart. We have to insult it.
Yeah.
Really bring the meanness out of it.
Do we talk about Kid Rock?
Oh, no. What happened with Kid Rock?
Oh, so I think it's Nashville, the old strip in Nashville with all the fun.
Oh, the honky-tonk bars.
Yeah, all the honky-tonk bars. They were ordered to, said no more bar service, like in many places, like here in LA. We don't have bars for at least the next month.
Oh, a couple of bars tried to say that they were restaurants, but they've all shut down now too.
Yeah, nice try. So in Nashville, they tried that, and several of those bars, including Kid Rock's bar, said, this is unconstitutional. We're staying open. You're going to have to send the National Guard down here to shut us down.
Don't you know I was supposed to lead that parade?
Yeah. And also yesterday, this is all before Donald Trump came out and actually said the right thing about this.
Yeah.
Sheriff David Clark, one of the worst people around, just an absolute terrible person.
Yeah, he was saying that this is an obvious attack on capitalism, and that it is every American's duty to go out to bars,
go to your
restaurants.
schools and demand they open up, go to church. Those tweets were removed by Twitter.
I reported them for self-harm.
For spreading misinformation.
Yeah, I reported those tweets, and I felt very satisfied in my decisions. Great to see that Twitter took action on that.
Yep.
What a fucking moron.
Yep.
Anyways, there are other assholes in the news, though, and by now you've probably already heard about the people across North America who've been called out, shamed, and named for buying up every little bit of supplies that they can get their hands on so that they can go resell it online, in person, or otherwise for enormously jacked up prices. Mostly this has just been social media shaming, with plenty of photos popping up from around the country of people walking out of stores with multiple carts filled with items like hand sanitizer, toilet paper, water, and other non-perishable food items. But one young entrepreneur who had no shame in his supply flipping game actually did an interview with the New York Times over the weekend, and you should really go read the whole thing for yourself, but it was a doozy.
No self-awareness.
No, and no remorse.
Yeah, well...
Family man, family business.
Two brothers in Tennessee say they saw the writing on the wall about 2 weeks ago. They knew that people were going to start freaking out as the coronavirus spread across America and that panic buying would ensue. So what did Matt and Noah Colvin do? They did what any red-blooded capitalist bunch of fuckboys would do. They drove around their home state of Kentucky.
No, Tennessee and Kentucky.
They drove around Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah.
Buying up every single bottle of hand sanitizer and every box of sanitizing wipes that they could in order to bring home a massive stock of product that they could then resell to eager consumers for multiple times the retail price. All in all, they brought home around 18,000 bottles of hand sanitizer, ready to be sold on sites like Amazon, where the sellers can control the price that they want their items to go for. Quote, Mr. Colvin said he had posted 300 bottles of hand sanitizer and immediately sold them all for between $8 and $70 each, multiples higher than what he had bought them for. To him, quote, it was crazy money.
Well, how could I not do it? Well, luckily, price gouging is against the law, and it didn't take long for at least Amazon to take action. The online retailer pulled all of his items and suspended his accounts, warning him and others like him that they would completely delete their accounts if they kept up the damn price gouging. So,
thank you, Amazon.
I know. But he was now sitting on over 17,000 bottles of hand sanitizer with nowhere to sell it for a fat profit. What the hell was he supposed to do? Just give it away? Yeah, that's what he was supposed to do. But don't go assuming that this guy is a saint for his blissful change of heart. He literally started donating all of these products to local churches and other charitable organizations, but only after both his eBay and Amazon accounts were fully shut down, and after he'd received an official cease and desist from the Tennessee State Attorney General. There was literally nothing else he could do except for donate it and pray for leniency, and pray for the world to forgive him.
I don't.
When we don't.
Yeah.
No, he was forced to give that stuff up. The state came in and they were like, buddy, you have one option here.
Are these the guys who are keeping it all in a storage locker?
Yeah, their storage locker information got out. They were getting knocks on their door, phone calls, pizzas delivered, all this stuff. Why would you do
these guys?
If you're a terrible person like this, why would you gloat about your exploit?
Yeah, why would you do an interview with the paper of record in the United States?
Don't be like the Colvin brothers. In the rare chance that you actually see hand sanitizer or toilet paper on the shelves, please just buy what you need and nothing more.
Yeah, please.
And at this point, I wouldn't even say, because some people are like, I had the full intention of buying all this and giving it to the church or giving it to people. It's like, don't even do that, because you're going to get in a fight in the parking lot.
Yeah, just get what you need.
No.
Moving on now, though, if you're like the rest of us normal people, and you are because you watch this show.
Yeah.
No weirdos allowed.
No.
You're going to be faced with the reality that you are not really leaving the house for a while.
No.
So what the hell are you going to do with all your free time now? Well, of course, there's video games. Call of Duty Warzone was just released. We've been playing the hell out of that. This Friday, Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing New Horizons, the two genders, will both be released.
Yeah.
Two games that couldn't be further apart on the gaming spectrum, coming out on the same day during what is probably going to become a nationwide quarantine. It's kind of perfect in a depressing way. No contact with the outside world, but, doing kind of fine. Anyway.
Both genders are taken care of.
Yeah.
The people who like life simulator games and the people who like run and gun FPS ultra-violent shooters. The two genders.
I was just thinking today, everything's going to be fine if people do what they're supposed to do, but if there are power outages and internet outages...
Oh, that's going to be fucked.
I worry. People are going to be at their wits' end, and a lot of people have been buying guns.
There was lines around the corner here in LA.
Like if you don't live in California, you probably think it's a bunch of like kombucha sipping pansies over here,
No.
like that Florida church man probably says.
A Californian with a gun is a psychopath.
Gun ownership in Los Angeles, there are millions of guns here, and as of this past week, probably a few million more.
Guess what? You know what the worst part about that is? Everyone that just bought a gun can't even go practice.
I know. There's going to be accidents.
Oh.
But like the gun stores just in Culver City, just very safe neighborhoods, just lines down the street of people loading up for the worst case scenario.
Yeah. You know what? We said buy bidets and now they're gone. You know what you should buy now? Books. You should get books before books are gone.
Luckily for me, I have a bad habit of buying books and not reading them,
Yeah.
so I got enough books to last me quite a
my
while.
wife's got at least 3 months worth of fantasy novels for me to read.
Nice.
Just young adult fantasy novels. I can't wait to dive into those universes.
Cool.
Sarah J. Mars, someone out there knows what I'm talking about. Anyways, in addition to some of the bigger networks, or in addition to games, some of the bigger networks are stepping things up, starting with Disney, who probably feel bad that they almost certainly caused hundreds of new infections by keeping their parks open.
There are blood on your hands, Mickey.
Yeah, so they went ahead and released Frozen 2 straight to Disney Plus a couple of months before it was supposed to appear on the streaming platform. And we're still holding out a bit of hope that they just make the same decision for Marvel's New Mutants, because why the hell not?
Yeah.
Just release it right now. Just do it. Universal, on the other hand, they have actually sort of done that with some of their new movies. They've announced that recent releases like The Invisible Man and The Hunt will be available now on home VOD.
Good, because I wanted to see both those movies, and I was like, well, I guess I never will.
Yeah, well, guess I'll just die.
Yeah.
Also, their upcoming family-friendly movie, Trolls World Tour, that's going to be released straight to VOD on the day that it was scheduled to premiere in theaters. But all of these titles, they're kind of expensive. They're going to be available for $19.99. And yeah, that's kind of a lot, but also not really, considering you get to watch them at home and they're brand new movies.
Yeah.
Realistically, Universal might have to cough up some money to theater chains for this move, and depending on the reality of how well these are received or how well they're not received, they could be taking a huge loss. So the pricing, I don't know, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. You get like 2 or 3 people, it's already cheaper than going to the theater.
Specifically for like Trolls World Tour, like an entire family watching it for $20 is a bargain compared to going to the theater.
In addition to traditional media trying to salvage a bad situation, musicians are now taking advantage of live streaming platforms to perform for their fans over the internet. Obviously, almost all live concerts have been canceled for the foreseeable future because of the pandemic, so it makes perfect sense for a band or a DJ to just perform live online despite there being no actual people physically in the crowd. Over the weekend, numerous DJs have taken to their home studios to connect with fans. Metal band Code Orange actually performed a show in a venue to a crowd of no one, but they streamed it directly to Twitch.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Tomorrow, on St. Patrick's Day, the Dropkick Murphys will be performing live on YouTube and Twitch so that fans from around the world can get together and celebrate the holiday with them while safely in the comfort of their own homes.
Their post about it was, "We haven't missed a St. Patrick's Day show in 26 years.
We'll be damned if we
and we're not going to start now."
It's the biggest day of the year.
Yeah, shipping off to Boston.
I lost my leg.
We're really excited for it, as you can tell. And we'll leave links in the description below to all of Dropkick Murphy's social accounts so you can check it out. Or you can just join us right here on this channel tomorrow, because we're going to be doing the same damn thing. Starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, aka 1 p.m. Pacific. If you live somewhere else, you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, tomorrow, Tuesday, we're going to be doing a St. Patrick's Day stream so that all of us, you, me, Elliot, and hopefully a couple of guests on our stream can just hang out, have a bunch of beer, have a bunch of fun conversation, and all be dealing with this quarantine situation together.
The cool thing is no one's working, so a lot of our friends are free to join us for this live stream. They're not doing anything.
No.
I don't think they
and
are,
we'll,
so.
we'll be the nice guys and throw them a bit of money for appearing as well, so they can not get kicked out of their homes. Anyways, the stream, we're going to do it for about 3 hours, so starting at 1, going till 4 or 4 to 7. And because of that, our stream will lead directly into the Dropkick Murphys live performance. So when our stream is ending, we're going to stay on and direct everyone via links to the best place to watch their performance, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. We will spam the chat with links, and then we will all go together to party with the Dropkick Murphys. So remember, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, tomorrow, aka Tuesday, aka St. Patrick's Day. Get some beer delivered. Come hang out with us, and then we will all go rock out to Dropkick Murphys together. I think it's going to be a really fun time, so thank you.
We'll see you there.
Yes. In the meantime, if you have nothing else to do, we got 2 episodes for you to watch over here.
Yeah, guess what they're about.
Yeah, you could probably guess. Stay safe out there, everyone. Tell your...
Hello, everyone. Welcome to News Dump Live. Yeah, he did the thing.
You got a mask on.
Yeah, you know, you can never be too...
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. This is going to be my video all about the canceled movies and TV shows and all the things that have been rescheduled because of the big virus outbreak. So we're under quarantine right now. I know it kind of sucks, so I'll try to explain what's going on. We're doing an Amazon giveaway. All you have to do to enter is be a subscriber and let me know if you want them to release Black Widow on Disney Plus instead of trying to release it in a theater or just pushing it to way later this year. So what I'll do is I'll explain what's going on with all the big stuff, all the big movies and the big TV shows, because there is a lot of stuff that got canceled in the last week. All of football, all of baseball, pretty much all of sports, and everything in Hollywood has been canceled until further notice. So we'll just do this top 7 WTF style, because of course this is WTF insane. Number 7, first big one on the list is Fast and Furious 9. Originally it was going to be released in April next month. It was the first major movie that a studio pulled off the schedule. The reason why they pulled it off the schedule is because there's a special quarantine period and people were ordered to close down movie theaters. So not only does that prevent people from actually releasing new movies, most people, because of all the craziness right now, just do not want to go out and spend money on movie tickets, which is the death of any kind of movie, no matter how good or how big it is. Fast 9 just got pushed till next year. It seems weird that they would wait an entire year to try and release it, but there's so much Disney and Marvel stuff, Star Wars happening later this year, they probably just didn't want to compete with that. Number 6, Marvel's New Mutants. R.I.P. New Mutants. This is the 4th time that the movie release date has been canceled. I could make a whole video just about what has gone down with the New Mutants movie. They made the movie 3 years ago as of me posting this video. First they tried to release it in April 2018, but because Fox had originally planned on releasing Deadpool 2 in February of that year, they moved New Mutants to later in the summer to avoid cannibalizing their audience. Then as we all saw, Deadpool 2 moved its release date to the summer, so they moved New Mutants again to winter 2019. But then the Fox Disney buyout happened and the movie sat on a shelf till a few months ago when Marvel said it was fine to release as is. But then you cut to this week when the virus just shut down all movie theaters across the United States. Number 5, another big Marvel actor, Vin Diesel's Bloodshot movie. They actually tried to slip this one into theaters just last week, but cut to a few days later, boom, movie theaters slashing their attendance, and then this week most major theater chains just closed down completely until further notice. Normally that's a terrible thing, but this might be a blessing in disguise for Vin Diesel in this case, because the movie was already doing bad in the box office before people stopped going to theaters, and the reviews were slamming it really hard, so it just seems like Bloodshot is a very video-on-demand type of movie. It would probably benefit more if they just released it early on VOD while it's still technically in theaters, which they just did with the new Invisible Man movie. It's in theaters right now, it's doing well, the reviews for it are great, but the studio is also allowing people to buy it or rent it video on demand soon while it's still in theaters because no one is going to theaters right now. While I was in the middle of making this video, they just announced that Birds of Prey was going to hit video on demand next week. So just you wait, thinking about Disney Plus, studios might start releasing their movies early video on demand, at least the studios that have access to streaming platforms. Disney also just released Frozen 2 and Star Wars Rise of Skywalker like 4 or 5 months early on video on demand. They weren't supposed to be released till later this year, but because of the virus, they released them early just because everyone's stuck at home. The Flash TV show was just put on indefinite hiatus and the actors were all sent home. They still have a few episodes left to film this season, so depending on how long they stay on break, they might wind up either just delaying episodes to the summer or just canceling the final episodes. This is happening with a lot of TV series that are airing right now. They're kind of in the middle of their seasons, but they're not quite done filming all the episodes, so they might wind up cutting a lot of seasons short. Most of Hollywood, though, is calling this a 2-week time out, so most of these TV shows and movies that are on break right now are supposed to go back to work and continue filming in a couple weeks. Number 4, The Witcher Netflix Season 2 with Henry Cavill. They were originally just going to plow right through because they're filming in Europe. They were going to ignore everything that's going on because they seemed like they were safe, but then Christopher Hayju from Game of Thrones got the virus, and he's obviously a big part of the season, so obviously they had to call a break to keep him from giving it to Henry Cavill, the rest of the cast and the crew. I've already done a Witcher Netflix Season 2 cast video, but he's playing Nivellen from The Last Wish. He's a character that's part of a short story called A Grain of Truth. He's a man that does really terrible things and is eventually cursed to turn into a bear. So it sounds exactly like Beauty and the Beast because the story is almost exactly like Beauty and the Beast. Most of you will remember him as Tormund Giantsbane from Game of Thrones, the character who boasted about sleeping with a giant. Moving on, number 3 WTF, Marvel's Shang-Chi movie just had to stop, but they're claiming it's only for a couple weeks. The movie isn't coming out till February next year, 2021. They still have plenty of time to finish before that, so it probably won't affect the release date. There have been a lot of teasers and previews from the set, so I'll probably do a new Shang-Chi preview video sometime soon when we get some more details, but it sounds like it's going to be Marvel's version of Enter the Dragon. Great Bruce Lee martial arts movie. That's not the only movie that's on break though. The Batman movie is still filming. They went on a 2-week break, but the movie isn't coming out till June of 2021, so they still have plenty of time to finish that. No big delays for the Batman movie. And recently I just did a big Marvel Spider-Man 3 video because Tom Holland claimed that they still planned on filming Spider-Man 3 starting this summer in July, because it seems like that's going to be outside of the quarantine window, but some people have been saying that this might spill into the summer. They're not supposed to release the movie till July 2021, so if they do have to reschedule things just a little bit this summer, it won't affect the movie's release date that much. Remember, Spider-Man 3 meant to be this really huge big deal, not even the last Spider-Man movie with Tom Holland. I'll do more videos about Spider-Man 3 real soon, just because we know a little bit about what's going on with that movie. The director, Marvel, Sony have been talking a lot about the future of Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, in the Venom crossovers and all those movies, so there'll be a lot of Spider-Man related videos coming soon.
A masked marauder, a menace! Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Number 2, Marvel had to stop on Falcon and Winter Soldier and WandaVision filming. They're claiming it's only for a couple weeks, but they're almost already done with both of those series, so it probably won't affect their release dates either. Falcon and Winter Soldier are still supposed to come out at the end of the summer around late August, and WandaVision is still supposed to come out in December. But here's the thing though, talking about dropping stuff early, video on demand, because there's so many delays with all this other big stuff, Marvel might try to release those series early on Disney Plus just to fill the void if they can. Same thing with the Mandalorian Season 2 episodes, which have already all been filmed. They're almost done with that series. Marvel's Eternals movie also finished filming a long time ago. It's not coming out till November, so there probably won't be any big changes for the Eternals movie. Number 1 WTF obviously though is what about the Black Widow movie? Here's the thing about Black Widow, it's supposed to come out at the beginning of May, which will be after Hollywood goes back to work after this sort of 2-week quarantine period. But the local politicians in a number of big cities have ordered movie theaters to shut down for a much longer period of time that almost overlaps with the Black Widow release date. So best case scenario, what Marvel might do is just move the Black Widow movie to a little bit later in May or even to July in the summer. Worst case scenario, they write off any losses and just release Black Widow on Disney+. The funny thing about Marvel, Star Wars, Disney, and Disney Plus is that long-term, Disney's plans are mostly about growing their Disney Plus subscriber base. In fact, the CEO, Bob Iger, who kind of just retired, he stepped down, is actually still working at Disney. His #1 job now is fixing Disney Plus. Really easy slam dunk way to do that is to tie new subscription intake to a Black Widow Disney Plus release. Disney did issue a statement a while ago saying they were committed to theatrical releases, implying that they have no plans to release Black Widow early on Disney Plus, even though that's probably what we would all prefer. The problem with releasing Black Widow on Disney Plus is the movie was bound to make between $700 million and $1 billion, and they would miss out on a lot of that money by not giving it a big theatrical release around the world. But studios also wind up losing a lot of money by rescheduling movies to later in the year, so no matter what, even if they move Black Widow to later in the year, they're still gonna lose a lot of money that they would normally have earned had they released it at the original date. But I will keep doing update videos and big announcements as studios release more information about what they're gonna be doing about all of this and how things progress. As long as you have alerts enabled for my channel, you should see all the videos when I post them. The best thing you guys can do is just watch my videos and just let me know if there's any special videos you want me to make. For the most part, all regular TV shows are still airing, so most things are still happening. It's really just the movies that are being affected in a really big way right now. Everyone click here for that brand new Marvel Spider-Man 3 announcement video, and click here for that brand new Mandalorian Season 2 teaser trailer. Thank you so much for watching. Everyone stay safe. I'll see you guys tonight.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Chang.
And I'm Adrienne Arsenault. Things are changing, and they're changing fast. The way we live, the way we work, our sense of safety.
But one thing that won't change, our commitment to you.
The program may look a little different over the coming days and weeks as we adapt to this new reality.
But we will still be here with the facts, the advice from experts to sort through it all with you, because this is The National.
Tonight, Canada closes its borders to foreigners.
We will be denying entry to Canada to people who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents.
With a major exception, why is the United States exempt?
BC reports 3 more deaths from an outbreak at a long-term care home. From those in isolation, fear it could get worse.
Instead of worried about people dying alone, that's what I'm worried about.
How to protect the most vulnerable. Our experts are standing by.
If you're abroad, it's time for you to come home.
We do not have a way out of the country.
Canadians stranded abroad as airlines cut flights.
Markets tanking, businesses closing, shelves empty, the economic toll. Extensive coverage of the coronavirus pandemic.
Well, if Canadians hadn't felt the coronavirus changing their lives, they have now.
Every day, every hour, it seems, COVID-19 appears closer to shutting this country down, even as the government's response ramps up.
We've decided to take increasingly aggressive steps to keep you and your family safe.
Among those steps, largely closing Canada's borders after the number of cases more than doubled since Friday to at least 410. The number of deaths has quadrupled to 4 after BC announced 3 more fatalities today. The number of cases in Ontario now exceeds the total number of cases in the entire country last week. The WHO urges all countries to double down on prevention.
We have a simple message for all countries: test, test, test.
And to underscore that urgency, the cold reality of the statistics. Over 180,000 cases around the world to date, well over 7,000 deaths, at least 155 affected countries. Ever climbing numbers, causing some panic, some uncertainty, and certainly global economic chaos. So for weeks, Ottawa had resisted imposing tough border restrictions, but that all changed today as Canada now moves to seal itself off to all but a favored few. David Cochrane begins our coverage tonight.
He is the Prime Minister of a country that prides itself on welcoming the world, and he's telling billions they can't come here.
We will be denying entry to Canada to people who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents.
A wartime measure to defeat a viral enemy, with a big exception for the United States, Canada's closest ally.
We recognize that the level of integration of our two economies and the coordination that we've had over the past while puts the U.S. in a separate category from the rest of the world.
Americans can still enter, but will be asked to self-isolate for 14 days, the same as Canadians returning home, and that U.S. exception is being reviewed by the hour. Not that British Columbia needs that hour, with an epidemic next door in Washington state.
Don't come. That is the wrong thing to do. We understand that people are being asked to self-isolate, but better than self-isolate for visitors is not to come.
That Canada-U.S. border in particular is a lifeline.
That means even more exceptions to keep supply chains intact. Flight crews can enter without self-isolation. So can crews of trains, boats, and trucks that cross the border. By Wednesday, most international flights will be funneled to 4 airports: Montreal, Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver. Canadians can still fly home unless they're sick.
Any passenger, regardless of citizenship, with possible COVID-19 symptoms will not be allowed to board flights to Canada.
To this point, Ottawa has resisted extreme border measures, but the positive cases of COVID-19 have doubled in just days.
Right now, what we're seeing is that sort of upward ticking of the curve, of that epidemic curve, which with a number of increases in cases over the weekend as well. So that the day-over-day increase tells us something.
And if the government is telling us anything, it's to stay home as much as possible, avoid crowds bigger than 50, urging Canadians to come together by staying apart. David Cochran, CBC News, Ottawa.
Now, even as the number of cases continued to grow, Canada's death toll from COVID-19 had for days been limited to a single patient at a BC long-term care facility. Now, 3 more patients there have died. And as you'll see from Tina Lovegreen, at that facility, there is a struggle, not just with sickness, but also despair.
And I want to go back in for my dad, but I'm worried for myself and my son.
Kelly Shillard is staying in as a precaution after tending to her 81-year-old father last week, who lives at the Lynn Valley Care Center.
I was one of the family members who was in helping to make sure that people who were in the home got fed.
A dozen healthcare workers there have tested positive. Now, a total of 4 residents have died.
My dad is okay so far. He's really anxious, and he doesn't want to take his pills anymore. And he said that he's done. And I think part of it is just the fact that he's stuck in his room now for over a week.
A tough situation for a guy who loves dancing and being outside. But at least for now, the rules allow Shillard's sister to be with him.
Everything is happening here so quickly.
We spoke to the sister from outside the care home, which she says is short-staffed but doing their best.
These people that are coming into work, and some of them are working 16 to 18 hours a day, they are resilient and amazing.
Because of the outbreak, residents are kept in their rooms, and starting today, visitors are only allowed into long-term care homes in BC if it's end-of-life care or under strict rules.
How important it is for us to come together as a community, to connect on a daily basis at least with the people in our community who are in isolation and who aren't able to have visitors.
And those are the people Shillard worries about the most.
And I'm worried about people dying alone. That's what I'm worried about. I'm so grateful that my sister is there with my dad. But there are a lot of people that have nobody in there. And that's what I'm the most worried about. I'm sorry.
Tina Lovegreen, CBC News, North Vancouver, BC.
Okay, joining me now, Dr. Samir Sinha, Director of Geriatrics for Sinai Health System. Dr. Sinha, you know, with that feeling of isolation can come anxiety, as we so clearly see. How do we find the right balance in staying mentally healthy?
Yeah, I think my heart goes out to folks, especially who have loved ones in long-term care homes, because recently many jurisdictions have now said, don't go and visit your loved ones unless it's an absolute emergency. And so, you know, how do you actually create that support network that your loved ones value? And this is where we're recommending that look at things like video visits, telephone calls, what you can do, because that connection is important for both parties, and we have to remember that when we're not just thinking about the healthcare and the clinical aspects of social distancing.
And when it comes to a person's daily life, and if you're an older Canadian, either inside a care home or even if you're just living at home, are we at a point where you should just be avoiding other people as much as possible?
Well, I think this is the concern, that some places are saying that we should avoid visiting anybody who's older in our lives, and those who are old should stay indoors and not go out at all. And I don't think that's really fair. I think the key is that all of us need to protect each other by practicing appropriate social distancing, but it's about limiting unnecessary contact. But that human contact is really important, and there are ways in which we can do it safely.
And of course, if you're sick, stay away from other people, no matter how old you are.
Absolutely.
Dr. Sinha, thanks so much.
In Ontario and late tonight in Vancouver, calls for more action to enforce social distancing. In Vancouver, downtown bars and restaurants will be closed tomorrow for St. Patrick's Day. In Ontario, as Ellen Morrow explains, a call for some wider shutdowns.
At this Toronto bar, the St. Patrick's Day party is over before it even began. Its doors will close indefinitely at midnight.
We had seen the writing on the wall, so to speak, over the last weekend. We canceled all of our produce orders for the last few days.
Following Quebec yesterday, Ontario's top doctor today called for bars and restaurants to be shuttered over fears of community spread.
With the amount of cases and lab tests flowing through, there are some that do not seem to have a travel history or a contact case at this stage.
Across Canada, empty streets, closed businesses amidst a deepening lockdown. Schools suspended in all but a few provinces, visits to long-term care homes restricted, and elective surgeries postponed. All necessary measures, says this expert, and timing is everything.
If you're going to do social distancing, you need to do it for real, and you need to do it early on if you're trying to control things.
Today, BC joined other provinces in closing casinos. Like others, it's also banning gatherings of more than 50 people.
This is not forever, but it is important for now and for the foreseeable future.
I do believe we are in a fairly critical period.
Canada's chance to slow the spread of COVID-19 is waning, says the nation's chief doctor.
All Canadians must act now to take all precautions and practice social distancing.
And so a plea from the Prime Minister.
All Canadians, as much as possible, should stay home. Protect your health and that of those around you.
That means closing down when in any other year celebrations would just be getting started.
Right, this isn't a restaurant issue, this isn't a City of Toronto issue, this is a worldwide issue.
Ellen Morrow, CBC News, Toronto.
Regardless of jurisdiction, some businesses are choosing to change the way they operate right now to prevent people from gathering. So today, Tim Hortons announced that starting tomorrow, there will be no dining room seating at any of its restaurants. Starbucks started that yesterday, moving to a to-go model across Canada. And this evening, McDonald's announced it's going the same route, allowing carry-out and drive-through orders, but no eat-in options.
Now, crucial to slowing down the spread of this virus is making sure people arriving in Canada from outside know that they need to self-isolate for 2 weeks. And as Alison Northcott shows us, after complaints, that message just wasn't getting through. Montreal is acting.
Travelers arriving at Montreal's Trudeau Airport from abroad are now greeted by teams from Montreal Public Health with support from local police, there to reinforce the message to self-isolate for 14 days.
They talked to us about what's going on right now, and they gave us a paper and asked us a bunch of questions.
Il faut travailler ensemble. Montreal Mayor Valérie Plante says prevention measures need to be stepped up.
We need to make sure that people get it. This is not something we take lightly. We want to contain the virus. The fastest we do this, the better, and the fastest we will go back to our normal life.
Some international travelers who returned home on the weekend said they weren't getting the message to self-isolate.
think that they need to be a little more proactive about it. I already have to self-isolate because of I work at a hospital, so I knew coming home. But if you didn't have that information already coming home, then I think it would be good to explain to people.
Canada Border Services Agency screens passengers arriving from abroad. A spokesperson said they are ramping up measures, including new information pamphlets and signage and additional officers. But today at Toronto's Pearson Airport.
What they told you regarding quarantine with the 14 days, the border agents?
The border agents?
Yeah, when you arrived.
When I arrived? Nothing.
Nothing?
No. I just read it on the machine that I had to put that paper in. It says, are you aware, do you acknowledge that we advised for you to be quarantined for 14 days? That was all. Nobody said a word.
The federal government says it's now asking all international travelers to declare any symptoms, along with that acknowledgement of the request to self-isolate.
It was actually recorded in writing on your customs card.
Okay. And will you do it?
Of course.
Still, some travelers are resistant, and Montreal health officials say that's why this operation is so crucial. Alison Northcott, CBC News, Montreal.
Now, quarantine may not sound ideal to returning Canadians already exhausted and stressed out, but at least they're home. For others, the clock is ticking. Thomas Daigle looks at the growing desperation of Canadians trying to get back any way they can.
Welcome to Flight Center. You're speaking.
Getting calls for help.
I can help you with that. What was the last name on the booking?
This travel agency flooded with questions from Canadians overseas, now in a rush to get home.
Borders have become increasingly tighter, and they're becoming more and more closed and more restrictive in terms of what our customers' options are.
From the federal government, an urgent message.
If you're abroad, it's time for you to come home.
But for some, that's a challenge, like the dozens of Canadians at Casablanca's airport stuck since Morocco shut down international flights.
We do not have a way out of the country.
Turning Caitlin McDonald's 30th birthday dream vacation to something of a nightmare.
So it was definitely supposed to be an adventure and not the fiasco that we're currently in now.
Or how about those on board the Norwegian Spirit, sailing somewhere off the coast of South Africa after repeatedly being denied port, even though no one's tested positive?
We're just ready. Okay, get me home now. I mean, we've never been faced with anything like this before.
The government is promising emergency loans of up to $5,000 for citizens left stranded abroad.
There will be a fund to provide some financial assistance to those Canadians.
But that's cold comfort when the airline won't even pick up the phone.
Due to exceptionally high call volume, we apologize that we are not able to place your call on hold at this time.
Air Canada is promising discounts on one-way fares for returning Canadians, while WestJet simply pledges to return as many Canadians home as possible. Sunwing, meanwhile, has stopped outbound flights, focusing solely on repatriating 100,000 customers.
Or Frankfurt, or Munich.
Those are some answers for the frantic callers to that travel agency, but as the coronavirus spreads quickly, travel trouble does too. Thomas Daigle, CBC News, Toronto.
So travelers may be unsure of where they go next, but markets today, well, they moved with decisive, violent speed downward. The Dow Jones was savage, losing about 3,000 points. That is 13% of its value lost in a single day. Overall, the Dow has lost about 30% of its value in a matter of just a few weeks. And on the other indexes, the story is similar, including the TSX, which today dropped 10%. So there's often a disconnect between markets and the real economy. As Peter Armstrong points out, not this time.
Nothing is normal anymore. Even social distancing at the opening bell couldn't prevent the sell-off everyone was bracing for. Within seconds, circuit breakers kicked in, halting trading across the board.
Clearly volatility, absolutely a repeat of last week.
This latest sell-off sparked, at least in part, as shockingly bad data from China showed just how devastating a hit its economy took during the height of the crisis there. Retail sales in January and February fell more than 20%. Factory output fell more than 13%. Even a bold and surprising move from the U.S. Federal Reserve didn't hold off the wave of selling.
Unsurprisingly, the markets
haven't really taken the central bank easing from last night particularly well.
The Fed cut interest rates effectively to zero, made it easier for banks and financial institutions to borrow money for longer, and it announced plans to buy $700 billion in bonds, essentially creating money out of thin air and injecting it into the economy. Even the White House lacked its usual certainty about markets today.
It is what it is. We think it's going to get better, but that's, we'll see.
But monetary policy can only do so much. Consider the most common jobs in Canada. For men, truck drivers. For women, retail sales. As many people stay home, shops will close. Some deliveries won't be needed. People and businesses already up to their ears in debt will struggle to pay their bills.
Our focus right now is on ensuring that Canadians who are staying home from work have enough money to be able to buy groceries and pay their rent.
The government says to expect more announcements on that front tomorrow. Peter Armstrong, CBC News, Toronto.
There is one industry booming right now, grocery stores inundated with panicked shoppers. We've shown you the long lines and the bare shelves right across the country, and as Katie Nicholson explains, there's growing concern some supplies won't last.
In 14 years in the grocery business, Robert Lima has never seen meat move quite as quickly as the last 3 days.
You know what, give me another half.
With sales up a whopping 400%. But even though the demand is sky high, he's confident he won't run out.
Calm down. Calm down. I'll be right back. We're not going to run out of meat. You won't run out of product. Just buy what you need. Come back another day. Don't panic.
It's a message shared by the big guys, too. Loblaws reassuring panicked shoppers it will keep goods on its shelves and that it would not, under any circumstance, change its actions or prices to take advantage of COVID-19. And while most of the supply chain is immune to the pandemic, new travel restrictions announced today could have a serious impact on Canada's homegrown food supply. Around this time every year, nearly 50,000 migrant workers come north to labor on Canada's farms. Today, worries those crucial workers won't be allowed into the country.
We can't get labor, let's say, indefinitely. It would really shut down a lot of the horticulture sector in Canada and that. So yeah, we lost that labor source completely. It would be you can't grow the crops.
That, producers agree, would create food security problems.
They're not allowed to come in. We will have no crop at the end of this year. We have no people to be able to work it. These people are experienced workers. They've worked for us for 20 plus years.
And they have good reason to worry. Multiple industry sources confirm the federal government told them that temporary foreign workers will not be allowed in the country. But the industry is hopeful something can be arranged to safely bring the workers into Canada and on to the farms. Katie Nicholson, CBC News, Toronto.
The online retailer Amazon says it is overwhelmed with demand during the coronavirus outbreak. And to deal with it, the company is hiring 100,000 warehouse and delivery workers. They're also getting a temporary raise of $2 an hour through to the end of April. This weekend, Amazon admitted some of its deliveries would take longer than usual, in part because it's having trouble getting inventory.
Now, you've got questions about the coronavirus. We've got some answers. From the facts to the fears, beginning tonight, a regular segment to help put all of your concerns into context. Plus,
tracking the coronavirus.
Probably an equal number of people will die because they can't get treated for their heart attack or their stroke.
What the math and the medicine say about the future and the changes few have seen coming.
It's bad. It's bad.
And the U.S. president announces another round of restrictions aimed at keeping Americans safe. We're back in 2. Okay, let's bring you up to speed on the big picture. Around the world, there have been more than 181,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19. More than 7,000 people have died, and more than 78,000 have recovered. And sure, the scale of these ever-growing numbers pretty scary, but they also reflect an important fact. Testing is going up, and we're seeing that in North America, which went from just over 1,000 cases last week to nearly 5,000. Now today, down south, the U.S. president announced measures to fight what he called an invisible enemy. Katie Simpson has more from Washington.
The president arrived armed with a plan, aiming to slow the spread of the disease. A plan that will alter daily life for more than 330 million Americans.
We've made the decision to further toughen the guidelines and blunt the infection now.
People should avoid gathering in groups of 10 or more, avoid eating in restaurants, food courts, and stop drinking in bars. Kids should be kept home from school. And most importantly,
if you are sick, no matter who you are, please stay home.
The guidelines are in place for the next 15 days, but Donald Trump admits the problem may last much longer.
People are talking about July, August, something like that. So it could be right in that period of time where I say it washes through.
The appeal from the White House is aimed at everyone, including healthy young adults, in part after scenes like this one in New Orleans. Partygoers mixing and mingling despite pleas from authorities to stay home.
It isn't an overreaction. It's a reaction that we feel is commensurate, which is actually going on in reality.
The Trump administration has been widely criticized for its overall response and mixed messaging.
If you're talking about the virus, no, that's not under control for any place in the world. No, I didn't. I was talking about what we're doing is under control.
Some states didn't wait for the guidelines, introducing their own measures. In New Jersey, the governor is asking people to stay in after 8 p.m. And in Maryland, police there will enforce mandatory shutdowns.
This is going to be much harder, take much longer, and be much worse than almost anyone is currently understanding.
For now, Donald Trump says a widespread lockdown, like what is happening in parts of Europe, is not under consideration. Katie Simpson, CBC News, Washington.
For many countries, the battle against the virus has shifted from preventing its arrival to containing its spread. Nowhere is that more clear than in Europe, the current epicenter of this global outbreak.
What we're announcing today is a very substantial change in the way that we want people to live their lives.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson drastically ramped up the UK's response today, encouraging people to avoid restaurants, pubs, and theaters and stop all non-essential contact with others. The shift comes after days of criticism that his government wasn't doing enough. Britain is also expected to ask everyone over the age of 70 to self-isolate for up to 3 months.
On appelle à votre sens des responsabilités et de la solidarité.
French President Emmanuel Macron announced an almost total shutdown of the country. That's a step similar to what Italy and Spain have done. In a televised address, Macron ordered people to stay at home and go out only for essential needs. The measures go into effect tomorrow and will be in place for at least 15 days. Macron says anyone who violates the order will be punished, though he didn't specify how. And German Chancellor Angela Merkel introduced border controls today, allowing through only residents, cross-border commuters, and physical goods. New border protocols also include health checks, with officials registering anyone displaying symptoms with the health authorities. Almost all shops will close except for grocery stores, banks, pharmacies, and gas stations.
Well, you have a lot of questions about COVID-19, and starting tonight, we are devoting a regular segment to answering them. The doctors are in and standing by.
Plus, tracking the virus, what modeling can tell us about the path of the pandemic and when it will likely end. Welcome back. New school closures, new quarantines, new border restrictions. The pace of change is jarringly rapid because the goal is to slow the virus down, to give hospitals a hope of keeping up. But is it enough? Long before COVID-19 appeared, researchers predicted how a pandemic like this would play out. And now they say both the virus and the response could go much further. Privacy activists the world over may wince, but China makes no apologies for this, enforcing isolation and quarantine in ways the West cannot fathom. QR codes on phones that track a person's travel and health status and either clears them or prevents them from moving around.
It's my first time to come outside after the epidemic, but I already used the QR code several times, and I think it's good.
And it was back in early February, which now feels like a long time ago, that China was leading the way in herding a population into compliance. This elderly woman in Inner Mongolia chased and chastised by a drone for not wearing a mask. Is any of this in the works for North America?
Lots of diseases.
There are doctors who wish it were, but also know it's harder here.
We could not do it here, and I don't think most democracies could do that. It's really about leadership, and it's about getting the people to understand the critical role they play in protecting their communities.
But look how tough that's been. This was a bar in Nashville, Tennessee, just this weekend. And a scene like that will make a man like this seethe. Dr. Eric Toner, whose office is surrounded with the tomes of doom, is with Johns Hopkins. He ran this simulation last fall of a new and deadly coronavirus, invited health and business officials from around the world to do a dry run of how a pandemic would impact the planet and what to do about it.
International travel has turned local epidemics into a pandemic spanning.
Everything happening now in the real world, he says, happened in the simulation and right on anticipated schedule.
In your modeling, did you have a sense of an additional, maybe mortality rate from non-COVID-19 related cases as a result of a pandemic?
It's probably reasonable to assume that the case fatality rate will double because of inability to access care.
Case fatality rate for anything?
Yeah, probably an equal number of people will die because they can't get treated for their heart attack. You know, if you're having a heart attack, you need treatment right then. If you're having a stroke, you need immediate treatment. And if the hospital can't take you in for those conditions, then you're in a lot of trouble.
Consider that a warning. The strain on hospitals is the obsession that keeps mathematical modelers up at night.
If you were infected, on average, you would infect 2 to 3 new people, and each of those people would go on to infect 2 to 3 new people.
In Toronto, Ashley Chute has worked through the numbers for Ontario and the range of measures required to not just keep people healthy, but keep the hospitals functional. Everything from closing schools and restaurants to a total shutdown.
So the most effective is this one here, which is where you tell everybody in the population to effectively stay at home.
Like Italy. Like
Yeah.
you just tell
Yeah.
everybody, just
Exactly.
don't go to work,
Yeah.
don't go to school.
Yeah.
But it's not a straight line. The peaks of infection in her modeling suggest the need for total quarantine for a while, and when that happens, you see the dips in infection. So people go back to activity, and then the rate rises again, only to have citizens sent back home. This pattern repeats until the line flattens.
And so you can imagine that this would be incredibly disruptive.
And you have this strategy over the course of 2 years.
Exactly.
You're not talking, if everybody stays home for 2 weeks, we're done.
No.
That needs to sink in. We're all in for the long haul. But Dr. Toner says he's seen enough to believe there is hope beyond a vaccine.
We think that we're going to have treatments for COVID-19 in a matter of months. We're not going to have a vaccine for a year or two or more, but we probably are going to have some therapeutics, some drugs that can be beneficial. Those can move much more quickly than vaccines.
And long term, where does this end? The math and the medicine say it ends when the whole planet has immunity, because either the whole planet has had the virus or the vaccine, period.
Once we get to nearly complete immunity, it'll continue to spread. And what we think will happen eventually is that this will become a childhood illness, like the other 4 strains of coronavirus that cause the common cold. This will probably become just yet another childhood illness.
One day, but not now, and not soon.
Well, just ahead on our program, answers to some of your questions about keeping healthy and safe during this pandemic. Plus, social distancing 101. Is it still okay to grab that cup of coffee? What about going for a run outside? Stay with us.
Welcome back. New school closures, new quarantines, new border restrictions. The pace of change is jarringly rapid because the goal is to slow the virus down, to give hospitals a hope of keeping up. But is it enough? Long before COVID-19 appeared, researchers predicted how a pandemic like this would play out. And now they say both the virus and the response could go much further. Privacy activists the world over may wince, but China makes no apologies for this, enforcing isolation and quarantine in ways the West cannot fathom. QR codes on phones that track a person's travel and health status and either clears them or prevents them from moving around.
It's my first time to come outside after the epidemic, but I already used the QR code several times and I think it's good.
And it was back in early February, which now feels like a long time ago, that China was leading the way in herding a population into compliance. This elderly woman in Inner Mongolia chased and chastised by a drone for not wearing a mask. Is any of this in the works for North America?
Lots of diseases.
There are doctors who wish it were, but also know it's harder here.
We could not do it here, and I don't think most democracies could do that. It's really about leadership, and it's about getting the people to understand the critical role they play in protecting their communities.
But look how tough that's been. This was a bar in Nashville, Tennessee, just this weekend. And a scene like that will make a man like this seethe. Dr. Eric Toner, whose office is surrounded with the tomes of doom, is with Johns Hopkins. He ran this simulation last fall of a new and deadly coronavirus, invited health and business officials from around the world to do a dry run of how a pandemic would impact the planet and what to do about it.
International travel has turned local epidemics into a pandemic spanning the globe.
Everything happening now in the real world, he says, happened in the simulation and right on anticipated schedule.
In your modeling, did you have a sense of an additional, maybe mortality rate from non-COVID-19 related cases as a result of a pandemic?
It's probably reasonable to assume that the case fatality rate will double because of inability to access care.
Case fatality rate for anything?
Yeah, probably an equal number of people will die because they can't get treatment for a heart attack or their stroke. You know, if you're having a heart attack, you need treatment right then. If you're having a stroke, you need immediate treatment. And if the hospital can't take you in for those conditions, then you're in a lot of trouble.
Consider that a warning. The strain on hospitals is the obsession that keeps mathematical modelers up at night.
If you were infected, on average, you would infect 2 to 3 new people, and each of those people would go on to infect 2 to 3 new people.
In Toronto, Ashley Chute has worked through the numbers for Ontario and the range of measures required to not just keep people healthy, but keep the hospitals functional. Everything from closing schools and restaurants to a total shutdown.
So the most effective is this one here, which is where you tell everybody in the population to effectively stay at home.
Like Italy. Like you just tell everybody, just don't go to work, don't go to school.
Yeah.
But it's not a straight line. The peaks of infection in our modeling suggest the need for total quarantine for a while, and when that happens, you see the dips in infection. So people go back to activity, and then the rate rises again, only to have citizens sent back home. This pattern repeats until the line flattens.
And so you can imagine that this would be incredibly disruptive.
And you have this strategy over the course of 2 years.
Exactly.
You're not talking, if everybody stays home for 2 weeks, we're done.
No.
That needs to sink in. We're all in for the long haul. But Dr. Toner says he's seen enough to believe there is hope beyond a vaccine.
We think that we're going to have treatments for COVID-19 in a matter of months. We're not going to have a vaccine for a year or two or more, but we probably are going to have some therapeutics, some drugs that can be beneficial. Those can move much more quickly than vaccines can.
And long term, where does this end? The math and the medicine say it ends when the whole planet has immunity, because either the whole planet has had the virus or the vaccine, period.
Once we get to nearly complete immunity, it'll continue to spread. And what we think will happen eventually is that this will become a childhood illness, like the other 4 strains of coronavirus that cause the common cold. This will probably become just yet another childhood illness.
One day, but not now, and not soon.
Well, just ahead on our program, answers to some of your questions about keeping healthy and safe during this pandemic. Plus, social distancing 101. Is it still okay to grab that cup of coffee? What about going for a run outside? Stay with us. Welcome back. The flood of information coming out about COVID-19 right now can feel overwhelming. New Canadian cases are being reported every day. New rules and recommendations are being put into place to slow the spread of this coronavirus. And you, like us, have a lot of questions. So we're dedicating part of our program every night to answering them with a team of doctors. Tonight, we're joined by Dr. Samir Gupta, a respirologist and associate professor at the University of Toronto, and Dr. Samir Sinha, the director of geriatrics at Sinai Health System. Good evening to the both of you. Dr. Gupta, maybe we'll start our first question going over to you. How socially distant do I need to be? Should I stay home whenever possible?
So I think, if people are quarantined, then they're confined to their homes by definition. And what I would say now is that if you're not quarantined, you should act as though you are quarantined. So we really are encouraging people to stay home and avoid all contacts. And that means even contacts with family. Just stay with the people that are in your immediate home and don't expose yourself to anybody outside of that if you don't have to.
And what about something like taking the kids or the grandkids to a playground? Is that okay?
Not unless that playground is completely empty. And so, we contemplated that ourselves, but the reality is that if a few different people have that idea, then a few different people are there. So we're just not in a position where even that is a great idea right now.
Okay, Dr. Sinha, second question goes to you. If I'm returning home from travel abroad, when does self-isolation start? I mean, can you take a cab home?
Right. I mean, you have to find a way to get yourself home, and we're trying to say be smart about it. Try and get home as soon as possible. Don't go visit your friends, go out dancing, go grocery shopping. Get home as soon as possible. Try and do it in the way that minimizes the most contact. That might have to be a cab, and just make sure that other people could potentially do things like get your groceries. But remember, self-isolation, 14 days.
And Andrew, I'll add to that you may be returning from a foreign destination. You may feel like you're fine, but in the last few days in particular, we've now seen studies suggesting that many people will be able to transmit this pre-symptomatically, which means before they develop symptoms, and in some cases asymptomatically. So you may be able to spread this without even being sick. And so it's absolutely essential that you go straight home and don't make any stops and then start your self-isolation.
Okay, Dr. Gupta, this question goes to you. This is one we get an awful lot. What are the symptoms I should be watching for?
So unfortunately, the symptoms of this are really the same symptoms as you get with the common cold. So people will get sore throat, they might get a runny nose, fevers, body aches, they can get a cough. The sort of red flag, which indicates that it's gone onto the lungs and it's now become more serious, is if you get short of breath.
And if you have any of those symptoms, are you supposed to just assume that you have COVID-19 and sort of go into self-isolation?
Unfortunately, it's also flu season, and it's a time of year where people are still catching a lot of colds. So it's very hard to make that distinction. In an ideal world, I would say that you should get tested, but probably because we don't have enough test kits around, we're still limiting testing to people who have symptoms and who have traveled. So the answer is yes, you should self-isolate in case you do have this. And you should call the COVID helpline, and you should call your family doctor. Don't go to your family doctor's office but call them and ask their advice.
Dr. Sinha, can this coronavirus stick to my jacket when I go outdoors?
Well, if you're not socially distancing yourself and your friend sneezes, for example, that's why we talk about 2 meters, that's 6 feet apart, because again, things can stick to surfaces. Hard surfaces are what the coronavirus likes more, and remember, hours to days is how long it can last, so it could technically last on your jacket, especially if you haven't spent enough time apart.
And are you supposed to then, disinfect your jacket every time you come home?
Well, again, within reason. But again, this is where we want to up our cleaning and making sure that if we do think that someone sneezed on our jacket or whatever, put it in the wash.
Okay, Dr. Gupta, I think we have one more question here, and it is, when will things get back to normal?
I wish I had the answer to that. All I can say is I don't think it's going to be days or weeks. I think it's going to be months, and I think whenever that normal comes, it'll be a new normal. I think we'll all probably be bearing some scars of this, and only time will tell.
Dr. Sinha, I hear that a lot, new normal. What's your take on this?
I absolutely agree. Right now, none of us have a crystal ball. We're just really hoping that if all Canadians can pitch in together, what your neighbors do and what you do, it counts, and we all have to stick in this together.
Dr. Sinha, Dr. Gupta, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, as we mentioned, we will be asking your COVID-19 questions every night going forward, so send us any that you have. You can message us directly on Instagram at CBC The National, or send us an email at thenational@cbc.ca.
We've been hearing a lot about the importance of social distancing. Well, 93-year-old Mel Brooks and his son Max explain why.
If I get the coronavirus, I'll probably be okay. But if I give it to him, he could give it to Carl Reiner, who could give it to Dick Van Dyke. And before I know it, I've wiped out a whole generation of comedic legends.
When we come back, what social distancing should look like in your life.
I'm JB Poisson, and tomorrow.
On this Monday night, new rules at Canada's border. Who's now banned and why Americans are still allowed.
Now is the time to take this particular step.
As the COVID-19 crisis escalates, the message to Canadian travelers.
If you're abroad, it's time for you to come home.
Plus, the markets tank again. And from self-isolation to testing for the new coronavirus, we get answers from the experts.
Global National with Donna Friesen. Reporting tonight, Robin Gill.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. After weeks of growing pressure and with cases rising rapidly, the Canadian government is taking steps to secure the border. Ottawa is barring most foreigners except Americans from entering Canada, and only 4 Canadian airports will be allowed to accept international flights.
And now is the time to take this particular step. It is a significant step. It is a step that we take in exceptional circumstances, but it is the right step to be taking today.
As part of the new restrictions, the Prime Minister says any Canadians who are abroad and have COVID-19 symptoms will not be allowed to board flights home. He's urging people to do their part to help slow the spread.
Let me be clear. If you're abroad, it's time for you to come home. If you've just arrived, you must self-isolate for 14 days. And finally, all Canadians, as much as possible, should stay home.
The situation in Canada is changing quickly. Here's what we can tell you. As of right now, there are more than 410 cases across the country. BC, Ontario, and Quebec all recorded double-digit increases today. And the number of deaths has jumped from 1 to 4 after 3 more people died in BC. They're all linked to a North Vancouver care home. The situation in the U.S. and Europe is escalating. We'll get to that in just a moment. But first, what's happening here at home as the government ramps up its response to the outbreak. Mike Armstrong has tonight's top story.
Stepping out of Rideau Cottage, where he's in self-isolation with his family, the Prime Minister basically closed the country to most of the world. Canadians will still be allowed to return home, citizens and permanent residents, but starting Wednesday, Canada will be denying entry to most foreign nationals. There are exceptions for people like airline crews and diplomats, but also one very big group, U.S. citizens. Despite an increase in cases south of the border, the Prime Minister isn't cutting off access to Americans for now.
We recognize that the level of integration of our two economies and the coordination that we've had over the past while puts the U.S. in a separate category from the rest of the world. But we will continue to coordinate with the U.S. We will continue to examine next steps and measures that must be taken.
Now, getting on planes to come home to Canada will also get tougher. Airlines are being ordered to refuse access to anyone with symptoms, things like a cough or a fever.
Any passenger, regardless of citizenship, with possible COVID-19 symptoms will not be allowed to board flights to Canada.
There are changes coming to where planes arrive back in Canada. Most international flights are going to be funneled to 4 airports: Montreal, Toronto, Calgary, and Vancouver. There are exceptions. Flights from the US, Mexico, and the Caribbean are not affected, but again, with that disclaimer, for now. Ottawa's making it very clear things could get even tighter at any time.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Now, Ottawa's reaction at the border comes after some criticism. There's been pressure from several premiers that the federal government wasn't taking the threat from international travelers seriously enough. The frustration was so strong in Quebec that the city of Montreal sent public health officials to the airport to remind travelers they should self-isolate for 14 days. Now, there is new increased screening at airports. International travelers are having to answer questions on CBSA kiosk touchscreens. They have to say whether they have symptoms and acknowledge they know they have to self-isolate for 2 weeks. For the first time, there are new extra border guards at airports looking for travelers with symptoms. That's something critics have been calling for days. Border guards are also being given masks to hand out when they're concerned with someone's health. Robin?
Mike Armstrong in Ottawa. Thanks, Mike. Canada's chief medical health officer says the new travel restrictions are needed to try to slow the spread of COVID-19. But one big question, why are Americans exempt? Abigail Beeman looks at that angle tonight.
Travelers flow through Toronto's Pearson Airport, one of 4 that will remain open to international flights when new restrictions come into force.
You got to do proper screening to make sure everything's straight, so you don't want to keep sending it back and forth.
And for now, flights between Canada and the U.S. are not restricted.
We have been collaborating very closely with the United States.
But with such a high number of COVID-19 cases south of the border, British Columbia, for one, wants a tougher ban. Washington State has seen the most deaths.
It's our strong message that visitors from the United States not come to British Columbia, don't come. At this moment, that is the wrong thing to do.
That Canada-US border in particular is a lifeline for both of our countries. This is a situation which we are reviewing constantly in real time.
With a volatile American president who may not take kindly to a shutdown, Ottawa says Canadian leaders made the decision on their own, and it may change. Ministers point to the food supply chain as a critical thing to protect. Truck drivers and others who rely on cross-border life are also exempt from the 14-day requirement to self-isolate when they return.
If we put in measures for mandatory self-isolation, as many people have looked for, there would need to be enforcement measures around that, both by public health and by public safety.
No plans to do that yet. Abigail Beeman, Global News, Ottawa.
Nearly 7 million people in the San Francisco Bay Area are in lockdown. U.S. President Donald Trump did say he would consider a federal initiative to lock down so-called hotspots. Let's bring in our Washington Bureau Chief Jackson Prosco. So, Jackson, might this happen in other areas?
Well, Robin, the White House is being cagey about what exactly might happen in the coming weeks and months when it comes to lockdowns or travel restrictions. One question that came up today, of course, was the border with Canada after Prime Minister Trudeau's announcement. In that case, the president hinted that they have, in fact, considered a lockdown of the Canadian border, but he says it's not something that's on the table at this exact moment. He seemed to be hinting that the two countries are simply too closely linked when it comes to business and trade. Take a listen.
We think about it. If we don't have to do it, that'll be good. We have very strong emergency powers when it comes to something like this, both on the southern and the northern borders. And we are talking about different things, but we'll see. Right now, we have not decided to do that.
And Jackson, let's talk about those concerning comments about ventilators that Trump made today.
Yeah, this really kind of gives you a sense of how fractured the American response is. There was a conference call between the president and all of the state governors today. And on that call, the president told the governors to go it alone, try and find respirators and other medical equipment on their own instead of waiting for a federal response. He added the federal government would have their backs if needed. But that flies in the face of what we're hearing from local officials. New York's governor today, for example, called on the federal government and the Army Corps of Engineers to start building hospitals now. Trump says he'll consider it. And Robin, one more sense of the patchwork of regulations. You talked about that lockdown in San Francisco, for example. But generally speaking, the White House is only recommending social distancing as a recommendation, saying no groups of more than 10 people, avoid bars and avoid non-essential travel. Those are recommendations, not an order at this point.
Jackson Prosco in Washington. Despite the U.S. Federal Reserve slashing the key interest rate, the markets were still volatile today. The week began with another huge plunge. Trading was temporarily halted this morning on the Toronto and New York stock exchanges, the third time that has happened in 8 days. The TSX closed down more than 1,300 points today, a nearly 10% drop before ending the day at 12,360 points. The Dow Jones plummeted 3,000 points to close at just over 20,000 points. That's a 3-year low. The situation is particularly perilous in Italy, where for the second day in a row, more than 300 people died in a 24-hour span. The country has confirmed nearly 28,000 cases of COVID-19. Spain is quickly becoming the next global hotspot. More than 300 people have died in that country, with more than 9,400 people infected. Europe is now the epicenter of this pandemic, and the governments there are tightening border access. The European Union is planning to restrict all non-essential travel for foreigners to its 27 member states, although that ban does not apply to visitors from the UK. Some European countries have already taken their own stringent steps, barring or limiting entry to non-citizens. As our Europe Bureau Chief Crystal Gamansing reports, countries like France are restricting the movements of its own people, while the UK is telling Brits to stop all non-essential contact.
A plea to UK citizens: do your part and stay home.
It looks as though we're now approaching the fast growth part of the upward curve, and without drastic action, cases could double every 5 or 6 days.
Legislation is not being used. Instead, the idea is that people will comply because they see how Europe is struggling with COVID-19. Thousands have died in Italy. Morgues and funeral homes are overwhelmed. At just one cemetery in the Lombardy region, there were 12 funerals in a 6-hour period. Spain is reestablishing land borders as it fights a rise in infections. Social distancing is key, but the World Health Organization wants more testing.
You cannot fight a fire blindfolded, and we cannot stop this pandemic if we don't know who is infected. We have a simple message for all countries: test, test, test.
Crystal Gamansing, Global News, London.
Every year, more than 300,000 Canadians head south for the winter. Many of those so-called snowbirds are now scrambling to get back. Ross Lord reports.
As Cameron Francis arrives home, health inspectors remind him of new rules that he needs to self-isolate for 14 days, something he'd rather do in this corner of the continent, Halifax, instead of his adopted home in Los Angeles.
I was really scared that I might be stuck in the United States and that the pandemic might be much more serious and that I'd be stuck there and unable to get to my parents and my family, so I came back now.
Have I traveled out of the country?
Yeah, outside of Canada.
In several provinces, these inspectors are being dispatched by provincial governments, tired of waiting for the federal government to supply them. But Francis suggests Canada is ahead of the U.S. in taking measures to limit the spread of the virus.
I've only seen information in Canada. In Los Angeles, there's very little.
There are similar scenes all over Canada, along with foreign nationals leaving the country. For many passengers, there's less frustration than there is a sense of relief that they made it home.
You know, I'm fine. We're all fine. But we just wanted to come back into our own country. And if that we were to get sick or something were to happen, we'd be here.
Well, it has been a bit of an inconvenience, but, you know, I understand, and these things can't be helped. And you have to do what you can to prevent it from spreading.
Like everyone else, air travelers hope doing their part to fight the virus will make a difference. Ross Lord, Global News, Halifax Stanfield International Airport.
Classes canceled during the COVID-19 pandemic. Coming up, both parents and students are in a bind. More than 420 people have tested positive in Canada for COVID-19. Here's a breakdown of where things are at. Ontario confirmed 32 new cases today, bringing the total to 177. There are 103 cases in BC. In Alberta, there are now 74 cases. 18 new ones were just announced, and 50 in Quebec. There are a total of 28 cases spread across 6 other provinces. Parents across most of Canada are now scrambling to find alternate arrangements for their children. Nearly every province and territory is closing schools and daycares. Alberta and Saskatchewan say they likely won't reopen until the fall. Heather Yerkes-West looks at why the extended break is necessary.
I mean, it says every grade 12 will graduate.
It wasn't the news 18-year-old Macy Fields had hoped for.
Pretty much instantly started crying. It was just such this scary thought to think that school is just canceled for the rest of the year.
As a grade 12 student, canceled classes in Alberta means Fields' high school days are suddenly done, and graduation plans are now up in the air.
Time is running out to flatten the curve. That's why today we are announcing that effective immediately, we are suspending all in-school class instruction throughout the province.
Every student will receive a final grade based on their current grade, and students will progress to their next grade level.
Across Saskatchewan, students are now abruptly ending their school years as well. Daycares are closing too. The longer-term shutdown coming in contrast to provinces like Ontario, where, for the most part, classes are suspended for just a few weeks.
I'll take my advice off the Chief Medical Officer. If he feels that is necessary, then we'll follow that advice. Right now, we've closed them till April the 6th.
Infectious disease experts say parents should not bet on schools and daycares reopening anytime soon.
2.5 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, when everything may be ramping up again, I think we'll see that we're really in the thick of it. And my guess is that those 2-week bans are likely to be extended.
For parents unable to work from home, the scramble to find childcare is on. Quebec officials are promising to provide 60,000 daycare spaces for those who provide essential services. But elsewhere, most parents are on their own. Back in Calgary, Fields knows the demand for babysitters now will be great. And with school out, she's available to lend a hand. Heather Yerkes-West, Global News, Calgary.
Up next, experts answer your questions about the new coronavirus. There's so much to absorb about this new coronavirus, about how to cope and how you can help flatten the curve and slow the spread. Many of you have sent in your questions, and our Jeff Semple is trying to answer them by going to the experts. Jeff, what are the biggest concerns from our viewers?
Well, Robin, viewers have been emailing in their coronavirus questions almost by the minute. And one of the most common COVID-19 concerns, take a look at this viewer email. Should snowbirds come home? More than 300,000 Canadians head south for the winter every year and are now wondering what to do. Well, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was unequivocal. It's time to come home, and medical experts agree.
We've seen a lot of unprecedented things happening, such as border closures, and I don't think those are done.
The only potential hiccups in getting home is that as of Wednesday, only 4 major airports in Canada will be receiving international passengers. And if you arrive at the border showing symptoms of COVID-19, you'll be denied entry.
Oh my goodness. If we start coughing when you get there, what do you do?
Now, thus far, the government has been short on details.
There will be some assistance there from the consular point of view and financial assistance.
Jeff, another concern is the testing that's being done for COVID-19. Here's one viewer's question on that.
My name is Carol Patterson. I'm from Victoria, BC. My concern is that there are people coming back from traveling who won't be tested, who could then be going back to work and childcare because I run a daycare, and then infecting other people.
Well, right now, the answer to the question, who gets tested for COVID-19, partly depends on the province you live in. Anyone showing symptoms who has traveled abroad recently has been receiving the test, but increasingly officials in British Columbia and here in Ontario are focusing less on travel history and more on the severity of symptoms.
Because we might need to avoid testing people who are not sick in order to reduce crowding in these regional test centers or crowding in hospitals.
Anyone who arrives from abroad is being asked to self-isolate for 14 days. Here's a question from a viewer who just arrived back in Canada from California.
I'm Debbie. I'm from New Westminster, BC. How will we know when is the appropriate time to seek somebody from the health department?
In other words, if you've been told to self-isolate at home and you develop symptoms, when should you seek medical attention?
Well, people are having fevers day after day that are not resolving. If your cough is getting worse, if you're more and more short of breath, if you're feeling extremely weak, like you're having a hard time getting out of bed, those are all symptoms that are worrisome.
But everyone else, especially younger, healthier people who develop mild symptoms, are being asked not to go to the doctor, but to stay home, to self-isolate, stay away from others for 14 days and focus on getting better. And in the vast majority of cases, Robin, that's exactly what happens.
Still ahead, Canada looks beyond our borders for lessons on flattening the curve. Here's one way to pass the time during the quarantine in Spain: exercise. A fitness instructor led a pop-up workout from a rooftop.
And it came back positive. Yeah, and it sucks.
That's actor Idris Elba confirming he has COVID-19. He says he had no symptoms but was tested after realizing he was exposed. Elba was recently at an event in London with Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, who also tested positive for the virus. The spread of COVID-19 has followed a predictable pattern. First a case or two, then some more, and suddenly a spike, which has led to the pandemic in more than 100 countries. Canada is now seeing a sharp rise, but there's still time to bend the curve back down. Eric Sorensen explains.
Canada is taking dramatic steps because the spread of the virus is dramatic and is learning from the experience of other countries that were inundated sooner. Measuring the number of cases day after day tracks the progress of COVID-19. For example, a steady increase, 10 new cases one day, 10 more the next, and so on, would show a straight line. But real life isn't like that. In simple terms, things are getting worse when the arc bends upwards. 10 new cases one day, 30 the next, then 60, and so on. But say the rate is 5 new cases, then 10, then holds at 10 new ones, and back to 5. There are more new total cases every day, but the rate is slowing. The curve starts to bend downward. Good news.
The days, weeks, and months ahead will be a test of our resolve, a test of our trust in science, and a test of solidarity.
China was the first to confront the outbreak with a massive surge in cases before shutting down Hubei province. The virus spread. South Korea was caught by surprise, but aggressively tested and saw results. Italy was slower, and it's still in trouble. Since mid-February, South Korea has managed to flatten the curve of new cases over time. That's the model for all countries. In Italy, cases began later, but soon surged, far surpassing South Korea. Canada has fewer cases, and the aim is to keep it that way. But right now, the rate is rising. On February 26th, Canada reported 12 cases. A week later, 34, and then 118. That was last Wednesday. And now, day by day, rising numbers to 341 on Sunday and climbing. That's why government, industry, and Canadians generally are rapidly changing behavior to flatten the curve. Eric Sorensen, Global News, Toronto.
And that is Global National for this Monday. I'm Robin Gill. Thank you for watching. Good night.
Now, within the last few minutes, the French President Emmanuel Macron has announced that France and most European Union partners will close their borders to non-European countries for 30 days from tomorrow at noon. At the same time, the movement of French citizens will be strictly curtailed for at least 15 days. Only essential travel will now be allowed in France, with infringements sanctioned. Our Foreign Affairs correspondent Jonathan Rugman has this report.
In France, the spring sunshine lured many Parisians outside, in spite of the government urging people to stay at home. It's also ordered non-essential shops, cafes and restaurants to shut, apart from those delivering takeaways. Schools and universities are also closed, and the second round of local elections has been postponed until June, which begs a question as to why the first round went ahead yesterday. And the panic buying here is driven by an assumption that a total lockdown, Italian style, is next.
It looks like the army's going to be called in. It's going to be like Italy. It'll happen the same way. No one will be allowed out. I'm convinced of that. So we'll try and work from home, tell people to go home, stay positive, and not start panicking.
In neighbouring Italy, they need no warning. Italians are notoriously not the world's best cures, but the virus has changed that. Nowhere is the daily death toll higher. 368 yesterday, 349 today. And the government says the outbreak has not reached its peak yet.
I believe that in this kind of situation we must be compliant and orderly. I see that people are reacting positively. I hope that it will end soon, because I am exhausted.
Yesterday, the Pope ventured with his bodyguards down the Via del Corso into a largely deserted Rome to pray before a crucifix dating back to the plague of the 16th century. Next month's Easter services in the Vatican will not be open to the public, with St. Peter's Square and Basilica closed.
Continuiamo a pregare per gli ammalati.
Let's keep praying for the sick people. I think about families under lockdown. The children not going to school. Maybe the parents can't get out. Some of them could be quarantined.
With much of Italy's economy slowing to a halt, there was one pleasant surprise in the canals of Venice. Fish swimming in clear, bright water, now that the polluting traffic from ferries, motorboats and cruise liners has sharply reduced. In Spain, the epidemic appears to be spreading at its fastest rate. In Madrid last night, the army was enforcing a lockdown. With almost 300 dead, Spaniards can only leave their homes for specific purposes. The country's health system is overwhelmed. Spanish police entered a factory in the south of the country to seize 150,000 surgical masks. So urgent is the demand from hospitals in the capital. With the EU now mulling whether to close its external borders for 30 days, the Germans have reintroduced their own controls, closing their frontiers to non-essential travellers. Commuters from France found it quicker to cross into Germany by foot rather than by car. Though Europe's biggest economy insists that cross-border trade is continuing. Schools have been closed in Germany until the end of April, and this afternoon Chancellor Merkel ordered most non-food shops to shut, along with a list of venues, including bars, theatres and children's playgrounds. Back in Italy, Europe's epicentre, this is a vision of what could follow. Not just hospitals, but cemeteries struggling to cope. This one is in Bergamo in Italy's north, where the undertakers must wear masks and gloves, where the car park is full of hearses, with grieving relatives only allowed in small numbers and required to stand apart for safety.
Well, as we've been hearing, the government has just stepped up its measures to stop the spread of the coronavirus. But even before today's announcements, many businesses had started taking action to protect staff and customers, and some parents had already started keeping their children away from school. Fatma Manji has been speaking to them.
A drastic protest designed to grab the attention of lawmakers in Westminster. The newly formed protest group Pause the System donned hazmat suits for their sit-in outside Downing Street. They want the government to take faster and deeper action, with demands including sick pay for all workers and a universal basic income.
What we need is to pause the system. We need to go into lockdown to give us a break from this economic system that's crippling us and the planet.
Before the government changed its advice to encourage people to work from home, this morning many had decided to take steps themselves. Central London felt almost eerily quiet in parts. And across the country, some parents chose to keep their children away from school. We've learnt in one English county alone, 20% of pupils didn't turn up.
This morning I emailed his school to say that we would be keeping him off indefinitely. Our reasons for doing that are because we have zero confidence in the government's plan. I recently finished cancer treatment. My husband is asthmatic, and we both care for a high-need disabled child.
It's a really scary time for parents, but my biggest advice would be to just go down the health route and making sure that I'm building up my children's immune system by serving lots of fruit, veg.
And I'm just not prepared to take the risk of my child going to school and potentially picking up this virus.
Those who run businesses centred around children say much more guidance is needed.
It is very confusing. I think childminders are finding it very confusing. Obviously going forward, children need somewhere to go. I think, but we're not really sure what will happen if schools or nurseries shut down. Will that affect childminders?
Some small businesses are finding creative ways to continue working from home. Yoga instructor Sam Roy has closed her classes, but is now teaching meditation via video links.
There are plenty of online platforms where we can easily meet, the community can still gather. They can share their experiences, do breath work together, meditate.
Others are still hoping they can continue as normal while introducing steps to keep staff and customers safe. This South London cafe has gone cashless to keep contact minimal.
We've actually moved away from using all of our ceramics and cutlery in store, so now we are using just the bioplastic cutlery that's disposable, as well as paper cups that are also disposable. We've done this so that there's no cross-contamination possible.
But how long can normality continue? The scenes at Downing Street this morning may have been a theatrical protest, but the fears felt around the country are real, and many are demanding much more clarity.
Fatima Manji reporting. Well, now, there were no enforced quarantines announced earlier and no orders to close premises. But the advice was clear, a request to the public to do something difficult, disruptive. The Prime Minister described the steps the public is now being asked to take as draconian. Here are some of the key public health measures announced by Boris Johnson at this afternoon's press conference.
Last week, we asked everyone to stay at home if you had one of two key symptoms: a high temperature or a new and continuous cough. Today, we need to go further. If you or anyone in your household has one of those two symptoms, then you should stay at home for 14 days. That means that if possible, you should not go out even to buy food or essentials other than for exercise, and in that case, at a safe distance from others. Now is the time for everyone to stop non-essential contact with others. We need people to start working from home where they possibly can, and you should avoid pubs, clubs, theatres, and other such social venues. We should all only use the NHS when we really need to, and please go online rather than ringing NHS 111. As we advise against unnecessary social contact of all kinds, it's right that we should extend that advice to mass gatherings as well. This advice about avoiding all unnecessary social contact is particularly important for people over 70, for pregnant women, and for those with health conditions, with some health conditions.
Well, now I'm joined here in the studio by Dr. Bharat Pankania, a clinical lecturer at Exeter University and a former consultant to Public Health England. And from Beaconsfield, we have Professor Carol Sikora, who was chief of the cancer programme at the World Health Organization and is now Dean of Medicine at the University of Buckingham. And in Westminster, we have Dr. Dominic Pimenta, a frontline NHS doctor and cardiology registrar. And inevitably, we're going to come to you, Dr. Pimenta, first. And I'm wondering what your reaction as a frontline operative right now, dealing with people coming in every day, what you feel about today's measures.
That's a great question, John. Thank you very much. So the reason I'm here today predominantly is because this morning and this afternoon we've published a letter from 1,200 NHS frontline staff who are calling for the government to take drastic measures to reduce the amount of cases coming into hospital as small as possible so we have the capacity to cope. The measures announced today are a step in the right direction and somewhat vindicating our concerns, but they don't go, in my opinion, far enough. What we need to do is achieve the amount of cases coming in that we can safely deal with. Already we are running out of protective masks and goggles, and the crisis hasn't really even begun yet. There's a long-term shortage of ventilators and even of oxygen. What we need is time to prepare, resources to protect ourselves, and we need to return to the World Health Organization recommendation of mass testing so we can reduce the numbers as much as possible and save us time, because that is the key thing that will get us through this. We don't have the time to prepare and we're not ready.
Professor Sikora, what's your reaction to that reaction from the front line?
I think that's a reasonable reaction. The difficulty is the practicality. If you really do really draconian measures, close everything, absolutely prevent people getting out of their houses, especially those at higher risk, people with comorbidities, multiple illnesses, and elderly people, it'll be difficult to police. So it's got to be a reasonable balance. And I think what we've heard so far has been great. I was very worried on Sunday morning when I heard that the over 70s, I'm 71 myself, were going to be essentially cocooned. I think this is unnecessary. One has to be reasonable. What one's trying to do is increase the disease burden, as we've heard on the health service, by allowing people that are more likely than not to get into trouble if they get infected. People with pre-existing heart and lung disease, people that have other problems. They're the people that really need to be careful. And remember, a healthy 70-year-old is probably at lower risk than an unhealthy 50-year-old. So age is not a good criteria here as the only criteria.
Dr. Pankania, then where are you on this?
I'm with a bit of both, with both my colleagues here, but what I would say is this. Clear messages need to be sent to the at-risk groups. Professor Sikora has identified that you can be lower than 60 years old and have at-risk conditions, and this needs to be articulated clearly. And people like myself, many of my colleagues have been talking about, the clear messages that need for people who need to isolate and isolate as soon as possible. On the subject of testing, we're very concerned because by not testing in the community, we're losing precision on our cases, our knowledge of the cases, and maybe identifying specific hotspots and a lot more other things besides.
Well, now, let me just ask you then, Dominic Pimenta, because France on Wednesday is going to actually lock people in their houses effectively. It's going to order people to remain indoors and for 30 days. Is that what you want here?
I want to hear that the government is taking any measure, and by that I mean any measure, that will reduce the number of cases coming into hospital. And we're talking about a virus with a 2-week incubation period, so anything we do today will not have any effect on the spread for another 2 weeks. We have to bear that in mind as the cases rise exponentially. The government could be doing a lot more, not only banning mass gatherings, but actually enforcing that ban, not only asking for self-isolation in a few weeks' time, but today, but also providing infrastructure to make that self-isolation sustainable, making sure that there's elderly care, there's food deliveries. They need to do a lot more, almost on a wartime footing, to support that to actually be feasible.
As you are on the front line, I mean, just give us a sense of what is confronting you every day.
So it's gone rapidly from everybody being almost skeptical that this would even happen to suddenly it happening straight away. It's been very, very sudden. We're trying to make as much as we possibly can on the front line preparations, and literally plans are changing every single day. As I said, we're already running out of the basic protective kit for us as NHS workers, which is our main concern. And if we start losing frontline staff in a country where we already didn't have very many frontline staff, and we haven't organised any more frontline staff, we're going to run into trouble very, very, very quickly.
Professor Sikora, is this thing under control, or are you concerned that it is out of control?
No, I think it's under control. I think we'll get through this. By June, it'll get a lot better. The evidence from China and Korea is that it's not great there in either country, but it's got a lot better in the last week than it was before. And I think the same thing will happen in Italy, France, and then us. And we have to get through it. And
you've mentioned Korea in particular, which seems a very, very interesting example, but it's very difficult to tell why they've been so successful.
I guess because they're better organised than we are. And, you know, do the health service, some countries have more capacity in the health service than we do. We don't have that capacity.
What do you make of it?
I'll tell you, while Korea has succeeded, it did extensive testing, extensive restriction of movement early on. As soon as it happened, Korea went for it and said, we're going to test, we're going to identify who is at risk, and then you stop the contacts of the cases.
That assumes they had the testing kits and the rest of it. We seem to be short of testing kits, short of ventilators, short of more or less everything.
We are not short of testing kits. We may be short of other things. But my main point is this. If you stop the rising tide, you will create fewer cases for my colleague over there to handle. That is all I'm saying. Please lower the rising tide of number of cases. And therefore, whilst we may be saying draconian measures for people to go into isolation in the at-risk groups, it is a good thing because they are the ones who are most vulnerable should they get infected.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, thank you, Dr. Pankania. Thank you, Dr. Sikora. And thank you, Dr. Pimenta. And good luck on the front line. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Well, as COVID-19 continues to spread in the US, most states are closing schools, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has told people not to gather in groups of more than 50. The Federal Reserve made the dramatic move to lower interest rates to near zero yesterday, but the markets did not respond well, with the Dow Jones having to stop trading immediately on opening once again this morning. In the past half an hour, President Trump has been speaking to reporters, and Siobhan Kennedy is in Washington, D.C. for us now. Siobhan.
Well, Kathy, the president is still talking. I will give you some of his headlines in my scribbled notes here. He has urged in the last 10-15 minutes Americans to restrict their gatherings to 10 people or less. That is shock news here. Yesterday's advice was 50 people. Today, the president has made that 10 people, saying it's the only way that we'll be able to control this epidemic that he referred to as our invisible enemy. And he's warned Americans for the first time that these types of drastic measures could continue, Kathy, until July or August. This is the first time we've had these types of admissions from the president here. When he was asked also about the economy, he said that he did believe that even though the markets were going very clearly sideways today, that there would be a lot of what he called pent-up demand once this all goes away. But also he admitted for the first time, Kathy, that America may be, he said, may be headed into a recession. Of course, it's that fear of recession that saw the Fed cut rates last night in an emergency surprise move for the second time in a week, and also pump billions and billions into the financial markets to keep the banks lending, that so-called quantitative easing that we saw and heard so much about during the financial crisis. Of course, they made all these moves too during the financial crisis, but they did so over a 18-month period. It says something about the seriousness of where we are at in the world and here in the US, that the Fed has made the same moves now, but over the state of 1 weekend, 1 week, and also that they have had very, very little effect.
A shutdown in the city that never sleeps. Times Square in New York, one of the busiest tourist destinations in the US, reduced to a ripple of foot traffic and passing taxis. As cases of the virus soar, the city has closed its schools, ordered all bars and restaurants to shutter, and is recommending a curfew post 8 p.m. A curfew in New York City.
a vision of a dystopian future never seen before, even after 9/11. And across America, in the absence of central guidance from their president, governors take matters into their own hands.
I want federal guidance. You can't have one state taking actions that are different than other states. This is a national pandemic, and there are no national rules.
And there are no national rules, in part because of one man's confusing response.
And so far, we have lost nobody to coronavirus. The risk to the American people remains very low. A lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. Now the Democrats are politicizing the coronavirus. And this is their new hoax.
In the space of just several weeks, President Trump has gone from dismissing coronavirus as a hoax that will just disappear.
Be calm. It's really working out.
To having visitors' temperatures checked as they enter the White House grounds. Far less order as Americans landed at Chicago's airport over the weekend. Just as a nationwide ban was introduced to prevent crowds of 50 or more from congregating, so Americans returning home were forced to do just that, standing for hours shoulder to shoulder, creating a potential viral hotspot as they queued for screening. The mayor had a few choice words for President Trump.
If you do not listen and you do not bring us along on the journey first, where we can give you constructive input on how those directives will actually be playing out at the local level, you're going to see more disasters like last night.
Large groups of people are prohibited from congregating together.
In New Orleans, police drove through the tourist mecca of Bourbon Street, telling crowds their actions were jeopardizing public health. And in Florida, Disney World, nicknamed the happiest place on earth, became one of the most deserted, as Mickey and Minnie closed their doors for the next fortnight at least. But the message of containment hadn't registered with these elderly Florida residents and die-hard Trump supporters. Despite their age group being the most vulnerable, they still believe the president has everything under control.
I really believe in him, and I love what he's doing. I love that he's so strong against everything that comes at him.
As worries intensified that US hospitals could soon become overwhelmed, there was one glint of hope. In Seattle, researchers working on a COVID-19 vaccine began injecting shots of the serum into volunteers for the first time. But even if the tests prove effective, the public urged to remember a vaccine won't be available for widespread use for 12 to 18 months.
Measures like this have not been seen in peacetime. Boris Johnson admitted that he is now asking, though not ordering, the nation to take difficult steps to combat the virus. But he said the country has reached the critical moment when, without drastic action, the number of cases would double every 5 days. From the end of this week, elderly and vulnerable people should be shielded from contact with others for 12 weeks. Everyone should stop all non-essential contact and travel, and keep your distance from others. That means working from home where possible and no visits to pubs, clubs, restaurants or theatres. Households where someone has symptoms of the virus should isolate themselves for 2 weeks. Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, has more.
Many people were locking themselves down before the government changed its advice. Commuters thin on the ground at Waterloo Station at 8 this morning. The Prime Minister, only days after signalling the time was not right to copy other countries and move to a lockdown, said that was what he was now urging on all age groups, those not at most risk and those in greatest danger.
In a few days' time, by this coming weekend, it will be necessary to go further and to ensure that those with the most serious health conditions are largely shielded from social contact, for around 12 weeks.
And even if you're under 70, suffering mild symptoms like a persistent cough or high temperature, the advice has been ratcheted up.
If you or anyone in your household has one of those two symptoms, then you should stay at home for 14 days. That means that if possible, you should not go out even to buy food or essentials other than for exercise, and in that case, at a safe distance from others.
But for all in the country, he said, even those with no symptoms, the way you live should change drastically.
Now is the time for everyone to stop non-essential contact with others and to stop all unnecessary travel. We need people to start working from home where they possibly can, and you should avoid pubs, clubs, theatres and other such social venues.
The advice only last week was that banning mass events would not much help control the spread of the disease. Today that changed.
It remains true, as we've said in the last few weeks, that risks of transmission of the disease at mass gatherings, such as sporting events, are relatively low. But obviously, logically, as we advise against unnecessary social contact of all kinds, it's right that we should extend that advice to mass gatherings as well.
The government said London's infection rate was racing ahead of the rest of the country. That had brought forward the date of a crackdown that might have come later, but one which is, for now, strong advice, not a change in the law.
I think most people would accept that we are a mature and grown-up and liberal democracy where people understand very clearly the advice that is being given to them.
Ministers arriving for a COBRA planning meeting earlier. A Public Health England message to hospitals, leaked to Channel 4 News yesterday, admitted testing for the virus here is largely restricted to those with the most serious symptoms. In Geneva, the World Health Organization spelled out that approach was dangerous and wrong.
You must test and isolate. You cannot fight a fire blindfolded, and we cannot stop this pandemic if we don't know who is infected. We have a simple message for all countries: test, test, test.
We do intend to continue to scale up testing, but I think it's important to realise the scale of UK testing, which has been substantial.
Schools in the future might be closed, but the government said now was not the time for that or other tougher measures.
When you come to more extreme measures like curfews and so on and so forth that you'll see in some other countries, we're keeping all measures under review, and particularly, obviously, people will be thinking about school closures. There is an argument about school closures. We think at the moment, on balance, it's much better if we can keep schools open for all sorts of reasons.
The Japanese Prime Minister talked with Boris Johnson and other G7 leaders by teleconference this afternoon. The government insisted it was moving a bit closer to other countries' actions because of numbers on the ground, not international or internal pressure.
At the early stages of an outbreak, the numbers are quite small, so actually the precision with which you can predict exactly where you are is low. And I said that I thought we were perhaps 4 weeks behind where Italy was. I think the new numbers suggest we're maybe more like 3 weeks in terms of that. And that's really why and importantly, it looks like we're on the sort of fast upswing or just about to get there. And that's the reason to want to come in quite quickly with these measures.
Clearly, what we're announcing today is a very substantial change in the way that we want people to live their lives. And I can't remember anything like it in my lifetime. I don't think there's really been anything like it in peacetime. And we have to accept that it's a very considerable psychological, behavioural change that we're asking the public, the nation, to do. But I've absolutely no doubt that we can do it, that we can...
A change in people's way of life that threatens countless livelihoods to preserve life itself. Some of these measures, they said, could be with us not just for weeks or months, but maybe even longer. This is one hell of a jump, isn't it? It's only a matter of days ago, really, that we were being told the main advice was to wash your hands. And now this, which Boris Johnson admits, is just about the biggest peacetime clampdown you could imagine. Repeatedly, Boris Johnson said in that press conference that Britain was leading the world in responding to the virus. And I think in research terms, there are pockets of work there which undoubtedly justify that description. But the rest of the world, or a big chunk of it, has been watching Britain and will probably now think that Britain is playing catch-up. Boris Johnson and the scientists say that isn't what was happening here. They were always going to move when the numbers on the ground dictated they should, and that, they say, is what has happened. One thing that really strikes you as you look at the potential economic impact of all of this is that we haven't even had a week since the budget that was meant to incorporate the risks of the new world we were moving into because of this virus. And you look at the challenges that business faces. Boris Johnson said at one point in the House of Commons, in that statement in Downing Street, that nobody should be penalised for doing the right thing. Well, if he really wants to make good that, well, then the numbers that were announced in the budget probably won't stand, and he'll have to go an awful lot further. One other thing that became clear in that press conference, Boris Johnson talked about there being other reasons for keeping schools open. People will be scratching their heads a bit about what those are. And it's quite clear that what they have in mind is what one of the top advisors called indirect deaths. The fear that you will have people going away from the emergency services to look after their children at home, in addition to those who are going because they're sick, and that could lead to people who should otherwise be getting normal care, not getting the care they need. Just another sign of the extraordinary new world we are entering.
Gary, thanks very much. I'm joined now by Helen Whately, who's Minister of State for Social Care at the Department of Health. Helen Whately, just tell me first, what is the point of stopping going to the pub if your kids are going to bring back this disease from school?
Well, I think the overall approach that the country is taking, that the government is taking today, as we have been taking the whole way since coronavirus broke, is a science-led approach. So we are doing the best thing to protect lives. We've been taking steps which have been already delaying the spread of the virus, but we know that the numbers are going up, and that is why you've seen announcements which are taking us quite a significant step further in the action we're taking, and which, as the Prime Minister said, will make a big impact on people's lives. So one of the things that we're recommending is that people should reduce their social interaction, avoid unnecessary social interaction. That includes, for instance, not going to the pub.
So what is the point of that, though, if then your kids bring it back from school because you're not closing the schools and it's circulating in the schools and amongst teachers?
So something we have been looking at all the way through, again, is that for every step you take, you need to make sure that you're aware of the unintended consequences. So one thing, for instance, with schools is that if schools aren't there, the children aren't there in school, there's a question for parents at work where their children will be instead, and usually many parents will go to the grandparents to look after their kids. Well, actually, we know, and as we've included in the guidance today, that over 70s are often amongst the most vulnerable and more likely to be at risk of complications from coronavirus. So
I do understand that logic,
but
if you're sitting at home with your kids sort of potentially infecting you, you might as well go to the pub.
I think that's, look, let's just try and be sort of well organised, and people want really clear communications about what are the best steps that they can take. The guidance has been stepping up over recent weeks and days, and let's be really, really clear about the steps we're asking people to take. And we're asking people to take these steps not only for themselves, because for most people, in fact, coronavirus, people will have symptoms and then recover, but we're asking people to take these steps particularly to protect the more vulnerable in society who we know are more likely to suffer complications. And hence the two things that have been announced today to do with isolation of the whole household if a member of that household has symptoms, and also limiting your social contact.
And you talk about stepping up the response. So you're asking people not to go to the pub, not to go to restaurants, theatres, etc. But in weeks to come, will you review making that a criminal sanction if people go out?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on what we will do in weeks to come.
But is that a possibility? Is it a weapon in your armoury?
I think what you have seen is the government taking step by step, taking the decisions as to what is the right thing that we should do for the country to protect people, to keep people as safe, to protect life.
So you're not ruling out criminal sanctions at some point down the road if you're not there yet?
I think the message that's really important to get out is for everybody thinking about whether to follow the advice is though you might not want to avoid social contact, you might want to be out and about, but remember that what we're particularly trying to do, and this is a national effort here, we all need to work together to protect the most vulnerable in our society, to control the spread of the virus, and that's happening hand in hand with increasing the capacity of the NHS to provide care for those who may need to be in hospital.
So the WHO today said that, just reiterated their message, test, test, test. Now, just 4 days ago, you said you were by and large just testing people who were ill in hospital. Now you say that you are testing people in the community. How are you doing that?
Well, the government has been and is continuing to ramp up the country's testing capacity. So a couple of days ago, we were testing around 5,000 people a day. Today, we're testing over 6,000 people a day. And we expect those numbers to keep on going up. A huge effort is being made there.
So how
At the
are you
moment, we're
testing
having
people in
to
the community?
prioritise testing those, for instance, who are in hospital, being admitted to hospital, also making sure that we can offer testing to those in care homes. But we want to be able to and expect to be able to spread testing more widely as the numbers keep going up.
But how are you currently testing in the community?
So you're probably referring to specific sampling that's done by Public Health England to make sure that we have a clear picture of the spread of the virus. But as
well, no, I'm just referring to what was said in the press conference. You know, the Prime Minister and his two advisors there said that testing was happening in the community. I just wondered how that was being done.
Well, I mean, as I've said to you, the figures I've just given to you are the ones that we have for the number of people who are being tested at the moment. We are particularly prioritising people in healthcare settings, and there's also some testing that is done to sample where the particular virus hotspots are.
So you're not
but the critical
routinely
thing is that
testing in
we
the
are
community
determined to
as
ramp
things
up the
stand?
volumes of testing because we know that that is an important part of our armoury of controlling the disease, protecting as many people as possible, and saving people's lives.
Helen Waitley, thank you very much.
Well, now, our health and social care correspondent Victoria McDonald has been at the briefing in Downing Street. Victoria, what did you make of today's events?
Well, it's funny, isn't it? When you're a journalist, sometimes you think this is something that's happening to other people. And today, it really hit home that this is something that is happening to all of us and will impact many of us. And this is an announcement that was to say to the public, this is not just about you. This is about the people around you, and particularly the vulnerable people around you, but also about protecting the health service. And that's been their mantra all the way through, as we need to lower this peak so that the NHS can cope. It did feel draconian. Now, they were saying, we're not going to make you not go to the pub or to theatre, but tonight we've just had the Theatre Society saying, the Society of London Theatre and UK Theatre saying that they are going to close theatres across the UK from tonight. There are no school closures. They're putting that down the line, as Kathy was just asking just then, because they still don't think that that is the right thing to do now.
Now, what's the evidence they base these decisions on?
Oh, John, would you like to read it?
No.
It's quite hefty, but this is Imperial College COVID-19 response team. They've just published their mathematical modelling. They say that this extension of the social distancing to cover the whole population, not just over 70s, will dramatically reduce the number of deaths. They said the old model just was too much of a burden.
Now, everybody's talking about ventilators. The government says they're ordering more. How immediate is the need?
Well, just let me go back to this. Sorry, just to go back to this modelling. Let's hear from one of the Imperial team who will tell us why they've made these decisions, which relates to the ventilators.
We estimate that in doing so, our best scenario would only reduce the deaths by a half. And that, unfortunately, would leave us with an unacceptably large number of deaths in the order of 250,000. So the strategy now is to try to further reduce transmission, much as like the situation in China, to as low levels as possible. And that does mean much more drastic changes in our day-to-day behaviour. Ultimately, we think that will save many, many lives and the orders of magnitude lower. It will also importantly keep us within the healthcare capacity.
So ventilators, I mean, how acute is the need?
Well, you heard her talking about these pressures on the health service. We have been told that there are 5,000, but Matt Hancock today reiterated what they're trying to do for ventilators.
So we are increasing the number of ventilators. We've been buying ventilators for several weeks now, but we also need to manufacture more. And as we've discussed in the House, there is no limit to our appetite to buy ventilators, and there should be no limit to the capacity, to the appetite of industry to make them, because around the world, everybody is trying to increase their ventilator capacity.
OK, there's been a lot of emphasis on ventilators, and it is clear we need many more. But what he was not saying there, which is critical, is that ventilators need staff and beds. And there are a lot of problems now about whether there are enough staff for these intensive care beds that will be required. And there is some more in some of this modelling. Again, there is a suggestion that 30% of people might need to go into hospital, and the number of people who will need that ventilation and the number of people who will die. So it's all about how you have a whole system working, not just the ventilators.
Victoria MacDonald, thank you. There's been another day of markets plunging across the globe as central banks battle to deal with the fallout from the pandemic. Major airlines have cancelled flights and are laying off thousands of staff. Paul McNamara, our business and global trade correspondent, is in central London for us. Paul?
Yes, this is really the day that many have been waiting for. You can't have stock market falls like we've had. You can't have flights grounded like we've seen without eventually there being job losses. And today they came. Even before we came on air, Manchester Airport Group, that's the group that owns Manchester Airport, Stansted and East Midlands Airport, announced enforced annual leave, temporary pay cuts, and here's the kicker, temporary layoffs. The boss there saying this outbreak is the greatest threat the UK's travel sector has ever faced. These are the real-life consequences that underlie the turmoil we've seen in the global markets. The extraordinary is becoming the daily. Minutes after opening, one US market fell so hard and so fast that trading was suspended for 15 minutes. Before last week, these so-called circuit breakers hadn't been used in more than 2 decades. And this was after yet another emergency interest rate cut by the US central bank. They're now close to zero, a move meant to reassure the markets.
That, oh my God, if we're lowering it, if we're shooting every bullet out of the chamber, leaving us at zero, is there worse economic news on the horizon than we think?
And hardest hit, the travel industry. Thousands of more planes will be joining these, parked up and nowhere to go. IAG, the owners of British Airways, today announced a 75% reduction in capacity over the next 2 months. Virgin Atlantic cut 80% of its flights and has asked staff to take 8 weeks of unpaid leave. One industry executive said there was no guarantee that many European airlines would survive. The good ones will, said the Transport Secretary, and hinted they may get government help.
Good businesses that, if it were not for this coronavirus, would absolutely, flourish and succeed, should be enabled to survive through this emergency. So, we've seen airlines in the past go to the wall, haven't we? But that's where there've been problems, perhaps managed poorly or, poor business models. That shouldn't be the case for otherwise viable businesses, actually, whether that's airlines or indeed, sole traders.
There is one section of the economy the government is frantically trying to mobilise, the very specialised manufacture of ventilators for hospitals. Yesterday, the Health Secretary put out an all-arms plea for engineers across the nation to see if they can repurpose. The tall orders say even those already doing it. SLE make 1,000 children's ventilators a year.
How easy is it then just to ramp up production?
It is very difficult. It's very difficult. There's a lot of training, a lot of specialised people work here, a lot of specialised components that we have to source coming in, and the design and the engineering aspect of it is particularly specialised. So all along the line, the whole sort of chain is very involved.
But if the government gets on the phone tomorrow and says, we need you to repurpose and start pumping out adult ventilators, would you be able to do it?
We would give it a shot. We would want to help. Don't want to be negative, but I keep pointing back to the timescales. To do it in such a short timescale is extraordinarily challenging.
Demand from around the world has spiked in just a few days, but this production line is no better protected than any other from the disease it's ramping up to fight.
A lot of the existing staff are under strain because we had 3 people go off this morning, or didn't report in this morning because they're self-isolating. So at the time of increased demand, our resources are being undermined from the same condition.
With the economy on life support, what a time to take on a job looking after it. Today, Andrew Bailey walked in for his first day as Governor of the Bank of England. His first pledge, to do whatever it takes to tackle the economic infection of this virus.
The economic effects that materialise during the period of COVID then get extended onwards by virtue of effectively the damage that's done to the economy, and that's something that we want to minimise and stop.
That may be his hope, but the markets cared little for it today. From Asia to Europe, the US and beyond, one thing joyed them all: a sea of red numbers tumbling down. Look, there's only so many red numbers you can see before they start losing meaning. So what does all this mean? How bad is this? How does what we're seeing now compare to other financial crises? Well, this morning we sat down to crunch the numbers, and it's pretty bad. So we're now 18 days since the coronavirus crisis really hit the markets, and take a look at this. Here is a graph showing the drop in the FTSE 100 3 weeks after 9/11, down 14%. This is it after the global financial crisis in 2008, down 19%, much worse. But this is how we're looking now as the pandemic takes grip, 33% down. These are big losses, bigger than we've seen in decades. The fallout from this promises to be big too.
Paul, thanks very much. Well, I'm joined now by Dame Louise Casey, who advises the government on homelessness, Carolyn Fairbairn from the CBI, and Francis O'Grady, who's General Secretary of the TUC. Carolyn Fairbairn first. We've already heard tonight that a lot of theatres are going dark. People advised not to visit pubs and restaurants. Should they all close temporarily?
Well, I mean, we are seeing the scale of this unfolding now, and it's real life for a lot of people and also for a lot of businesses. We are seeing a lot of businesses already having to shut their doors because of the new advice. And I mean, I think it will be up to every business to decide what they do, but I think we have to be very clear that action is needed at scale to support as many of those businesses as possible to survive
from
through
the
this.
government.
From government, I think we have to recognise that urgent action is needed at scale.
And what do you mean by at scale? Give us a sense of the numbers you're asking the government for.
Well, I think we had a package of 12 billion last week in the budget, and that felt like a good sum of money at the time. But it was targeted mostly at small business. We're seeing actually some big challenges now facing bigger businesses as well. So, Kathy, I'm not going to put an exact number on it, but I think that urgent, people in a room really working through what can happen very fast. And I can't emphasise strongly enough how important speed is, because we're talking about businesses running out of cash, and that happens extremely quickly. Then you have jobs at risk, and they will be hard to get back.
Francis O'Grady, do you agree that significant multi-billion government help is needed? Can you put a figure on it?
Well, look at what's happening in Germany, in Sweden, in Denmark, where they're not only supporting businesses to protect them through this difficult period, but they're putting money directly into the pockets of workers through wage subsidy, better sick pay, recognising that the cost of inaction will be much higher than helping working families now. And
can you put a figure on the kind of level of support?
They've been talking, for example, in some of those countries I mentioned, about 75% wage subsidy. That's big money for sure, but I can tell you, if those businesses go to the wall and those workers end up on the dole, the price will be much higher. But I would also just want to echo, the TUC and CBI have both called for a COBRA for jobs, for livelihoods, for business, the economy. I think we need to get in a room now and start talking about sectors like manufacturing, big firms, not just small ones, who are in trouble, and we need to get that money into workers' pockets to keep the cash flowing in the local economy.
Louise Casey, if that kind of help isn't forthcoming, do you fear that there will be a knock-on impact on homelessness?
Well, without doubt, there's going to be a knock-on impact both on homelessness but also on hunger. So as we sit here, we know there are 40 million people in this country already in poverty. Half of those are working poor, which means they're holding down some kind of a job, but they're still very poor. I'm really concerned about food banks, people stockpiling. There are thousands, millions of people in this country that can't even afford their daily or weekly shop. They're totally reliant on food banks. So I think we've got to think really wide here. I would add to what Francis just said about a collaboration, that we need to think about social protection and welfare fundamentally as part of that. So,
a multi-billion pound. I mean, it's got to be something much bigger than was in the budget last week.
Well, I think the budget needs to be rethought. Everybody's saying that today, including, I think, the Prime Minister didn't say he didn't think that was a good idea himself at his press conference. I mean, I think the other thing he said at the end, in answer to a question about, so what is the impact on low-income people, he said that he thought that we should make sure those people are OK. Now, to do that will take a lot more than they've done so far.
And it's got to be done quickly, because
very quickly, because people right now are unable to pay their rent. Yeah. People right now are unable, because they are already being laid off. They are already on reduced hours just in the last few days.
Carolyn Fairbairn, there's been quite a lot of comment about the fact that a lot of the big businesses asking for help, for example, Virgin, they have deep pockets. I mean, isn't there a sense that, to coin a phrase, we're all in this together, and that actually business needs to dig deep? Asking people to take 8 weeks unpaid leave when they have deep pockets themselves, it's insulting, isn't it?
What I'm seeing is that where businesses have got the balance sheet, they are, by and large, making it work to keep their employees on.
So you're surprised at Virgin asking for unpaid leave?
Well, I haven't looked in detail at individual cases, but
that is what they're saying. Is that the right position or not? Do you back that or not?
Well, I think where companies, I've seen companies digging very deep in order to be able to keep their people on. However, we have a lot of businesses who don't have those kind of cash reserves, and those are the businesses that are going to need support. And I would really echo the points that both Francis and Louise have made, just about supporting people who are going to find themselves right at the bottom of the income level. This is a moment to find that support, and I think businesses will be doing everything they can to keep people on.
I mean, the problem is we already know 2 million people don't even qualify for sick pay because they don't earn enough. And we know there are millions of the self-employed who are being transformed into the working poor. But even if you do get sick pay, even if you get it from day one, £94 a week, living on that for several weeks is going to make a lot more kids poor as well. So I think the government has to step up to the plate on this one.
I think that what this crisis is showing is really the fragility of our social welfare system, including things like social care. The attempt to look after elderly in their own homes is not great already. Add this to it, and you know the fractures are there. I would say on business, it really is time for business to sort of step up to the plate. Many people are very anti-business because of the previous crises that we've had. This is a real opportunity for them to really play their role, the same way it is for charities and government.
I mean, we've seen takeaway firms offering to deliver care packages to the elderly.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a time for business to do something for the public good, right?
Completely,
as in wartime.
Completely right, and I think that we are